This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Open Play by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley, narrated by Cale Williams. Chapter 1. Lucas. Misha tipped his head back and laughed. The tickle and nip of Jeff's beard and teeth right above his everyday collar caused the laughter to just bubble up in the boy. "You're being sassy, Misha." Jeff nipped again before stepping back and smiling at Misha's reflection in the tall mirror in front of him. "But I like seeing you this happy." Misha turned and pointed a finger at Lucas, trying for accusatory, but he barely finished his sentence without chuckling. Lucas liked the look on both of their faces. "It's his fault I'm being sassy. It's his daddy pheromones or something. Every time he walks in a room, my inner brat breaks free from its jail. And," he continued, turning toward Jeff, "you are partially at fault for my smile, along with Lucas, because you both make me happy." Misha's sentence ended softer than it had started. Jeff's face took on the same soft look Lucas had seen numerous times shared between the two over the course of his stay. A little pang of envy reared its head, but Lucas tamped it down. He loved that they were so in love, and for the moment, they wanted to share a little bit of themselves with him. He also knew they weren't in love with him, or he with them, but he was keenly aware it could happen. Who wouldn't fall in love with these two men? They were special. Lucas had always wanted their kind of love, and maybe, just maybe, he'd be lucky enough for them to fall for him. Then he'd be on the receiving end of their soft, loving looks. Then he'd finally have the kind of relationship he'd always wanted, with two men anyone would be happy to fall for. "As much as this is entertaining, we have reservations we can't miss," Lucas said with a wink, distracting the couple from getting lost in their playful banter. Misha smiled at him and sat down on the end of the bed, slipping on his shoes. He was dressed beautifully in a pair of slim black dress pants and a soft gray sweater. Lucas could tell he'd taken great care in what he chose to wear for their date, and knowing it was as important to Misha as it was to Lucas warmed him. After the last 2 days of alternating between doing nothing more than vegging out in their family room, cuddling while watching movies, or fucking, Lucas and Jeff agreed they needed to get out of the house. Lucas suggested a date. Jeff looked a little stunned at first, but he easily agreed it was an excellent idea. And Lucas wouldn't complain that it earned him a deep and hot-as-fuck kiss from his best friend turned lover. Or rather, his lover turned best friend turned lover again. Lucas chuckled to himself. As much as Lucas wanted to get out with his guys, he equally wanted to keep them both naked and in the house. They'd done another role play where Lucas and Jeff were the bosses Misha couldn't quite please, earning him a punishment. As hot as it had been, they were all just too impatient to get their clothes off and mouths on each other's skin to fully commit to it. Everything was still so new, so fresh and electric between them. Jeff came out of their closet holding coats for both himself and Misha. He wore a suit, of course. It was all sexy and dark, but for the crisp white shirt he wore to go with it. When it came to what he wore, Jeff was traditional. Power suits worked for him, though. Lucas was glad that was one thing that had never changed about Jeff. Lucas wanted to mess him up and make him look completely debauched or suck up a mark on his smooth skin, claiming the man as his. His and Misha's. Lucas stared at Jeff. His shoulders, wide and strong in his tailored suit, and then up to the small bit of naked skin above the collar. He licked his lips, imagining the taste of Jeff's skin on his tongue. Maybe he'd put his mark right there, where people could see just a hint of it peeking above the collar of Jeff's pristine white shirts when he moved. The thought had Lucas adjusting himself. Lucas couldn't believe he was able to touch Jeff like he used to when they dated years ago. He never held on to dreams of getting back together with his best friend. Their friendship was too important. Plus, they'd been in a different place back then, and up until recently, they still had been. Although most of the issues, both of them being dominant, were still issues, now something was different about Jeff, softer somehow. Lucas had seen the strict dom who gave Misha rules and boundaries to live by, but Jeff's sweet side hadn't existed when they'd been together. Still, in the end, they weren't building back up what they once had, because Misha was there, and he changed everything. They weren't just two but three people who had to learn and adjust to becoming one. Lucas had never had a person that important to him. Not even Jeff, because if he had, Lucas would have done anything to hold on to him, and he hadn't. Lucas hadn't been in the right place back then. If Lucas was honest with himself, he wasn't sure if he was even now. He lived across the country, yeah, with a job he was growing tired of, in a city that drained him more than gave him life, but it was his life, one he hadn't found a way out of quite yet. Looking at Misha and Jeff putting the finishing touches on their clothes, Lucas realized maybe they were the key. Maybe this was his moment to find the person, or two, he would give up anything to be with. Lucas had found Misha attractive the very first moment he'd laid eyes on him. During the start of the role play Misha, at the time, hadn't known was happening. His fear and bravery were intoxicating. Getting to touch him, taste his skin, and feel his tight ass wrapped around Lucas's cock catapulted his attraction to new levels. But after cuddling Misha between himself and Jeff and caring for him throughout the last few days, Lucas was forming real feelings for him. And watching Jeff with his boy, feelings he long thought dead were coming back to life for his best friend as well. They took Jeff's car, with Jeff driving, of course. Misha opted for the back seat. Lucas contemplated sitting in the back with him to tease him on the way, but decided to try to keep his hands to himself, for now, and sat in the front with Jeff. Lucas had taken the task of finding a place and setting up a reservation. Jeff said he would, but Lucas wanted to do this for them, to show them how important they were to him. Lucas wasn't usually the type to do it himself. He had an assistant, and he was typically very busy, so he often pushed things like that off to her. But they, were too special for that. He'd picked a restaurant downtown called Zaytina, boasting a mix of Middle Eastern and Mediterranean food. All Lucas thought of was an opportunity to hand-feed Jeff and Misha. "Can you turn the heat up? I'm cold back here all by my lonesome." Lucas looked over the back of his seat at Misha and laughed at Misha's exaggerated, gloomy tone. "Laying it on a little thick, aren't you, little one?" Jeff reached over, turning the fan up in the back of the car. "Just remember, Misha, brats get punished." Looking at Lucas, Misha mimed zipping his lips with a wink. As they drove downtown, Lucas watched the scenery, passing clubs and shops, each one with its own unique twist on what Lucas considered the same old stuff. He had to admit Powell's Point was nice. The longer he was there, the more he grew to like it. But he was sure that had more to do with the two men in the car with him than the town itself. Sure, he liked its tight-knit BDSM community, something his own city couldn't claim since the scene there was vast, but in the end, the main appeal of the place was Misha and Jeff. Jeff parked the car on the street just a few yards down from Zaytina, and they climbed out of the vehicle, Jeff locking it as soon as they closed the last door. Misha walked between them, holding Jeff's hand and sliding his other hand into the crook of Lucas's elbow. It felt right and weird and perfect all at the same time. When they walked in, the hostess greeted them. Lucas gave his name, and they were ushered to a booth near one of the large windows along one side of the restaurant. They were handed menus, and Jeff ordered a bottle of white wine. They made idle chatter as they searched their menus. When it came time to order, Jeff asked Lucas what he thought the boy should have. As small as it was, being included in that decision soothed Lucas. Jeff knew he was a daddy, knew what being a daddy meant for Lucas. Planning what was best for Misha, even what foods he would eat, settled him in a way that was hard to explain to most. But Jeff got it. He always had. The waiter placed appetizers and the wine on the table, popping the cork on the bottle to let it breathe while they nibbled on the platter filled with cold starters. "What did you do for the New Year, Lucas? The city must have been awesome that time of year," Misha said. Lucas smiled at Misha before answering. "We had a party at the office, but if I'm honest, I didn't do much. I worked, then went home and watched the ball drop on TV." "So you were being an old man?" Jeff said with a laugh. Lucas chuckled. "You are not far from the truth." The pout on Misha's lips spurred Lucas to reassure him. "Little one, don't worry. I'm not much of a partier, so going to Times Square wouldn't have suited me anyway. What'd you do for the New Year?" Misha perked up, his back going straight and his eyes lighting up. "Oh, we went to our annual play party. It was so much fun. This year they had it at Mr. Knox's house because Dr. Kink had it the last 2 years since Mr. Knox had been doing renovations, and we ended up playing games, and we had to wear something lacy. Jeff made me wear—" Laughing, Jeff cut Misha off. "Made you wear?" Misha rolled his eyes before replying. "Yes, made me wear." "Did you or did you not tell me you loved that outfit?" Jeff leaned forward, placing his folded forearms on the table. Misha was starting to look a little sheepish. Lucas couldn't have enjoyed the banter between them any more than he was. Misha just smiled at Jeff and continued his story. "Anyway, the subs or pups served drinks and food, and later in the night there was a raffle, and we had to choose a colored tile out of a bowl, and whoever had that matching tile was who you played with that night." With each word flowing out from Misha's lips, the more excited he got. "The pups didn't play since they only play with their handler, Wolf, but I was so excited because we got matched with Drew and Morgan. They are so yummy together, and holy moly, the things—" Misha abruptly stopped. You don't want to hear about this. Let's talk about something else." Lucas was confused. He reached out, placing his hand over Misha's fidgety ones. "Little one, why would I want to not hear this? You sound so happy." Misha looked to Jeff, who was still sitting forward, but now his playful look was replaced by one of concern, and then back to Lucas. I figured you wouldn't want to hear about us being with other people." "Do you think you would be hurting him by telling him, sweetheart?" Misha looked at Jeff again and nodded. "I mean, yeah, most people wouldn't want to hear about someone they're—" "Dating?" Lucas offered. Misha nodded. "Yeah, dating. I don't want to hurt you." Jeff hummed, and Lucas agreed. It was an important point to make clear. He wasn't sure how they felt, but he knew how he did. Jumping in head first, Lucas said, "I think it's hot, Misha. I know you were both in an open relationship." Misha opened his mouth to speak, but Jeff interrupted him. "Let him say what he needs to say." Misha nodded and let Lucas continue. "You both seen and have sex with others and— Hey, look at me, boy." When Misha's eyes met his, Lucas continued. "I don't want you to stop doing what you enjoy, either of you. I'm not a jealous man. Envious, hell yeah." Lucas winked at Misha, bringing a small smile to his beautiful face. "You tell me you want me, and you both want to make a go of this, I'm secure in that. My place is with you, however that ends up being. That doesn't mean you need to change for me, okay?" "Are you sure? I wouldn't want it to hurt you." Leaning over, he cupped Misha's face with his hands. "I'm sure, little one. Jeff knows what's best for you, and would always make sure you're all right, and that's all that matters." Smiling, Misha leaned over and kissed Lucas on the nose, making Jeff and Lucas laugh. They spent the rest of the night talking and eating way too much food. By the time they made it back to Jeff and Misha's house, they were exhausted. Misha was slightly buzzed from the wine, and they were all happy. Once again, they found themselves back in Jeff and Misha's bed, making out, before exhaustion took over, and they all fell asleep one by one. Misha was the first to go, as Lucas petted his hair, and Jeff wrapped him in his arms from behind. Jeff looked over Misha's sleeping form with his own sleepy gaze, and smiled. Lucas couldn't help but reach out, running his fingers through Jeff's hair. You have no idea how much you've given me this weekend." Jeff's eyes closed, and he let out a hum of pleasure. "Ditto, my friend. Ditto." Chapter 2. Jeff. As Lucas's departure drew near, all three of them were desperate for time alone together. They didn't want to go out into the real world for fear the real world would infringe upon their little cocoon of happiness. Misha was already feeling sad. Hell, they all were. But Misha felt things more deeply than anyone Jeff knew. Lucas could see it too, and was giving Misha all the special attention he possibly could before leaving, which warmed Jeff's heart. For Lucas's last full day with them, Jeff said he was going to do the cooking. He wanted Misha and Lucas to have as much time together as possible. Jeff knew it was there, the beginning spark between the two most important men in his life, but he wanted them to have the time to truly understand what Jeff saw in each of them. If he could help that along by giving them some one-on-one time, all the better. They wouldn't need much convincing. He knew it would happen. He had no worries there. But they had limited time together, and the particulars hadn't been worked out completely. They'd made arrangements to get together going forward, but long-distance relationships were hard on couples, let alone thruples. Lucas wanted a change in his life, and he was no longer as passionate about his job, but what that meant for all of them was unclear. Jeff couldn't exactly demand Lucas quit his job and move across the country for them. As amazing as that would be, they hadn't even talked too seriously about what their feelings meant, let alone made concrete future plans. It had only been a handful of days since Lucas arrived to scene with Misha, and even less time since he'd had the conversation with Misha about not wanting Lucas to leave. Everything going on between the three of them was all just so fresh and new. He felt like they were on some kind of dopamine high, where everything was exciting and perfect, like they were all wearing rose-colored glasses. But perfection never lasted, and reality would come. Not that he thought they'd crash, but he had to wonder, when the newness wore off, would things feel so wonderful? Obviously, real life would hit with their jobs and responsibilities, but no matter how his logical, pragmatic mind twisted and turned it around, he couldn't imagine things not working out between them all. Lucas just fit with them. Jeff turned away from the TV and gazed at Lucas, who had his arm wrapped around Misha's chest as he leaned back against Lucas. Jeff moved close to hold Misha's legs on his lap, massaging his feet, which Misha loved. They'd been binging The Witcher most of the morning. It was one of Misha's favorites, and Lucas had never seen it, so Misha took it upon himself to rectify that. Since Misha was facing the TV and away from Jeff, he leaned over and kissed Misha's temple. He then leaned further and clasped Lucas's face, holding him still for an emotion-filled kiss. When he pulled away, both men were looking at him with confused smiles on their faces. "I'm going to go make us some lunch. Keep watching. I'll bring things in as I'm done with them." He got to work and had their starter finished fairly quickly, giving them each a few 3-cheese crostini and a glass of Cabernet. He ate and sipped his in the kitchen as he finished the spicy lemon basil hanger steak salad Misha loved so much. Lucas would love it as well, and Misha would feel like it was an extra special occasion, eating such a meal on the sofa. After taking them each a plate, he went back for his own and the rest of the bottle of wine. They all dug into their meals, continuing the marathon until Misha got restless. It was as good a time as any to discuss their dynamic, and really putting it off wasn't a good idea. He stopped the show and turned the TV off, both men looking at him as he turned on the sofa to face them. Jeff gazed at Lucas. "Why don't you talk to Misha about the kind of daddy you are? I think it's important for him to understand the differences between us and what to expect." Lucas nodded as Misha turned in his arms so he could see Lucas's face. Lucas leaned forward and kissed Misha's nose, a sweet gesture that made Misha giggle and Jeff grin. "I'm not into ABDL, little or middle play, but I am a caretaker dom and prefer to be called daddy." Jeff watched Misha closely. The boy's face flushed, and Misha bit his lower lip. Lucas saw it as well, and Jeff watched as a sexy smirk showed up on his best friend's face, which made Misha groan and bury his face in Lucas's neck. Jeff and Lucas chuckled. Rubbing Misha's back, Lucas nudged him up until Misha met his eyes again. I can see that probably won't be an issue, but I just wanted you to know before we go any further, because I don't want you to be disappointed when I don't behave or react as Jeff would in certain situations. Our punishments will be different, and so will our rewards. Our rules will be separate, and you'll abide by mine just as you abide by Jeff's. Is that understood? Misha bit his lip again and nodded, interest still clear on his face. Yes, Dad. Jeff watched as his best friend covered Misha's lips with his hand and shook his head. I wanted to be clear up front how much that title means to me. I don't want you to call me Daddy now. I don't deserve it yet. But Misha's concerned look warmed Jeff's heart. Lucas shook his head again, effectively quieting Misha. You're impulsive. I've seen that over the last several days. I want you to promise me you won't call me Daddy until that word, that title, feels right. Until I have 100% of your trust, it won't mean anything. You need to understand its importance. When that word is spoken, it means everything to me. So when you say it, I want you to feel it down to your bones. It will mean so much more to both of us when you do. Misha's shoulders slumped. But I loved when Sir played my daddy in a scene. It turned me on so much calling him Daddy. Clasping Misha's face in his hands, Lucas gave him an understanding smile. And I can't wait to hear those words falling from your lips when you're bouncing on my cock. Misha groaned, and Lucas chuckled, then sobered. You and Jeff were playing a role, fulfilling one of your sexual fantasies. This isn't fantasy for me. This isn't a role I'm playing. This is who I am, and it's who I want to be to you. When that word is spoken, I need you to mean it, not just enjoy it as a sexual stimulant. Jeff watched as Misha took a deep breath and let any more arguments go. I understand. I promise I'll wait until it feels right. But until then, what do I call you? You can call me Lucas, or if Jeff doesn't mind, you may also call me Sir. Jeff nodded. I don't mind. It may be confusing at times, but we'll deal with it as it comes. Misha nodded and looked between them. So, how will the rules differ? Lucas answered. Your rules with Jeff are stricter and more focused on your behaviors and protocols. They're about how you differ to him within your power exchange and the respect you give him as your dom. At least that's what I've observed. Jeff nodded, letting Lucas know he was correct. That's how things work with us generally. Misha looked between them and then focused back on Lucas, who continued. I will expect the same respect, but my approach is going to be different. I have too much caretaker in me to worry overmuch about protocols. I'll focus more on you and your well-being. I want to make sure you are eating properly, taking care of yourself, and seeing to your happiness as well. My rules will be focused on your mental, emotional, and physical health. Misha tilted his head, confused. But Sir cares about those things. Jeff couldn't help but smile at his boy, reaching out to clasp his hand. I do. Of course I do. But I don't place any rules specific to those things. I expect you to have everything covered, and you'll let me know if you need help. At Misha's confused look, Jeff continued. What Lucas is saying is he'll be an active participant with you. For instance, he may require you to bring a lunch every day to school, rather than grab something quick and usually unhealthy from someplace on campus. Misha scrunched up his face in his adorable way before letting a whine out. But I like Burrito Joe's and the campus grill. Lucas laughed, and Jeff couldn't help but join in, knowing Misha wasn't putting up a real fight. I know you do, and you've had carte blanche with the credit card I gave you to take care of your needs, but that might not be the case with Lucas. What do you mean? Misha looked more curious than anything else, knowing no matter what he'd be taken care of. He gazed toward Lucas, who answered. He means I may end up giving you an allowance you have to stick to for certain things, only using the credit cards we give you for emergencies. Jeff added, "Perhaps he'll have rules about how many times you work out in a week and for how long, maybe even what parts of your body you work on during specific days, or maybe a standard bedtime so you're at your best the following day." Jeff looked at Lucas for guidance and got a nod. Lucas squeezed Misha to him. "From what I've seen and heard about your relationship with Jeff, when you get stressed, he'll find ways to deal with it. Maybe a particularly hard scene to get you out of your headspace, or a detailed role play that will do the same. That sort of thing, am I right?" Misha glanced at Jeff, adoration in his eyes, and a sweet smile on his face. "Yeah, I love how he helps me that way." Jeff couldn't help but smile and lean in for a quick kiss. Lucas clasped Misha's hand. "I'd focus more on the root of the problem, the whys of it. What has you stressed? Why is it stressing you? What behaviors can you change, or things can you do to reduce that stress or get rid of it completely? And I'd create rules around it once I learned what your stress triggers are. Does that make sense?" As Lucas spoke, Misha's eyes widened, but he finally nodded. "So you'll take on the role of a real daddy and make sure my needs are met that way?" Jeff and Lucas both nodded and said yes at the same time, causing all three of them to chuckle. Jeff spoke up, looking at both Lucas and Misha. "He won't be making specific rules for you to adhere to yet. I think he'll probably want to spend some more time with you before he figures out what you need from him and how he can provide it. I might come up with some talking points so we can have an in-depth conversation about my expectations and your specific needs, but it's not going to be a huge set of rules. We'll discuss what I expect, and I'll check in with you about how well you're following them, if that makes sense." Misha nodded at Lucas. "Yes, sir." They chatted for a while longer, and they both answered any questions Misha had about their expectations going forward. With that covered, they snuggled together and turned the show back on, vegging out and taking advantage of their remaining time together. Later that evening, Jeff relinquished his hold on Misha, silently asking Lucas to take over. He went upstairs and prepared a bath for Misha and Lucas. His boy loved taking a bath with him, so he figured he'd enjoy taking one with Lucas. He knew he had years' worth of time and experiences on his side with his best friend. The same could be said about his time with Misha. If he knew his best friend at all, Lucas would pamper Misha, something his boy always enjoyed and Lucas excelled at. When the bath was drawn and filled with one of Misha's favorite bath bombs, he headed downstairs. "Hey, you two, why don't you both head upstairs and have some time by yourselves? I drew you a bath and turned on Misha's playlist." They looked at him as if to argue, so he continued. "If we are going to give this thing between us a real chance, you need time alone together. I've been blessed to have lots of time with you both. I want you to be able to learn each other in your own way, without my interference." That obviously wasn't the right thing to say, judging by Lucas's frown and Misha's pout. Misha spoke up first. "It's not interference. We don't want to be without you. This is our first weekend together." He squatted down in front of the sofa, resting a hand on Lucas's knee and clasping Misha's hand. "If this goes the way we are all hoping it goes, we'll have plenty of time all together. But you two need a little extra time. This is not something I'm sacrificing for you. This is something I want to give you." Lucas studied Misha. "I'd love some time alone with you. How about it, little one?" Misha looked to Jeff for guidance. Jeff nodded. "I think it will be good for you both, sweetheart. Go on now. Water's getting cold." That got Misha moving. Misha stood and pulled Lucas up. They both stopped to kiss Jeff before they walked hand in hand out of the room toward the stairs, where Misha tugged on Lucas's arm, eager to get there. Jeff figured he'd give them an hour and a half. They'd had a nice meal at lunch, and he wasn't in the mood to cook again, so he made up his mind and called for pizza to be delivered at that time. Then he headed into his office to get some work done. Chapter 3. Jeff. They were running out of time. They'd eaten dinner and he'd cleaned up afterward. They were all quiet, feeling emotional about Lucas leaving. Lucas had extended his weekend to nearly a week, and still it wasn't enough. Jeff sent Misha and Lucas upstairs to finish packing Lucas's suitcase, which he'd never fully unpacked to begin with. He emptied and filled the dishwasher, hoping they'd be done when he got up there. It was getting late, and he wasn't about to let Lucas go the next morning without demonstrating how much he'd be missed. When he made his way upstairs, the beautiful sight of both men clad only in their underwear, standing at the sinks, brushing their teeth, greeted him. He got himself undressed and started doing the same as they were finishing. Lucas clasped Misha's hand and pulled him toward the bedroom, and Jeff leaned back so he could continue watching them as they walked away. Before Lucas even had to ask, Misha was on his knees, waiting. Lucas gazed at him, and then lifted his eyes to meet Jeff's. Lucas stepped closer to Misha, ran his fingers through his hair, and gripped the strands tight, pulling Misha's face into the soft cotton of his boxer briefs. Smirking, Lucas winked at Jeff, who snorted out a laugh, nearly choking on his toothpaste. He made quick work of finishing up and joining them in their bedroom. By the time he got in there, Misha was naked, and he was removing Lucas's underwear and tossing them aside. Jeff couldn't help but want to watch his two men together. He made his way over to one of their chairs and sat, keeping his eyes on all that delectable skin. Lucas pulled the boy against him. Misha engulfed Lucas's cock deep in his throat, straining suddenly without air and gagging. Jeff reached under the band of his own boxer briefs and stroked his cock, listening to the sounds of Misha gulping in air once Lucas allowed him to breathe. They both gazed at him, and Jeff crooked his finger, drawing them nearer. Lucas walked over and stood in front of him, and Misha crawled, making Jeff's cock throb in his fist. "Keep going. I just want a closer look." Heat flared in his men's eyes, and they both turned toward each other. Misha sat back on his heels, waiting for the next command. Lucas gently touched Misha's cheek. "Hands behind your back, little one. Open your mouth as wide as you can. I'm going to choke you with my cock." Lucas clasped Misha's head between his large hands and fed his cock into the boy's eager mouth, holding him flush to his skin until he choked on it again. After that, Lucas eased him back to allow him to breathe and then began a rough, deep throat fuck. Jeff had to grip the base of his own cock to keep himself from coming. He could watch these men all day. He glanced down at Misha's hard shaft, the tip glistening with pre-cum, a drop of it dripping from the tip, and groaned. After shoving the waistband of his underwear beneath his balls, he spread his legs wide and began stroking again. Lucas continued to ravage the boy's throat until Misha's face was covered with tears and drool, dripping down from his chin near the spot on the carpet he'd made with his pre-cum. When Lucas finally stopped torturing Misha, Jeff was so close to his release he had to let go of his cock completely. It stood straight up, bobbing on its own to the beat of his heart. He glanced back up to his men when Lucas growled out, "Get on the bed." As Misha scrambled to do Lucas's bidding, Jeff realized he was more of a voyeur than he'd thought. Lucas told Misha to stick his ass up in the air as high as he could and rest his cheek on the bed facing Jeff, who didn't dare touch his cock again, knowing it wouldn't even take a full stroke for him to come. He sucked in a breath when Lucas climbed onto the bed behind Misha and squeezed his ass cheeks with his palms, kneading them. The two quick slaps to those round globes and the resulting ripple of those perfect cheeks drew another groan from Jeff. But when Lucas spread them apart and feasted on Misha's puckered hole, he had to grab his cock again at the base to keep from shooting. These men were going to be the death of him. Lucas spent plenty of time making Misha moan and whimper and writhe. When he sat back on his heels, Lucas gave Misha's ass one more hard smack, eliciting an "Oh, fuck" from the boy. Jeff followed Lucas's eyes to the lube bottle on the nightstand and tossed it to his best friend. Lucas caught it easily and began to slick up his cock, preparing Misha for what was to come. Jeff couldn't take his eyes off the scene before him. His men were gorgeous and perfect together. Taking no more time to prep Misha, Lucas slid his long cock into Misha's tight hole, both of them groaning when he bottomed out. Lucas leaned over Misha, placing his palm on the side of his head, pushing it harder into the bed. Misha, effectively trapped under Lucas's weight, let out a whimper of pleasure. If there was one thing Misha loved, it was being held down, tied down, or restrained while being thoroughly fucked. That feeling of helplessness was something Misha could never get enough of. Watching Misha receive that from Lucas was a trip. He couldn't explain why watching them felt different than it had with the others they'd played with. All he knew was that it was different. It was special. It was everything. Lucas pounded into Misha's ass hard and fast, the round globes jiggling with every slap of their skin. Sweat glistened on both their bodies, and the litany of moans coming from Misha's lips, coupled with the grunts and panting coming from Lucas's, was the best thing he'd heard in his life. It was for damn sure one of the best things he'd ever witnessed. From that moment on, he was going to make a habit of watching his men together. Lucas kept his grip on Misha's head, still pounding mercilessly into Misha. He moved his other hand, grabbing Misha's hip in a punishing grip, if the red handprint was anything to go by, down to the boy's cock, and began to stroke him hard and fast. Misha's moans and whimpers turned into cursing and begging, and Jeff watched Lucas's face as he concentrated on pleasing Misha. "That's it, little one. You're taking such a pounding from me. You're being so good." Misha groaned, his hands gripping the duvet tight, his eyes squeezing shut and then opening them and meeting Jeff's. Jeff couldn't help but praise him. "Such a good boy, Misha. He's working you so hard, and you're taking it all." Jeff glanced up and saw Lucas's gaze on him. Both of them kept their eyes riveted on him, and a thrill zinged through Jeff's body straight to his cock. Though he'd only been idly stroking himself, the looks on his men's faces nearly sent him over. He hadn't planned on edging himself, but damned if he hadn't had to grip the base of his cock 4 times to keep from coming. Lucas was close to coming, but holding himself back, which just so happened to be the opposite of what Jeff wanted. And though he wouldn't normally give Lucas orders, he found he couldn't stop himself. He had plans to use Lucas's body, so he went home remembering them well. "Grip the base of Misha's cock. Squeeze it tight to hold him off. I don't want him to come, Lucas. I want you to come." Misha whimpered with need, and Lucas's groan turned into a growled, "Jesus fuck!" Bracing himself on one arm, he gripped the base of Misha's cock with the other, continuing his punishing pace on Misha's ass. He curled over Misha, his forehead on Misha's back, his whole body shaking with his efforts. He was still fighting his body's need. Leaving a sub wanting while he took his own release wasn't in Lucas's nature. He was a true daddy at heart, and always made sure his boy was taken care of. Jeff couldn't help but talk him through it. "His hole is so tight, isn't it?" He gazed down into Misha's eyes. "Milk him with your hole, Misha. You know how I love it when you clench down on my cock when I'm giving you a thorough fucking." When Lucas let loose a litany of fucks, Jeff couldn't help but encourage him. "That's it. He's like a vice, isn't he? How good does that feel? Allow it to happen, Lucas. I promise I'll make it worth it." That was all it took. A shout escaping as he let himself go, Lucas came hard, his whole body drawn tight over Misha's. Lucas's body convulsed while his orgasm continued to race through him. Misha continued to whimper below him, needing so desperately to be permitted to come. But Jeff had plans. His boy would be permitted to come. He just had to wait for it. Lucas finally pulled out and collapsed beside Misha, who curled into him, resting his head on Lucas's sweaty chest. When Lucas caught his breath, he turned his gaze toward Jeff. Jeff could no longer stay seated away from his men. He stood, let his boxer briefs fall to the floor, and crawled across the bed to his men. So he could loom over them both, he straddled Lucas's legs. Misha's needy eyes met his, and he couldn't stop himself from leaning down and taking those sweet lips. trailing small kisses across his cheek, he nuzzled his nose under Misha's ear and bit that sensitive spot, eliciting a soft moan from the boy. Bringing his lips to Misha's ear, he whispered, "Don't worry, sweetheart. Lucas is going to make you come so hard you see stars." Misha bit his lip and nodded as Jeff pushed himself up again, looming over Lucas. Their eyes clashed, and Jeff's heated gaze turned soft when he saw Lucas's relaxed, sated features. Jeff leaned down and kissed his beautiful man, savoring the feeling of those lips, knowing he'd miss them, miss him so much when he left them. Lucas's hands slipped up his chest and gripped the back of Jeff's neck, kneading him there and sliding his hands through Jeff's hair. Jeff leaned down closer, whispering so both his men could hear him as he spoke to Lucas. "Are you going to allow me to slide my hard cock into you, Lucas? Will you let me take you that way tonight?" Pulling back, he met Lucas's gaze and saw need and desire there, sending a thrill through Jeff as Lucas nodded. "Yes, God, yes." Jeff moved back on the edge of the bed. Spreading his knees wide, he took his cock in his fist and pumped as both his men looked on. "I want you to prep Lucas, boy. Do it however you want, but make sure he's ready to take my cock." Looking at Lucas, he said, "Turn over and spread your legs. Misha gets to have a little fun with you before I take that ass." Lucas groaned, scrubbed his face with his hands, and turned over. He spread his legs wide, and Jeff shuddered when Lucas's pink, puckered hole was displayed so beautifully for him. Turning his gaze to Misha, Jeff smiled at the eager look on his face, the bottle of lube ready in his hand, his hard cock bobbing between his splayed legs. "Go ahead now, get him ready for me." Misha maneuvered between Lucas's legs, his back to Jeff. Jeff couldn't help himself. He scooted forward, surrounding Misha with his body, causing him to lean back into him and whisper, "Sir." Jeff slid his hands from Misha's shoulders down his sides to his hips and gripped him there. Leaning forward, Jeff said, "That's it. He needs to be readied for me, doesn't he?" Misha nodded, and he kissed the boy's neck. "He needs a lot of lube. How are you going to stretch him, sweetheart?" Misha let out a needy whine, and Jeff couldn't help but grin and bite the lobe of Misha's ear. "Come now, Misha. Tell me what you want to do to get him ready for my cock." Lucas groaned, his face buried between two pillows as he shook his head. "You guys are killing me." Lucas turned his head and reached out to grip Misha's knee, meeting his eyes. "It's all right, little one. You know how big your sir is. I need you to prep me. Whatever you want to do, however you want to do it, get me ready to take him, boy." Misha took a deep breath and squirted a generous amount of lube onto his fingers. Jeff kept his hands on Misha's hips when he leaned down to rub the lube onto Lucas's puckered hole. All three of them groaned, excited for what was to come, whatever it might be. Moving over to the side, though still pretty snug against Misha, he leaned over to watch what Misha was doing. Misha's breath caught as he slid just the tip of his finger into Lucas. "Yes, boy, look at his hips canting up to meet your finger. He likes it, doesn't he? He needs it. Is he clenching around your finger?" Misha shuddered, his whole body affected by Jeff's words. Misha nodded, but that wasn't enough for Jeff. I need to hear your words. Slide another finger in and tell me how it feels." Misha let out an unsteady breath just as Lucas whispered, "Oh, Jesus." Jeff grinned. "Did you hear that? You're going to have him hard again before I even touch him." Misha had 2 fingers inside Lucas, and then there were 3, and he was pumping them in and out. That was Lucas's limit to how much he could take lying down. Lucas raised himself onto his knees, his legs spread wide to expose himself even more to his men. Misha sucked in a breath. Can I? Even if he'd wanted to, and he didn't, Jeff couldn't break his boy of the habit of asking for permission, so he interrupted, "Anything, sweetheart." Before he made a move, Jeff realized what Misha was about to do, and was thankful their lube tasted sweet as Misha bent down, gripped Lucas's cheeks, and spread them wide. He dove into that crease and made a meal of Lucas's ass. The, "Oh fuck, coming from Lucas's lips made pre-cum drip from Jeff's slit. Misha had definitely taken advantage of Jeff's open invitation to do anything he wanted, and speared his tongue as far as he could get it into Lucas's hole. They established a rhythm, and Jeff could no longer just sit back and watch. He reached between Misha's legs and gently tugged on his sack, surprising Misha into a whimpered groan. He reached a bit further and grabbed onto Misha's hard cock. Once Misha's hips started moving while he continued to suck, lick, and fuck Lucas's ass with his tongue, Jeff knew what he wanted to see. He grabbed the bottle and squirted his palm with enough for the job at hand. Reaching between Misha's legs, Jeff slicked up Misha's cock. As Misha pumped into his fist, a litany of pleas fell from his lips. "Oh, Jesus. Oh, sir, please, I need... Oh, fuck. Can I?" Jeff pulled Misha away from Lucas's ass and flush against Jeff's chest, speaking quietly in his ear, for only Misha to hear. "Yes, boy. I want you to prepare him for my cock by using yours. Scoot forward so I can feed his hungry hole with your cock. There you go." Misha did as he was told, moving forward toward Lucas's ass. Jeff held onto Misha's shaft and began to rub it around Lucas's hole as Misha whimpered. Groaning, Lucas turned around, eyes popping wide when he realized it was Misha's cock, not Jeff's. Lucas faced forward and lowered his head to the bed, pushing his eager ass back onto Misha's cock. "Fuck, little one. Give me your cock. Oh, God, so good, boy." Misha's whole body shuddered in response to Lucas's need. His cock, quite a bit less girthy than Jeff's, was the perfect prep for what was to come for Lucas. When Jeff fed Misha's needy cock deep into Lucas's hole, all three of them groaned. Knowing it wasn't likely to be a recurring circumstance for Misha, Jeff wanted him to feel them both this way. He slicked up his own cock and slid home, deep into Misha's hole, surprising him into a gasp. Misha threw back his arm and gripped the back of Jeff's neck, pulling him close. Jeff leaned down and bit into his boy's shoulder, and they all lost themselves in the rhythm of each other. By the jerkiness of Misha's hips, he was about to come, but Jeff wanted to prolong it a little while longer. He gripped the base of Misha's cock in his hand and pulled him out of Lucas, making both of his men groan in desperation. "You'll get your reward. Move around in front of him. With your cock in his face, he won't be able to resist." When both his men said, "Oh, fuck," at the same time, he chuckled. Waiting for Misha to slide under Lucas's waiting and now eager mouth, he lubed back up again and slowly slid home, loving Lucas's moan as he continued to suck Misha through his own pleasure. Jeff wouldn't last long, and he didn't think Misha would either. He set a hard, punishing pace, which took the effort out of the blowjob for Lucas, as his thrusts did the work for all of them. He fucked into Lucas, who sucked hard on Misha. From the moans, Lucas had to be hard again. Reaching under him, he gripped the man's hard cock, gave it a few strokes, and growled out an order. "Misha, spin around and deep-throat Lucas while he finishes you off." Misha sucked in a breath and followed orders. Slowing his pace, Jeff knew exactly when Misha wrapped his mouth around Lucas's cock, because the man stiffened and grunted, fucking into Misha's mouth and back onto Jeff's cock. Lucas finally got himself together enough to lean down and return the favor for Misha. That was the hair trigger for Misha to come, prompting Jeff to pound into Lucas harder, shoving Lucas's cock deeper into Misha's throat. When Lucas shot into Misha's throat, his ass clamped down like a vice grip on Jeff's shaft so hard he nearly saw stars, tipping him over the edge. He came with a roar and was only barely able to keep himself from collapsing onto Lucas at the last second, knowing Misha would be crushed. Lucas fell on the opposite side of Misha, and they all lay there panting, catching their breath. Misha's laughter bubbled up unexpectedly, and his, "Oh my God, I'm dead," had them all laughing. As the orchestrator of much of the scene, Jeff got up and got a couple of wet washcloths and cleaned them all up. By the time he got back, Lucas had tucked Misha in bed and was climbing in beside him, a space on the opposite side of the bed open. Jeff wasn't having that, not on Lucas's last night. "Misha, switch places with Lucas. I think he needs to be surrounded by us tonight, don't you?" Misha nodded quickly and scrambled over Lucas to put him in the middle. Lucas chuckled and opened his arms wide. Misha cuddled into Lucas's side with ease. Though it wasn't his preferred position, Jeff did the same on the other side, not wanting to let Lucas go right then, let alone in the morning. They didn't speak. They simply lay there quietly until each of them dropped off to sleep. Chapter 4. Misha. Misha was halfway between being asleep and awake, and very annoyed. His head was throbbing, and the bang, bang, bang reverberated through him like someone was beating a drum while sitting on his brain. But no, that couldn't be right. It sounded far away. Trying to shake himself from the sleep haze, Misha shifted on the bed, slowly sitting up. The whole week his energy levels had been lower than normal. He chalked it up to being not quite back to his routine of school after weeks off for the winter break, but really that sounded far-fetched even to him. It was February, and it had been weeks since the semester started. He'd been ignoring the obvious. He was sick. Or rather, before now, he was getting sick. Now he was full-on in the sick. Swimming in sick was what Misha was. It was gross. It was probably just a bad cold, though. Maybe. Jeff told him to stay home from school, and Misha begrudgingly listened after trying to tell Jeff that he was fine, just tired. Jeff stared him down and said, "That might be the case, boy, but I'm telling you to stay home and rest." So, Misha stayed home with no plans to actually rest, unless lying in bed with his laptop working on an assignment was resting. Best laid plans and all that. 15 minutes after Jeff left, Misha climbed back into bed with his laptop, and 15 minutes after that, Misha's eyes closed. One of those weird I'm falling, dream not dream things startled him awake. He glanced at the clock and decided maybe some rest wouldn't be so bad. Rolling over, Misha once again looked at the clock. 4 hours had passed since he'd fallen asleep, and that goddamn drum was still beating. Groaning, Misha rolled again, pulling the comforter up around his ears. His whole body hurt. He was cold, and his skin felt icky with sweat. A great combination. Misha jumped, sitting up so fast he got dizzy, and groaned, putting his head in his hands. Once the spinning stopped, he tried to figure out what startled him. His head hurt, still resting in his hands. His body felt heavy and achy, and he wanted to cry and call his sir. But there it was again. The banging. Bang, bang, bang. Misha slowly moved, climbing out of bed. As soon as he was up, a chill ran through his body, giving him goosebumps. He turned back to the bed, wanting so badly to climb back into its warmth, even if he still felt cold, buried under all the blankets. It was better than being out of them. Misha contemplated grabbing the comforter and wrapping it around himself, but he wouldn't be able to walk with the king-sized blanket wrapped around his small and weakened body without falling every 2 steps. Instead, he grabbed Jeff's bathrobe hanging on the back of their closet door, wrapping it tightly around himself and burying his nose in the collar. He stepped out of their bedroom door into the hallway and stopped. Bang, bang, bang. The door. Someone was banging on the door. Until that moment, he'd forgotten the doorbell had stopped working the week before. The same doorbell Misha was supposed to have called to get repaired. Oops. Shuffling as fast as he could, Misha walked down the hall and then the stairs. He held onto the railing as tightly as he could manage, in case he got dizzy again. Not that Misha had much energy to hold on very tight. He hated feeling so weak. Misha needed to get all the rest he could manage. When Jeff came home, he would try to hide how bad he was feeling so Jeff wouldn't worry. Jeff had enough to worry about. The banging continued, and Misha wanted to yell, but his throat hurt, and yelling would make it worse. Not to mention that damn headache doing some bang 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 all on its own. More like spikes being driven through my skull. Misha got to the door and leaned against it. Just 1 second and he would open the door. He needed to catch his breath and stop the sudden weakness that had come over him. Who knew my bones could rattle like that? Misha heard his phone ring, all the way upstairs. It was probably Jeff calling to check on him. He really wanted to answer it, needed to talk to him. But Misha was too far away, and the door had to be opened, and he wanted to sleep. Tears pricked his eyes. God, being sick sucks donkey balls. Bang, bang, bang. Wincing, Misha stepped back, unlocked the door, and pulled it open. Lucas. Lucas was at their door. Lucas? Surprise. Then a look of concern crossed Lucas's face, but before he could say anything, Misha responded, I can't believe you're here. Plastering a smile on his face, Misha ushered Lucas into the house. Did you tell us you were coming and I forgot? Lucas closed the door behind him as Misha walked toward the family room. He needed to sit down before his legs rattled out from under him. Misha had almost crossed the entryway into the family room when Lucas gently grabbed his arm, pulling him to face Lucas. Misha, what's going on? You don't look so good. No, He meant to say fine, but suddenly Misha felt dizzy and swayed on his feet. Without thought, he reached for Lucas and held on tight. Oh, little one. Then Misha was wrapped up in Lucas's strong arms, and he wanted to cry, but refused to be so weak in front of Lucas. Misha didn't want to worry him. I'm so glad he's here. But why is he here? I told you, I came to surprise you both for Valentine's Day. And here I find you clearly not feeling well and all alone. Where's Jeff? Isn't he usually home by now? Lucas scooped Misha up, and Misha buried his face in Lucas's neck, wishing he could smell his skin, the scent he'd missed the last month. But his stupid, freaking stuffy nose blocked everything. Fuck, I missed this man. A minute later, Lucas sat. Misha stayed right where he was. He was a mix of embarrassed and just plain old feeling needy. But Lucas was there, and it had been so long, and he mostly just needed to be close to him. God, being sick really, really sucked donkey balls. It bore repeating because fuck colds. Mumbling against Lucas's neck, Misha replied, Usually, Fridays are his early day, but they had a meeting that got rescheduled last minute, so he won't be home until... Misha started coughing, and it seemed to go on forever. By the time he was finished, his throat hurt, and Misha felt so done with the whole being sick thing. Lucas's large, warm hand rubbed gently up and down his back, while the other arm was still wrapped around him. Maybe Lucas wouldn't mind if he slept right there in his lap for a little while. Misha wasn't sure how long he lay against Lucas's chest when he heard the rumble of Lucas's voice. Misha must have fallen asleep like he'd wanted to, since he was no longer plastered to Lucas's neck, but lay draped across his body, face pressed to his chest and legs tangled. Misha wiggled, getting his arms under himself to get up and relieve Lucas of the burden of his weight. He ached worse than he'd ever felt before, but he was determined not to be needy. Lucas hadn't come all the way across the country for that. Hold on there, Misha. Where are you trying to go? Lucas's voice was gentle but firm. Lucas's hand pressed against his forehead. Yeah, he still has a fever. Now that he's awake, I'll get some fluids into him and get him up to bed. Misha tipped his head back to look up at Lucas, who was on the phone. I can... Man, his throat hurt. I can do that. You don't need to worry. Lucas laughed, the sound low and happy in Misha's ear, making him smile. He closed his eyes just to listen. Giddy beyond words, Lucas was with him. "I'll tell him you said that." Misha was certain he knew who Lucas was talking to. "Okay, we'll see you soon." "Yep, definitely Jeff." "Yeah, I know how he can get." Misha once again tipped his face back, trying his best to glare up at Lucas, who booped his nose and laughed again. "He's trying to glare at me right now, so I'll let you go before he hurts himself." Lucas hung up and reached out, placing his phone on the coffee table. "How about I help you to sit up?" No, not yet. You need to go slow." Lucas's arms wrapped around Misha, pushing him into a sitting position. Lucas grabbed a water bottle he had sitting on the coffee table, opened it, and then held it to Misha's lips. "Once you get that bottle of water in you, we'll head upstairs." Misha reached up to grab the bottle from Lucas, but his hands were pushed aside. "I've got the bottle, little one. You just drink." Misha didn't understand why he loved the idea as much as he hated it, but Misha did as he was told and drank. He started out slow, worried he might vomit, but that wasn't an issue. Even with the sore throat, the cool water felt good. And while he drank, Lucas talked. "There you go, nice and slow." He pulled the bottle away every few sips, and Misha would lean his head back, resting it. Never had the thing felt so damn heavy. "Again, little one." Then they started all over again. Lucas had a small smile on his lips, and Misha couldn't figure it out. On the next pause in drinking, he asked, "Why do you seem so happy? You were coming for a surprise weekend, and now it's been ruined." Even through the fog in his head, Misha realized what day it was. His heart was on cloud 9, even if his body was in hell, with the knowledge Lucas would surprise them on Valentine's Day. Commercial holiday or not, Misha loved that he'd done that. "I'm here with you. Why would I not be happy?" Lucas ran the backs of his fingers down his cheek. "Because I'm sick and gross, and now you're here taking care of me." "That's all true. But did you forget what I told you about what being a daddy meant for me?" Misha thought back to their first weekend when Lucas had been out, and the discussion had come up of the difference between Jeff as his sir and what Lucas was as a daddy. "Yeah, you're a caretaker." "Exactly. I love taking care of you, whether you're healthy and sassy or sick and sassy." Lucas laughed when Misha scrunched his nose and narrowed his eyes at him. "I want you to be able to hand over your care to me and know that everything I do is what I think is best for you." "Like Jeff does, right? But you said you'll be different, like in punishments and rewards." "The difference is in the details. Whereas Jeff will give you rules to live by, I want to make sure you're eating by cooking for you, even sometimes hand-feeding you, dressing you, and bathing you. So in this moment, as much as I hate to see you sick, I live for this, little one. I want to nurse you back to health." If he wasn't already flushed from illness, Misha's face would have become redder. "I like that," he replied quietly. "It does sound backward, though. I'm the submissive, and I should be taking care of you." "And you are. By letting me take care of you, you are fulfilling me in so many ways. You get that, right?" Misha sighed and leaned his head back, the bottle of water finally gone. He felt so drained, but he turned his head so he could look at Lucas. "Yeah, I get that. And I'm so glad you're here, even if I have a cold." "With this fever, baby, it's more like the flu, unfortunately." Misha groaned. "Basically a cold on steroids. Great." Lucas chuckled. "Not quite the description I would use, but close enough. Let's get you upstairs and in the shower so I can clean you up." "Life is so unfair. Any other time I would have been hard as soon as you said those words." Misha pouted and closed his eyes as Lucas stood and reached for him. "Aw, I love how cute you are when you pout." Lucas gently pulled Misha up off the couch, making sure the robe Misha wore was still wrapped securely around him. He guided Misha with his arm around his waist out of the family room and up the stairs. Misha wanted to say he didn't need the support, but he knew how much Lucas enjoyed being there for Misha, and honestly, Misha loved being so close to him. They walked into Misha's room, and Lucas went straight for the bathroom, leaving Misha in the bedroom, and started the shower. "Have a seat while I get things set up, little one." Misha sighed, sitting down on the side of the bed. Just the walk up the stairs tired him out. He was bone-deep tired with a sexy man in the other room getting ready to wash him. Misha dropped his head into his hands. "Ugh." The groan slipped out, and Lucas came rushing back into the room. "You okay? Is it your head?" Lucas knelt in front of him, running his hands gently up and down Misha's arms. "You are too good to me, sir," Misha whispered before looking up. Lucas smiled, gentle, and with so much love Misha's belly flopped. These moments reminded Misha Lucas lived so far away, and made him miss the times when Lucas was there, holding him or kissing Jeff, and laughing with them, just making them all feel so loved. "Well, you deserve it." Lucas kissed the tip of his nose. "Up you go. Let's get these clothes off you." Lucas untied the robe and pulled it off, dropping it on the bed behind Misha. Then Lucas stripped him of all his clothes until Misha stood there naked and shivering. Lucas guided him into the steamy bathroom, and he sighed as the heat enveloped his cold, trembling body. Lucas opened the glass shower door, telling him to get in. Leaving the door open, Lucas quickly took his own clothes off before joining Misha. "It is so completely unfair how pretty you are, sir." Lucas laughed again. "You keep laughing at me and I'm going to get a complex." Misha pouted, but saw Lucas trying to hide his smile and immediately smoothed out his face. The next 15 minutes was spent taking the most clinical, unsexy shower ever, followed by Lucas toweling him off without even trying to turn him on. By the time Misha was put into his pajamas and one of Lucas's sweatshirts from his suitcase, Misha felt like crap. But crap wrapped up with so much care and affection, his mind was in heaven, and he never wanted Lucas to leave. Smiling, Lucas steered Misha into the bed and leaned him against a mound of pillows. He sat down next to him, handing him another bottle of water. "Drink this slowly. Jeff told me your meds are in the kitchen, which is weird, by the way, so I'm going to get them and bring them back up. Stay right there." Another kiss to the nose, and Lucas was up and walking out of the room. Misha mumbled, "Where would I go?" Misha thought back to the few conversations they'd had about Lucas and being a daddy. In theory, it didn't sound that different than Jeff being his sir, but watching Lucas in full-on daddy mode was eye-opening. Misha loved it, but on the other side was this pull for him to serve Lucas like he served Jeff. How odd was it to submit to Lucas and let him take over and care for his every need, and then submit to Jeff with his rules and serving him to give him everything he wanted. Misha chuckled, because the only analogy he could think of was getting your cake and having it hand-fed to you while someone else ate it off your body. Clearly, the fever was getting to him. Wiggling deeper into the pillows, he wondered when Jeff would be home. He felt the need to talk to him, maybe get his insight on how he was feeling. Although Lucas was there, and Misha could talk to him. Leaning his head back, Misha closed his eyes and let his thoughts drift on the dream of what having both his sir and his daddy in the same house, day in and day out, would be like. The floppy feeling flooded his belly once again. He wanted that so badly. Wanted to experience Lucas there all the time. The next thing Misha knew, he was being gently shaken. Opening his eyes, he saw Lucas sitting on the side of the bed, with Jeff standing behind him. "Hey, little one. Sorry to wake you, but I need you to take some medicine to help bring your fever down, okay?" Misha nodded, pushed up with a groan to sit up a bit more, took the uncapped bottle of water from Lucas and the 2 pills, and swallowed them down. "Good boy." And you're in luck. Lucas picked up a bowl and spoon from the nightstand. It's your favorite chicken noodle soup from that deli over on Fulton Street, Jeff added, while Lucas spoon-fed Misha. Thank you, Jeff. That was sweet of you. Anything for you. Jeff walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Misha eyed the door, wondering if he'd just had a bad day at work. He feels guilty for not being here when you're so sick. Lucas clearly read Misha's train of thought. But I didn't even know it was more than a simple cold. How could he? Lucas shook his head, spooning another mouthful of soup Misha could barely taste and barely get to slide down his throat without pain. He's a dom, and he's Jeff. You know how he is. He thinks he has to carry it all on his shoulders, especially when it comes to you. Lucas wasn't wrong. No matter how Misha had tried to convince Sir it didn't need to be that way, Jeff never stopped. Stubborn man, Misha grumbled and crossed his arms over his chest. Lucas booped his nose, then grabbed the spoon, filled it with broth, and brought it to Misha's mouth. You two do make a perfect pair. Misha went to deny what Lucas was saying, but he just didn't have the energy for the false denial. They were a perfect pair of stubborn men. You're lucky I'm weak. Lucas laughed. Once again, Misha thought how much he loved that sound. He felt his eyes close and immediately opened them again. Lucas put the bowl down, grabbing the bottle of water, and placed it to Misha's lips. Once he finished it, Lucas tossed it into the small trash can next to his nightstand. Misha lay back, nearly fully reclined. Lucas pulled the blanket up, tucking Misha tightly into bed. I like you being here, Lucas. I wish you could stay. His eyes closed again, but the door opening had him snapping them open. Jeff walked out of the bathroom in his dark blue lounge pants and t-shirt. Misha shimmied his hand free out of the side of the blanket and wiggled his fingers, gesturing for Jeff to come closer. Lucas stood and Misha panicked, thinking he was going to leave. No, sir, stay. Lucas pushed the hair off Misha's forehead, smoothing it back before replying, I'm not going anywhere, little one. Just to the other side of the bed so Jeff can sit here with you. Misha nodded his acknowledgement and watched Jeff sit. The bed dipped next to him as Lucas climbed under the blankets. Then the bed to his other side moved, but his head wasn't fast enough to watch what was going on before he heard Jeff speak. You pull, I push. Misha felt confused. Brain fog will do that to the best of people. But then Misha was moving, weightless for a moment as he was lifted into the air, probably only inches. Then he was closer to Lucas. You moved me, Misha whispered, not once moving his eyes off Lucas, because tired wasn't an apt description of how weak his body felt. Lucas chuckled and replied, We both did, baby. Misha looked at Jeff, now settled in under the blankets like Lucas, both of them lying on their sides to look at Misha. The heavy weight of an arm rested across his belly, and Jeff smiled as he gently pushed Misha's hair off his forehead. He wanted to soothe Jeff's guilt about leaving him. Please don't feel bad. Misha's mouth was slow, like he was drunk, and his words felt slurred. God, he was tired. Being cuddled between his men gave him a sense of safety nothing else could accomplish, making every muscle relax. Shh, I'm better now that I'm here with you both. Jeff grabbed the hand free of the cocoon of blankets Lucas had buried him in. Maybe Lucas was a bit of an overprotective daddy. Misha giggled. Boy, what has that sleep-addled brain of yours giggling? Misha could hear the smile in Jeff's words, but wanted to see it. He loved Jeff's smile, like he loved Lucas's smile, but his stupid eyes wouldn't open. Misha tried again to get his eyes to obey him before giving up and said the only thought in his head, Daddy's just like you. The room was suddenly quiet, and Misha thought for a moment he had passed out, but he felt at least a little awake and could still feel the warm bodies cuddling him on either side. Sweetheart. definitely not asleep if he could hear Jeff's voice. Misha replied. Can you open your eyes for us? Taking a deep breath, Misha opened his eyes a crack. His head must have turned because he wasn't looking at Jeff like he knew he should have been, but Lucas, his daddy. It hit him all at once. The look on Lucas's face and the realization that he had called him Daddy out loud. Damn his stupid, sick brain. Misha's eyes were now wide open. I'm so sorry, sir. I hadn't meant for that to come out. He lifted his other hand out from the comforter to reach for Lucas, with much difficulty. Lucas must have taken a class on how to disarm a sub with a down blanket in his daddy training. Shh, little one. Don't feel the need to apologize. Unless, of course, you didn't mean it. The warmth and affection Lucas had for Misha was always clear in his eyes, but there was caution as well. Adding as much confidence and surety as he could, exhausted as he was, Misha said, Of course I meant it. It feels so right. Lucas nodded and swallowed hard. Misha smiled at him, squeezing his hand at the same time. It really does, boy. It really does. Lucas leaned down and kissed his forehead. He was getting the idea his lips were off limits. Misha turned to look at his quiet Jeff, and fuck, the look on his face was so bright, so damn happy it could have lit up the night sky. You are so perfect for us, sweetheart. They were perfect for him, too. Misha closed his eyes, unable to keep them open a second longer. He never wanted to be anywhere else. Chapter 5. Lucas. Lucas's heartbeat kicked into hyperdrive, and though he probably wouldn't admit it to his men, he was nervous as fuck waiting for their arrival. He wanted everything to go right, and had done everything he could to prepare for their visit. He was falling hard and fast for Misha, and falling hard and fast for Jeff for the second time in his life was a mindfuck all its own. They'd come full circle. Both were different men. It felt new and exciting at the same time. It felt like coming home. Jeff's sweet boy, their boy, Misha, was a spitfire. Before the amazing scene Jeff had asked Lucas to participate in, he'd never met Misha face to face, but they'd chatted on the phone several times since Jeff and Misha got together several years back. And though they'd jointly played with submissives in college before their breakup, he'd never truly expected to have the pleasure of doing so with the man Jeff had fallen head over heels in love with. But that phone call, goddamn, Jeff's phone call elicited an excitement Lucas hadn't felt in years with all the subs he'd played with at his local club. So there he was, after a month of phone calls, video calls, texts, trips to Powell's Point, and emails, waiting for the two men who'd come to mean the most to him in the world. The airport was packed on a Friday evening. He lingered at the head of the arrivals gate they'd be coming through. Lucas looked at his watch for the umpteenth time, then shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans to keep himself from doing it again. He'd arrived on time, but their plane hadn't, and so he waited, and waited, for what felt like hours, but had only been 30 minutes last he'd checked. Moments later, Lucas heard a ridiculously familiar squeak, and raised his head, a broad smile on his face. Misha ran full tilt toward him, people quickly moving out of his way. Lucas only just managed to brace himself for the collision that was Misha as he flew into Lucas's arms and wrapped around him like a spider monkey. Chuckling and loving every ounce of exuberance the boy displayed, Lucas gripped Misha's ass in his palms to help hold him up. At the same time, Misha pulled back enough to clasp Lucas's face in his hands and pepper his face with kisses. Everything around Lucas went silent and still, a mere buzzing static in his ears, as the handful of a man still wrapped around him kissed and whispered to him about how much he'd been missed. Lucas's heart felt full to bursting, and he only realized a smiling Jeff was standing in their space when Lucas felt Jeff's palm rub his lower back. Managing to extricate himself from Misha's lips, He turned his head and was met with another pair of them, managing to show their enthusiasm as well. Misha slid back down to the ground and burrowed in the space between him and Jeff. Ending the kiss, Lucas glanced at Misha, leaned down, and kissed the top of his head. Lucas turned to Jeff, whose eyes seemed to be drinking him in, and asked, "How was your flight?" Jeff said, "Uneventful." At the same time, Misha said, "Boring." Both Doms chuckled and hugged the smaller man, and Lucas couldn't help but kiss his soft hair again, breathing in his sweet smell. When they all pulled back from each other, he grabbed hold of the second carry-on bag beside Jeff, knowing from its vibrant colors it was Misha's, and turned to lead them downstairs. "Did you check any bags?" Misha moved to his other side to hold the hand not busy with the bag, while Jeff answered, "No, just these." "That makes things easy. Let's head home and have some dinner. I'm sure you're both starving." Seeing that Misha drank 3 glasses of champagne and ate nothing of substance since we left, I think it's a good idea to feed him. Lucas gazed at Misha, brought his hand up, and kissed the back of it. "Took advantage of first class, did you?" Misha grinned up at him and nodded. "Of course." A couple hours later, the 3 of them leaned back in their chairs, stomachs full of seared ahi tuna, mushroom risotto, and a salad of mixed greens. Misha lifted his glass of Pinot and a toast. "Here's to a wonderful trip. We're so excited to be here." Wanting the task to be done as quickly as possible so they could move on to better things, Lucas got up to take the dishes to the sink and began to wash them. Jeff and Misha brought the rest of the dishes in. Then Jeff ordered Misha to get himself washed up and prepped for them, as Jeff went back to the table to wipe it down. Goosebumps skittered up Lucas's spine, the hairs on his arms standing on end when Jeff stood flush against his back, placed his hands on Lucas's hips, and ran his nose along the ticklish spot Jeff never seemed to forget Lucas had below and behind his ear. He shivered at the intimacy of Jeff's touch, his body's memory kicking in with every new caress from the dominant man. Jeff reached around and slid his warm, soft hand underneath Lucas's shirt, over his abs toward his chest, thumbing his left nipple and then pinching it. Before Lucas could stop it, a gasp escaped. Jeff did it again to his right nipple at the same time as he bit his left earlobe, the dual sensations nearly too much, causing him to groan. "Jesus, Jeff, you feel so good. So fucking good. This is where you belong, Lucas. In my arms, sharing ownership of that beautiful boy who is getting himself ready for us both as we speak." The faucet was running, and Lucas's hands were sudsy, but the dishes in the sink were all but forgotten. All he could do was tilt his head to the side, needing more from the man literally surrounding him from behind. Jeff must have known how he was feeling, must have heard it in his sigh and felt the shudders running through him, playing Lucas's body as if he anticipated every reaction. And Lucas realized he did. Jeff remembered everything. How Lucas had thought for even a moment Jeff would ever forget how to play his body like a finely tuned instrument, he'd never understand. But Jeff remembered clearly enough to whisper in Lucas's ear at exactly the right angle, causing tremors to travel from his neck down to his toes and pre-cum to drip from his slit. And if that hadn't done him in, Jeff's words would have. "Are you going to allow me to fuck you tonight?" "Fuck, yes. I want that very much." "So do I. You want to go hurry Misha along? I'll finish up in here." Wanting what Jeff was offering so much more than he wanted a clean kitchen, Lucas wiped his hands on a nearby towel, turned, pulled Jeff into a passionate kiss, and murmured against his lips, "Don't take too long." Jeff chuckled at him, and Lucas couldn't help the grin as he headed toward his bedroom. Excited for what was to come, Lucas walked in his room and his gaze fell on one of the most beautiful sights he'd ever seen. Misha was completely naked, on his knees on Lucas's bed, with his body folded in half. His ass sat back on his heels, head between his arms, forehead to the bed. One hand clasped over the other on top of the duvet, Misha's body stretched in some kind of physics-defying yoga child's pose. The sight nearly blew Lucas's mind and his load when he stood facing Misha's very well-lubed and very widely spread hole, gripping onto a butt plug like it was trying to run away. "Christ, you're gorgeous, little one. All sleek lines and beautiful curves." Walking over to his bedside drawers, Lucas tugged the bottom one open and pulled out a wide silk ribbon of fabric he was grateful he'd never gotten rid of. Lucas kneeled on the bed beside Misha, kissed up his arm, and whispered, "Raise your head a bit. That's it. I'm going to tie this blindfold on you, all right? It will help heighten your other senses." "Yes, Daddy." God damn, he'd never tire of hearing those words from Misha. It sent a thrill zinging through his body, heightening his awareness of the slender body stretched out before him. "That's my good boy. I'm going to hop in the shower. I'll leave the door open. Jeff is in the kitchen. Both of us will hear you if you need us. We won't be long." "Thank you, Daddy." Lucas couldn't stop himself from leaning over once more and kissing the side of Misha's head, inhaling Misha's scent that drew Lucas like a fly to honey. "I love hearing you say that, little one." Reluctantly, Lucas pulled away and walked into the bathroom, turning on the shower and getting undressed while he waited for the water to heat up. All business as soon as he stepped into the steamy enclosure, Lucas made quick work of cleansing himself both outside and in, and got out to dry himself off. Toweling off his hair, Lucas walked into the bedroom again, wanting to get another look at Misha's prone form. Perhaps Lucas should have expected it, but a jolt of surprise zinged through his system when he saw Jeff, naked, cock in hand, as he gazed down at Misha. And if the sounds were anything to go by, Jeff was getting himself well lubed for a good fuck. Both Misha and Jeff were stunning, taking Lucas's breath away as he looked on. God damn, I'm a lucky man. Lucas must have made a sound, because Jeff turned his way, his eyes sliding over every inch of Lucas's naked body. The sound of Jeff's lubed cock in his own fist was so obscene, it made Lucas's semi completely hard. As he passed by to grab the lube for himself, Lucas approached Jeff and squeezed his firm, round ass cheek in his hand. Lucas caught Jeff's smirk and couldn't keep the grin from his face if he tried. Lucas pumped several shots of lube into his palm and then approached the side of the bed as he lubed himself up. Lucas gazed down at the slender form on the bed. Misha's breaths were coming fast, just like his and Jeff's. After so long a wait, this could never be a long, drawn-out lovemaking session. It was going to be a frantic, frenzied fuck. They needed each other desperately. Heart speeding up in his chest, Lucas gazed back at Jeff. When their gazes met, they both nodded to each other in tacit agreement. Lucas knelt on the bed behind Misha, wanting so badly to pull out the plug and plunge in fast and furious, but he couldn't hurt Misha. Instead, Lucas covered his prone form and whispered, "I don't think I can be slow, little one. I need you too much." Misha reached back and threaded his hand through the hair at the base of Lucas's neck. "Then take me, Daddy." "Fuck, boy," Lucas breathed out, barely able to contain himself. Misha's answer left no room for doubt. He wanted this exactly as much as Lucas did. Lucas pulled back and slowly withdrew the fat plug from Misha's ass, eliciting a moan when the fattest part of the toy stretched out the rings of muscle at his entrance. Without missing a beat, not allowing Misha to breathe or get used to being empty, Lucas plunged in. At Misha's coarse shout, followed by a long moan, Lucas pulled Misha up flush against his chest and established a steady rhythm. But moments later, Lucas felt a well-lubed finger breaching his entrance. Lucas slowed to a complete stop, yearning, desperately needing Jeff deep inside of him before he could start up again. Not wanting Misha to be left out of the equation, Lucas gripped Misha's cock in his already lubed fist and tweaked his nipple mercilessly with his other hand. 2 fingers, then 3 pushed their way inside, and the moans Lucas let out brought a whimper from Misha. "Fuck, you are so damn tight, Lucas. It'll hurt so good. I know how much you love pleasure mixed with pain. Yes, God, do it." Jeff took him at his word and slid inside. As much as Lucas thought he was prepared, the stretch and burn was just shy of too much, and maybe even not enough. Jeff pulled out and pushed back in. Pretty soon he was pistoning his hips, and Lucas was in ecstasy. Something deep inside of Lucas flared red-hot with need. He reached back with one hand to grip Jeff's neck, holding him close, and with the other, palmed an ass cheek and squeezed. Jeff growled in his ear and thrust harder, faster, and the movement shoved Lucas's cock even deeper into Misha's body. Misha couldn't hold himself flush against him any longer, and Lucas was beyond the point of being able to help him. So when Misha planted his hands back on the bed to steady himself, Lucas gripped Misha's hips in his large hands, leaning his weight on the boy and gripping him hard enough to leave bruises. A thrill shot through him. The sturdier position helped Lucas adjust to Jeff's length, girth, and punishing rhythm, making everything that much more pleasurable. But as his own feelings of passion and pleasure heightened, Lucas could no longer be passive. A moment later, he pushed back against Jeff and then slammed into Misha, forcing both men to stay still as his hips fucked forward and back. He took a pounding of his own making and dished one out at the same time. He sped up when Misha whined and panted, "Daddy, please, harder." Jesus, these men were going to be the death of him. He fucked harder, giving Misha what he needed. Lucas couldn't ever remember feeling so much at once, not in all of his life. Feelings of love, passion, aggression, need, desperation, greed, and yearning crashed together like waves against the shore during a tropical storm. Several times, Lucas muffled his own visceral reactions to everything. He didn't know if he was trying to keep both men from knowing just how deeply being with them like this affected him, or if he was trying to hear every groan, whimper, and curse they both let out. It was probably both. But when Jeff wrapped an arm across his chest and pinched his nipple hard enough, Lucas nearly came deep inside Misha. Lucas shouted, and the rhythm of his hips stuttered out of his control until he got himself back into a steady pace again. But as soon as Lucas did, Misha clenched his muscles around his cock, and Lucas bowed over Misha, grabbed him around the chest, and pulled him flush against his own. Obviously knowing he was close, Jeff growled in his ear, "That's it. Drill Misha as I fuck my seed into you. Wring every last drop from me." Lucas lost it at that point, those words, and Misha's constant litany of, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," giving Lucas the last burst of pleasure he could handle. He gripped Misha's cock and forced the boy's orgasm from him. As he emptied his own cum inside Misha's trembling body, Lucas turned Misha's head for a deep, soul-shattering kiss. Suddenly his nipples were pinched harder than he'd ever felt, and the orgasm he thought was nearly at its end kept going and going and going. Lucas cried out again, and somehow kept a punishing pace, his grip tightening even harder around Misha's cock, making him scream out in pleasure and pain. When Jeff bit the juncture between Lucas's neck and shoulder, Lucas lost all his strength and could do nothing but feel Jeff's hot cum coating the insides of his channel. All 3 men were shattered, but held on to control long enough to pull gently from each other's bodies. Then they collapsed in a near heap, breathless, spent, and floating on a sex-fueled, euphoric high, rendering them all speechless. Lucas must have dozed off and on because when he woke, it was several hours later, and the lights in the room had been turned off. One of his large throw blankets was placed over all 3 of them. Lucas gazed down at the man in his arms, and his heart gave a lurch when Misha's long lashes fluttered and opened. The soft smile Lucas received made his heart squeeze, along with the tender nuzzling kiss Misha gave him, and a whispered, "Daddy, you feel so good," against his chest as he burrowed deeper into Lucas's arms. Lucas must have moved too much for Jeff's comfort, because the arm banded around his middle tightened, and the hairs at the back of his neck stood on end when Jeff whispered, "Go back to sleep, Lucas." Obviously, Lucas's mind and body agreed with Jeff. Lucas fell into a deep sleep no more than a few seconds later, a contentment he'd never felt settling into him. Chapter 6. Misha. After he finished tying his sneakers, Misha stood up from the sofa. It was day 3 of them being in New York City, but only the second day they were going out to do some sightseeing. Their attempt yesterday had disappointed Misha. Lucas kept getting phone call after phone call from work about whatever thing he was working on. Every so often, Misha would turn around and find Lucas trailing behind them or outside the store with his cell attached to his ear. Misha tried not to be mad. Lucas wasn't enjoying it either. Misha felt shitty about that too, because being an adult sometimes required sacrifice. But damn it, they never saw each other. Video chats and phone calls between them weren't a replacement for spending time together talking and laughing and just good old dating. Blowing out a breath, he shook his shoulders, trying to relieve the tension built up in his body from thinking about it. "Everyone ready?" Jeff asked. Misha nodded after he patted his pockets to make sure he had his things, then moved to stand by the front door. Lucas yelled from the other room, "Grabbing one last thing." Jeff's mouth curved into an amused smirk that spoke of wicked things. The look sent shivers down Misha's spine. He'd seen it enough in the last 3 years to remember the echo of nearly every delicious bit of torture that followed. God, his nipples were hard from only a look, brushing against the fabric of his t-shirt. He had to hold in the moan, wanting to escape. Then Lucas came walking down the hall with what could only be described as a predatory grin. 2 damn peas in a pod. Misha found himself taking a step back, not in fear, but out of self-preservation. Whatever was about to happen was going to happen to him. Prying his eyes off Lucas, Misha saw Jeff walking right toward him as well. His breath caught, and a jolt went through his whole body, straight to his dick. Misha could only stare at these 2 men as they stalked closer to him, his mouth dry, his pulse jumpy, lungs heavy. Misha wanted whatever they had planned. He swallowed when Jeff reached for Misha's chest and gently pushed him back. Misha stumbled. Then his back was against the door, pinned by Jeff. Lucas stood right behind Jeff, the same wicked, sexy-as-fuck grin on his face. But his eyes, his beautiful green eyes, danced, affectionate and amused, over Misha's face. "Misha." Jeff said his name. Misha's mind was working slow, like molasses. Misha turned, looking up at his sir. "I can see you getting lost in your head. Do you want us to make sure that doesn't happen, boy?" Misha couldn't speak, so he nodded. Lucas chuckled, and Jeff's mouth curved into a grin. "Sweetheart, you know the rules. You have to answer." Misha swallowed, thirsty for whatever they wanted him to do next, parched. "Yes, sir," he croaked. His sir was feeling feisty this morning. Lucas, too. Probably because they'd been up nearly all night fucking and kissing and talking. "Unbutton your pants, little one," Lucas ordered. Misha reached down, no question, no hesitation. An order starting with his pants coming off would definitely be more fun than leaving them on. His pants completely unfastened, Misha waited for instruction. "Pull your cock out. Show us how hard you are," Jeff said. Misha reached down to do as he was told, shuddering from the heat of Jeff's body, from the weight of the hand holding him in place, from the gentle but wicked gleam in his daddy's eyes. Both of them, so strong and so close, so his. Misha wanted to reach out and touch them, but that was not what he was told to do. In these moments, he felt the most vulnerable, the most helpless. But it was that feeling of helplessness that he craved. With his hard cock exposed, Misha dropped his hand. With his free hand, Jeff reached back to Lucas without taking his eyes from Misha. Misha couldn't see clearly, since Jeff's frame blocked most of everything except Lucas's face. But he heard the snick of a bottle of lube opening. Lucas took a step forward. Before Misha knew what was happening, the hand pressing him against the door came up and knotted in his hair, pulling his head back and exposing his throat. Misha was floating, untethered, and they were his only anchor. Lucas was so close now, his hand taking the place of Jeff's, holding him to the door. He could smell them. Both had their own unique scents, a mixture of musk and wood infusing the air around him. Misha wanted to breathe it in until it was all he could smell. He wanted them inside of him, in every way possible. Then Jeff's slick hand wrapped around Misha's hard cock and stroked up. Jeff's hand moved in long pulls, twisting at the top, making Misha's hips buck in response, then smoothly slid back down, over and over. Lucas's lips sealed over Misha's, his tongue filling Misha's mouth. This wasn't a kiss. It was an invasion, and Misha welcomed it. He moaned and pleaded for more. Kissing Lucas, being pleasured by Jeff, being held by both of them, had Misha flying. He was in heaven. Misha was going to come, but when his body was almost unable to handle any more, Jeff let go of his cock. His hand slipped down between Misha's thighs to cup his balls and tugged. Misha sobbed. He knew, God, he fucking knew what they were doing to him. Edging. Torture and pleasure. One of Jeff's favorite things. Misha's climax slipped out of reach. His sir chuckled, low and rough, but he wasn't unaffected. It was a small victory. Lucas kissed his jaw, warm and affectionate, the perfect daddy. "You were so close, little one." Yes, he was, but not close enough. So mean. Misha had meant it to come out sharp and annoyed, but his voice was weak and breathless, nearly a whisper. Even without being able to come, he was exhausted. Lucas soothed him with his free hand, running it along his side. If it wasn't for the fact he was being held up, he'd be a puddle of goo on the entryway floor. The moment Jeff released him, Lucas turned him, putting him face down on the entryway table, his hands secured in someone's grip behind him. Then Misha felt pressure against his hole. Misha automatically relaxed and pushed against whatever it was. He trusted them to do with his body what they would. He was safe. "This is to help you stay focused on what's important today, sweetheart." It was a plug. Definitely on the smaller side. The unexpected vibration shooting through his hole a second later made him yelp in surprise, quickly turning into a moan. "Fuck!" A hand landed hard on his ass. "Language, little one. You should be thanking us." "Thank you, sirs." Misha felt giddy and light. They deserved all the thanks for that. But he would not thank them for the torture that was coming during the day ahead. An hour later, they walked through Manhattan on their way to Central Park to explore and maybe even go to a couple of the museums on Fifth Avenue. At least 5 times, Lucas thumbed the damn button on the remote control for the stupid fucking plug, each time longer than before. Misha held Lucas's hand for the better part of that hour, and Jeff walked next to him, often with a hand on Misha's back or kissing the side of his head. All 3 of them were smiling and enjoying each other's company. It felt like forever since that had happened, let alone all 3 of them being in the same damn city. Lucas's first visit to Powell's Point had been amazing, until Lucas had to leave to go back to New York City. Adulting sucked, Misha hated it. Each passing day that they were all apart, not able to make a full go of their relationship, made Misha needy and scared. Scared it wouldn't work, and they would lose Lucas due to time and distance. The vibration started again, strong and steady. Misha almost let the moan slip out. It was hard. He was hard. His hand gripped Lucas's tighter, needing something to hold on to. "Stop thinking, little one. I saw your brows furrow." Misha had the urge to stick his tongue out. The more he was around Lucas, the bratty side of him wanted to come out to play. Something about the man just brought it on. "At least this time you waited until I wasn't walking," Misha grumbled. "And away from a group of school kids," Jeff chuckled from behind him. "Ha ha ha, smarty pants. Watch your mouth, boy. How about you watch it for me? I can't see it from here." As soon as it came out, Misha knew it was the wrong thing to say. He blamed Lucas, damned, stupid, bratty side. "Misha." The warning in Jeff's tone was as clear as red flashing lights. Sorry?" Shit, he was sorry. And he still blamed Lucas. He'd never had a true bratty side before. Jeff hummed, "Yes, he'll definitely be sorry." No matter the promise of punishment in his tone, Misha's ass clenched in want, even when he knew it would not be fun. Misha walked closer to Jeff, grabbing his hand gently. He stood on his tiptoes and kissed his cheek, then whispered in his ear, "I'm sorry, sir. I will accept any punishment you think is deserved." Pulling away, he couldn't help but add, "But I blame Daddy. He brings out my inner brat sometimes." Misha paused. "Sir?" The ding of a text cut Lucas off. He looked at both of them, then down at his phone. It was most likely work. Earlier that day, Lucas told them his company had handed him control for one of their biggest clients. "It's an amazing opportunity, and I'm shocked they didn't pick one of the more senior consultants to work on it, but I'm also glad they didn't. They're smart, that's why. They know you're the best for the job. Besides, you are a senior consultant. Stop thinking you're not just as qualified as they are." Jeff's no-nonsense statement made Lucas grin with pride. Misha agreed. "Jeff's right. You're going to kick ass like you always do." Lucas pulled him close, kissing him with a smile that filled Misha up with Lucas's happiness. Lucas moved back and reached out, tugging Jeff to them. Before his lips touched Jeff's, Lucas whispered, "Thank you." Misha would never not want to watch those two men kiss. Both so powerful in different ways. It was always explosive and so intense. Misha flushed just from witnessing it. "Go ahead," Misha said. Lucas stared at him. Misha was sure his displeasure was clear on his own face. A second later, Lucas clicked the side button, ignoring the text. "No, I said I wasn't going to be on the phone like I was yesterday." They started walking, looking at the art on display in the museum. "You guys need to hire more staff, or better staff, so they don't bother you this much," Jeff said. Lucas sighed at Jeff's words. "I know. They've done this to me before, but it seems to be worse since they handed over this new account to me. I've tried telling them they need to hire more staff, but all I get in response is they're working on it." Jeff scoffed. Lucas nodded. "Yeah, I know they aren't. A friend in HR told me no order to start the process had ever gone through to them, but I always handle it, so it's fine." No sooner did the final word leave Lucas's mouth than his phone started a rapid ding-ding-ding of numerous texts. Misha sighed. It was going to be another one of those days. At least he'd have Lucas there, something to be grateful for. "Answer the damn texts, Lucas." Jeff was clearly annoyed with the interruptions. Misha got it. It was hard on both of them. Really, all three of them. Bicoastal dating was fucking terrible. Jeff was frustrated because Lucas needed to have control over every aspect of his job, draining him dry, which by consequence affected their time together. Misha grabbed Jeff's hand and squeezed, trying to be soothing. Jeff looked down at him. and Misha gave him a smile. Jeff's eyes softened, making Misha's heart flutter. He loved being able to make him feel better, if only a little bit. The two of them talked about what to do next while Lucas decided to call work. Misha was, of course, hungry. After a night full of sex and his body a live wire of horniness, he needed fuel to keep up with the activities of the day, and night, of course. Jeff leaned down to kiss his lips, chaste and sweet, arms wrapped around his waist, when Misha realized he no longer heard Lucas's voice. Still wrapped in Jeff's arms, Misha pulled back. Lucas stared at them with such affection Misha's stomach fluttered with butterflies. "What?" Misha asked. "I didn't say anything," Lucas replied. "Nope, but you were staring like a love-struck teenager," Jeff replied, then laughed. Lucas laughed along with him, shaking his head. "What happened with work?" Misha asked. "I told them they'd have to deal without my help this time." There was indecision on Lucas's face when he glanced at his phone before pocketing it. When Lucas looked back up at them, there was a smile on his face, but it never reached his eyes. Misha couldn't help it. He leaned up and kissed him, just a warm press of lips against lips. Misha moved away quickly, not wanting to make a spectacle in public. Lucas hugged him and kissed his temple, then stepped back, still smiling. They walked around and did some more touristy things. They even stopped into a cute little eatery for lunch that had Polish food, one of Misha's favorites, and sampled so much off the menu that, by the time they were done, Misha was overfull. Lucas laughed at him, clearly seeing his physical discomfort. "I don't care. Every freaking bite was so worth it." The vibration, quiet for so long Misha forgot about it, suddenly went off. Misha moaned, then glared at Lucas. Grinning, Lucas said, "Not me, little one," and pointed his thumb at Jeff. "I feel like my ass is being used like a game of hot potato." Misha sighed. Jeff and Lucas both barked out a laugh. "Well, it is a hot ass," Jeff said. They walked a little in Central Park, looking at the beautiful trees and a few artists who had their things on display. By an hour into that part of their long day, Jeff could probably tell Misha was getting tired. "Let's go back to the apartment, sweetheart. We'll cuddle and watch some TV or something." They got a car service, and on the way, Lucas ordered some takeout to be delivered later for dinner. And they did exactly what Jeff suggested. Once they arrived at Lucas's apartment, they piled up together on the couch and cuddled to their heart's content. Of course, only after they removed the stupid vibrating torture device from his poor ass. Misha must have fallen asleep, because when he awoke, his head was lying on a pillow on the couch, and the room was dark except for the small table lamp on the other side of the room. Jeff and Lucas sat together, Jeff with his computer in his lap, Lucas with his tablet. He took a moment to watch them. Alone, they were gorgeous, but together, Lucas's free hand on Jeff's thigh, Jeff's shoulder leaning against Lucas's, Misha couldn't help but think he was one lucky guy, and an even luckier submissive. Misha stretched and climbed off the couch. As soon as he reached Jeff, he closed the laptop, placed it on the end table, and straddled Jeff's lap. Jeff wore that small smile reserved just for him. Misha grabbed the tablet and stylus from Lucas and placed them on top of Jeff's laptop. Leaning down, he kissed his sir, his love. He traced along his lips with his tongue slowly, tentatively. Jeff caught Misha's tongue with his lips and sucked Misha's tongue into his mouth the way he would suck Misha's cock to get it hard. Feeling the pulse of arousal low in his gut, Misha whimpered. Then Jeff pushed Misha back, looked into his eyes, and brushed the backs of his fingers down Misha's cheek. "So lovely." Misha flushed. Moments like this, where Jeff spoke with such awe in his voice, still made Misha get pink-cheeked, even after all the time they'd been together. "Do I get a kiss too, little one?" Turning his face toward Lucas, Misha's lips met Lucas's. At first it was chaste, simple and affectionate. But Lucas could be greedy when the mood struck, and soon Misha was being devoured by him. When Lucas let him go, Misha nearly chased his lips to get more. But the look of warmth and tenderness in Lucas's eyes had him stopping and staring. "Jeff's right. You are so lovely." "Thank you, Daddy," was all Misha could think to say, his mind still trying to catch up from the drugging effect of their kisses. "What time is it?" Jeff looked at his watch and replied, "Nearly 9 at night." Misha's belly decided it wanted in on the conversation too, growling loudly. Immediately, Jeff and Lucas started to laugh, and Misha stuck his tongue out at them. "Hey, I can't help it that I'm hungry." Still laughing, Jeff said, "Well, let's go feed the hungry monster then." They ended up in Lucas's kitchen, while Lucas and Jeff served the takeout. The two men worked in tandem so well, all Misha could do was sit back and smile. He'd been doing an awful lot of that lately. He wasn't about to complain. They mostly ate in silence. Misha went over every bit of their day and realized the small moments of affection, and the Polish food, stood out to him the most. But that was Misha. He lived for the quiet moments in life. In those moments, a person found what was most important, the things that made life better, the things that filled them and made them whole. Meal finished, Misha pushed aside his plate and stood. "Can we go to bed now?" And that's how he spent the rest of his night, lying between two of the most important people in his life and wanting nothing more than for it to last just a while longer. Chapter 7. Misha. "Sir, your phone is ringing. It's Daddy." "Answer it, boy. Don't just ignore him." Misha picked up the phone, hitting the green button. He was excited enough to put the call on speaker and place it on the coffee table so he could sit on his hands to stop them from fidgeting. "Daddy!" Lucas's deep chuckle rang clearly through the line. It was so great to hear. "Well, hello, happy boy. What has you all giddy?" "Duh, you." "He's been going on and on about this call all day, Lucas." Jeff walked into his office, smiling and carrying 2 glasses filled with the gross green smoothie he'd been making them drink ever since he'd gotten the flu back on Valentine's Day. Misha would rather have the flu than drink grossness every day. Scrunching up his nose at Jeff, Misha mutely shook his head. Jeff ignored him and handed him the glass anyway. "Mean, sir." "I've been looking forward to it too, little one." The words wiped the pout right off his face, and Misha's heart skipped a beat. Lucas's pet name made him feel special, like when Sir called him boy or sweetheart. Misha had been looking forward to Lucas's calls for the last 3 days, but they never happened. The first day, Lucas had texted and said he couldn't make the call due to work. The second day, he was a no-show until they both woke up to an apology text. The day before, Lucas canceled early. Each time, a little crack appeared in Misha's heart. "How was work today? Close any big deals?" Misha asked Lucas. It was hard to have him so far away. Most days, Misha could hear how Lucas was stressed out from his job. Plus, it took up so much of his time. "Not today, but we made some headway on negotiations for the big merger I'm heading up." Lucas spoke with so much pride. Misha wished he could see his smiling face. "Yay for you, but no surprise there. You're good at your job." Misha tried hiding his sadness. He was happy for Lucas, but the sacrifice of being good meant they lost out on quality time with him. "That he is, sweetheart. But maybe Lucas needs to take a break from it." Jeff turned his attention back to the phone. "Lucas, I know you haven't had a day off since we came to see you at the end of February. It's been nearly a month." Lucas sighed on the other end of the phone. Misha often worried about him being all the way across the country. He was the best daddy Misha could ask for, but Lucas was not the greatest at taking care of himself. "He's right, Daddy. You should come see us soon." Voices in the background from Lucas's end of the line meant Lucas was probably still at work. Misha looked over at Jeff and saw the frown on his face. Jeff hated it when Lucas was distracted on their calls. Misha did too, but he tried to understand the position Lucas was in. It was his job, and he had responsibilities. Any good boyfriend would try to keep an understanding heart. Lucas. One sec, Jeff. The phone was muffled, probably by Lucas's hand over the receiver. Misha sighed. Sorry, sweetheart. I know you were looking forward to this. Jeff caressed his arm until he squeezed Misha's hand. I was, but I know you were too. It's fine. He's just busy. Okay, I'm sorry. I feel like this project is being handled by toddlers who can't figure out their own damn jobs. Lucas sighed, stress in his voice. Jeff's face showed the same concern Misha was feeling. I think our boy is right, Lucas. I think it's time to plan another trip to Powell's Point. We need you, and you need the break. I couldn't agree more. Let me see. Misha heard shuffling and a moment of silence before Lucas spoke again. I think I can get Shelley to move some stuff around for me for the first week of April. How's that sound? Misha let out an excited eep, and his face flushed from embarrassment over the very unmanly noise. I think Misha agrees, Lucas, Jeff said, chuckling. That's only 2 weeks away, which gives me enough time to reschedule my own stuff to get that time off as well. You thinking a long weekend? Yes, most definitely. I'll fly out Wednesday and come home Sunday. Sound good? Yes, I like this plan, Misha replied excitedly. Once again, more voices talked in the background. Misha was worried. Jeff had shared his concern that Lucas was choosing his job before them, that it wasn't his staff being incompetent, but Lucas who couldn't let go and let them do their jobs. Misha held out hope that wasn't the case. Hold on, guys. Give me a few minutes and I'll help. Another pause with more voices, clearly talking to Lucas. I understand. No, you need to call... Babe, little one, give me 1 minute. A minute passed and still no Lucas. Then another and another with only the muffled sound of voices. Jeff growled. He's obviously not coming back. I'm hanging up the phone. Misha panicked and reached out, stopping Jeff's hand from touching the cell phone. Please no, sir. Just another minute or two, please. Jeff searched Misha's face, then nodded without another word. After another 2 minutes, Jeff started pacing the room. Misha couldn't take his eyes off the phone. He hoped and chanted, pick up, pick up, pick up, over and over in his head, fighting the anger and hurt until he heard Jeff's sad, quiet voice. Misha. Misha couldn't bear knowing Jeff was right, so he didn't look up, but he nodded. Slowly, Jeff reached out and pushed the red button on the screen, ending the call and sending the screen to black. Another crack appeared in Misha's heart. Then strong arms wrapped around him. Misha leaned back, trying to soak in the safety and love. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'll talk to him. Misha didn't bother to reply. Jeff would talk to Lucas, and Misha could only hope things worked out. Later on, Misha was vegging on the couch with his laptop editing a paper when Jeff's cell, still sitting on the coffee table, started to ring. He ignored it. It was probably a work call, and Jeff would answer if he wanted to. Misha? He startled, not realizing Jeff had been calling his name. Looking away from his computer, he noticed Jeff sitting on the coffee table, the phone cradled in his hand. What? Is it for me? Jeff shook his head. It's for us. It's Lucas. Misha glanced back at his computer. The little clock in the corner of his screen showed the time to be close to 10 at night, 2 hours since Lucas put them on hold. Looking back at the cell, Misha honestly contemplated whether he should answer. Jeff muted the phone and looked up at him. You don't have to talk to him. Misha knew that, but he was an adult, and not communicating his feelings to one of his boyfriends, to his daddy, was reckless and not who he was. Misha shook his head. You know we can't do that. You wouldn't let me do that with you. This is no different. Pride filling his eyes, Jeff smiled and nodded. Jeff clicked the screen, unmuting the phone, then turned it to face them both. "Lucas?" Misha asked. Lucas's haggard face appeared on the screen. He looked like he was in a car, since it was mostly dark with only his face illuminated. He looked done, like he couldn't handle one more thing piled on his shoulders. "I'm so sorry. I never meant to not come back. I know I've been canceling the last 3 days and being in utter shit. I'm sorry to you both. It's not fair to treat you this way. It's just that this Lucas, stop." Jeff's voice was the same one he used on Misha, his sir voice. Misha shivered. Hearing it this way, the bad way, was never good. Lucas wouldn't appreciate it directed at him. "Jeff." Lucas's voice was a growl, and his face had as much force as the man could manage when it looked like he hadn't slept properly in weeks. "I'm sorry." And Jeff did look sorry. "It was done out of habit. But you need to stop. This job is killing you." Lucas looked down and sighed. "We worry about you. You don't look like you're sleeping. I think you need a daddy to take care of you since you cannot manage to do it properly yourself." Misha tried to make a joke, but he was mostly serious. Lucas was alone in New York, giving bits of himself to his job every damn day, and he never chose to say no. And sometimes Misha knew he even took on extra things he didn't have to. "I think you're both right, but no daddy for me. I just need my guys." Lucas's smile was weak and tired, but genuine. "Well, you'll have us in 2 weeks, and we will do our damnedest to convince you to move here. We are not above bribery." Jeff was mostly silent. Jeff would take more time to not be mad at Lucas for what he did that night and the other nights before it, but he would forgive, because they both were falling for Lucas. It was simply a matter of holding on to Lucas long enough to get him to see they needed him too. Lucas, 2 weeks later. "I'm sorry, it can't be helped." "Yes, it can, Lucas. You just need to get your goddamn balls back." Lucas deserved the anger in Jeff's voice. He was failing them at every turn. But he had worked so hard on this project. This kind of deal would open bigger opportunities for him, give him more control over his calendar and choices in the projects he worked on. No longer would he be at the whim of Mrs. James, the head of his department, or any other person above him in the ladder. "I'm trying, Jeff. Are you really, Lucas? Because I can tell you it doesn't feel that way to us on this end of things. You apologize, and then you do some other shitty thing. Lately, it's been missed calls or FaceTime date nights, but this time you've gone too far with canceling this trip. We've both already worked things around your schedule for you to cancel last minute. How fair is that to us?" Hurt leaked through the anger. Jeff wasn't the type to admit his pain easily, often using Misha's hurt to convey those feelings. But Lucas knew what Jeff was capable of feeling. "I'm not canceling. I'm rescheduling. Shelley's looking now to see when she can move some meetings around. I need to get this project done. Then I'll be able to give up more control and get more freedom, I promise." "And at what cost, Lucas? Your health? I know you haven't been sleeping, and I know for damn sure you don't relax and get out of the stupid fucking prison you call an office. A prison of your own making, by the way. When it comes to work, you keep choosing the job over everything else time and time again, and each time you make that choice, it buries you deeper." Pain was laced in every word Jeff said. "Fuck, Lucas. I know you have more vacation time saved up than any human being could take in a lifetime. You won't let yourself say no. You have to have your fingers in every damn thing. You won't let yourself trust your highly qualified team, who I know you picked yourself, to do their damn jobs. And what about your happiness? Is that up for sacrificing too? Because you know it's not up for sacrifice, we aren't. I will not let Misha be broken over this. I will not let him be collateral damage for your job or ambitions." By the time he stopped talking, Jeff was breathing heavily. A lump formed in Lucas's throat. He wanted to fix this, wanted to stop hurting them, but he had obligations. "Is Jeff right? Is that what I'm doing? I thought I was working toward more freedom, but am I really creating my own prison?" Lucas opened his mouth to say something when Shelley quietly entered his office, putting the note she carried on his desk. She could get him to Powell's Point a month later than originally planned, but only if he pushed his meetings forward and worked even more overtime to get it done. Lucas felt the throb of the headache forming, felt the bone-deep weariness that had slowly been creeping into him for months. Putting his head in the hand not holding the phone, he wanted to cry, wanted to ask Jeff for help to figure out how to fix this. But it wasn't Jeff's responsibility. It was Lucas's. It was his job and his life he had to get straight. Misha won't be collateral damage, Jeff. I won't let that happen. It's a small bump in the road, I promise. I can still come, but it'll just have to be put off until the first week of May. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Misha started singing in the background, and the tears stinging at his eyes nearly fell hearing that sweet voice so happy. Maybe it wasn't meant for him to be a part of. Maybe he was meant to be alone in the city. We will see you in a month, Lucas. If you can't make it again, don't bother rescheduling. And do me a favor. Anything. Call your parents. Invite yourself to their place for dinner and talk to them. I know how close you are. I know how much they love you and each other. Maybe seeing them will give you some of the clarity that you need. Lucas nodded, not able to say a word in response. I'll explain this to Misha. You will send him some kind of apology, Lucas. He deserves that. Lucas thought they both did. Thank you, Jeff, Lucas whispered. Tell Misha how much I miss him, please. Without another word, Jeff hung up, and Lucas dropped his cell to his desk. Lucas didn't know the right answer to the question looming over him, but he was on the precipice of having to make the right choice. He just didn't know what that was. Chapter 8. Jeff. A month later. As Jeff showered, getting ready for their date that night, he was lost in thoughts of how their relationship with Lucas was going. And though he thought they were moving, albeit slowly, in the right direction, things had been far from perfect. In fact, so far, he felt like being in a triad wasn't all it was cracked up to be. It was hard fucking work, made harder when one of them lived across the country and could only visit every so often. They were essentially still feeling their way around each other and finding their groove. But so far, his illusions of an easy relationship, where everything sort of fell into place, had been dashed. What felt so easy and so right nearly 4 months ago, when Lucas first came to fulfill one of Misha's deepest fantasies, had turned into a lot of effort. But Jeff wasn't a stranger to hard work. They had to keep pushing through the hard times to get to the good. Over the last couple days, they'd been having a wonderful time together. That, and how well he knew Lucas, was helping keep his outlook positive. Lucas was passionate, loving, and emotionally available, all traits making him the perfect daddy to Misha and the perfect partner for Jeff. In fact, Jeff's relationship with Lucas back in their college days had only ended because they were both dominants. They'd shared boys way back in the day, but it was college, and neither of them were seeking their forever loves. He had faith in Lucas, and the issues so far hadn't been insurmountable. They were going through what most relationships went through. It was simply harder because of their physical distance from each other. Being able to see Lucas at the end of a day when he'd missed a promised call or forgotten to respond to a text would make things so much easier. For the time being, they were dealing with things as they came along, giving each other a break and trying not to stress about the small stuff. Jeff's job was to take care of Misha, and he knew Lucas felt the same way. They'd both done their best to keep everything positive for Misha so he wouldn't feel the stress of things that weren't that big of a deal when all was said and done. The three of them had an end goal. They'd spoken about what they wanted from one another and how they saw their relationship going. Sometimes, the rare occasion when Lucas didn't have anyone demanding his time, their phone calls and discussions went on for hours. It was always a good sign when people in a relationship never ran out of things to talk about with one another. Feeling great about the night ahead, Jeff stepped out of the shower as Misha was stepping in. Jeff slapped his cheeky boy on the ass, making him gasp. He tugged his towel off the warming rack and dried himself, while Misha sang in the shower to a song only he could hear in his head. Lucas didn't want to keep his suitcase in their bedroom because it would be in the way, so he'd unpacked in the guest room and was most likely out of his shower and getting dressed, the same as Jeff was about to do. Normally, they'd have showered together, all three of them, as their shower was supersized. However, Misha had to finish some homework for one of his college courses. Jeff and Lucas needed to save time and keep from fooling around because, as Misha put it, "You both need to save your energy for later. I'm a needy boy." Truer words had never been spoken, so separate showers were the prudent choice for all of them. He wandered naked into his and Misha's bedroom and into their shared closet, scrubbing his hair with the towel. He hung it on a hook inside the door, next to another hook holding the outfit he'd picked out for Misha for the night. Perusing his wardrobe, knowing the restaurant was a bit on the swanky side, he pulled out one of his suits and a tie matching Misha's periwinkle shirt and dove-gray slacks. A few minutes later, Misha walked into the closet, chatting with him almost absent-mindedly as Jeff tucked his shirt in, fastened his pants, and buckled his belt. Misha's excited chatter about the night ahead slowed, and Misha stood before Jeff, confused. "You didn't pick out my underwear, sir. Should I pick some out myself? Is there a special pair you'd like me to wear?" As Jeff pulled on his suit coat, he gazed down at Misha, eyebrow raised. "Am I a forgetful person, Misha?" Misha's mouth dropped open, and his eyes popped wide. He glanced at the pants Jeff picked out for him, then back at Jeff. Jeff smirked when Misha's Adam's apple bobbed as he gulped. "But, sir, the pants are a thin material and, rather form-fitting. When he realized that was exactly Jeff's point, Misha abruptly stopped. He took a deep, fortifying breath and nodded. He pulled on said pants, and then his fitted button-up periwinkle shirt with eggplant-colored pinstripes. Misha slipped on his favorite pair of loafers, sans socks, leaving the 2-inch bit of naked ankle showing between where his pants ended and his shoes began. Misha was young and usually quite casual, but he also had a keen sense of fashion Jeff enjoyed. Misha tugged on the ends of his shirt and gave him a questioning look. Misha was wondering if Jeff wanted him to tuck it in, but the shirt's fitted design and shorter length was made to be worn untucked or half-tucked. "Wear it as you'd normally wear it, sweetheart. I think the half-tucked look you favor would be perfect for tonight." Misha blushed prettily and did as Jeff suggested. They both finished dressing, Misha slipping on his casual single-button blazer and Jeff putting his watch on. When he looked at Misha again, his boy was fidgeting with his shirt's top button, wondering if he should button it up or not. Ever the proud sub, Misha always preferred to leave it unbuttoned, showing the world his everyday collar, wanting others to know he was well and truly owned. Jeff gave a slight shake of his head, and Misha gave him a tiny smile. Jeff ushered them out of their closet. "I'll finish getting ready, sir." Jeff nodded. "Join us in the guest room as soon as you're done." He walked into the hallway and turned toward the guest room to get Lucas, surprised he hadn't come into their room, ready to go. The door to the far guest bedroom was closed, so Jeff knocked quietly before entering, excited to take his men out on the town and show them off. As gorgeous as they were, he was one proud son of a bitch getting to call them both his. What he saw when he opened the door made his heart seize in his chest. "Lucas, what's wrong?" His best friend, leaning his elbows on his knees and gripping his hair in his hands, glanced up, his face etched with sadness. "There's a work emergency. I have to leave." Lucas whispered it so softly and brokenly Jeff barely heard him, and knew Misha wouldn't have been able to. "Is it really an emergency? Are they demanding that you return?" Jeff questioned. "No, but everything is falling apart, and I need to be there to fix it." Disappointment flowed through his body like ice water, chilling him to his core. But in that moment he had to protect Misha, His boy was going to be crushed, which in turn devastated Jeff. Just remember, Lucas, we had this conversation about your choices and the choice between letting your team do their jobs or returning to your handmade prison. This is one of those choices you are making. Jeff shook his head, disappointed beyond words. It will have consequences. But there was no more delaying the inevitable. Misha's footsteps were getting closer to the room. Jeff squared his shoulders and moved into the room, allowing Misha a look inside. When he broke the news, he pulled Misha close within the circle of his arms, the only protection he could give. Lucas has to leave tonight, sweetheart. Misha's gasp of shock and dismay was all it took for Jeff's heart to break for Misha. No, Daddy, please don't. Misha's soft voice made Jeff hug him tighter. Lucas whispered, I'm so sorry, little one, as he walked out the door. Jeff and Misha decided to forgo their dinner date, obviously not exactly in the mood to celebrate Lucas's departure. After they said their goodbyes to Lucas, they sat together on the couch. Jeff held on tight to Misha as he cried. They didn't talk much, both of them lost in their own thoughts and worries. Jeff didn't know how to fix this, and with it being one of many things lately, he was at a loss. He wanted to keep a positive attitude. When it was communication mishaps across the country, he could see where things could get away from Lucas. But this was a whole other animal he didn't know how to slay. It was so unlike Lucas, he was still in disbelief. Not having a concrete solution to the situation for Misha also weighed heavily on him, all the heavier as Misha sniffled. When all was said and done, his loyalty and responsibility was to Misha, and Jeff had to ensure he protected Misha with everything he had. He took a deep breath, figuring they'd marinated in their own misery long enough, and sitting there wasn't helping Misha at all. Jeff stood and held his hand out. Come on, sweetheart. Let's go up and change. How about we order a pizza? I just want to veg on the couch with you tonight. Nodding, Misha clasped his hand, not making a move to get up. He turned his gaze to Jeff, and the sadness on his face was like a punch to the gut. Jeff gently pulled Misha up and wrapped him in his arms. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. He kissed Misha's head and laid his cheek on the boy's soft hair. I know you're hurting. I wish I could fix it for all of us. He clasped Misha's hand again and led them to the stairs. Upstairs they undressed in silence, but when Jeff would have gone downstairs and called for pizza, Misha tugged him toward the bed. Can we lie down and cuddle? I'm not very hungry right now. Are you? Jeff thought about it and shook his head. No, he wasn't hungry either. He lay down with Misha and pulled him until Misha was resting half on top of him, his cheek resting on Jeff's chest. Misha's words were slightly muffled. Can we eat something quick downstairs if we get hungry? He kissed the crown of Misha's head and tightened his grip around Misha's shoulders. Yes, of course. They lay in silence. Misha didn't want to talk. He just wanted Jeff close. He felt the wetness of Misha's tears on his t-shirt, but finally Misha's breathing turned deep and steady. Jeff's mind was in such turmoil. He was so angry on Misha's behalf, angry that Lucas had hurt Misha and put him through so much, and angry at himself for not speaking about the other incidents with Lucas so they could avoid this happening in the first place. And if he was being honest, he was feeling upset and disappointed by Lucas's behavior, not understanding what Lucas was thinking. He felt a headache brewing and closed his eyes, trying to stop his mind from racing in a vortex of negative thoughts. It took a while, but finally it seemed to work. Maybe a little too well, in fact, because he dozed off himself and woke to his phone vibrating on the nightstand. He grabbed the offending device before it woke Misha. Extricating himself from the boy's hold, he got up and slid his thumb across the screen to accept Lucas's call. He walked into their bathroom, quietly pushing the door closed and sitting on the ledge surrounding their built-in tub. Lucas, Suddenly, Jeff knew with startling clarity what he had to do, regardless of how much it would hurt. "Hey, I got to the gate, and I'm waiting for boarding. Jesus, Jeff, I'm sorry I have to leave." "You don't have to do anything. You are choosing to leave." "I just need to fix these problems, and then I can figure out how to get back." "Lucas, stop," Jeff said, cutting Lucas off. "No, really, Jeff, listen. I know I've messed things up. Let me make it up to you guys. Lucas, this isn't working for us." Lucas sucked in a surprised breath. "I'll make it work. I promise I will. I know how badly I fucked up, but I'll fix it." Desperation filled Lucas's voice, panic sinking in as he tried to figure out a way to stick a Band-Aid over a bullet hole. "Lucas, please, Jeff, I just need to—" "Stop. Just stop. It's not about you, Lucas. It's about Misha. You know that. You're breaking him. He was devastated tonight. He cried so hard and for so long he had to go to sleep. He was so physically and emotionally exhausted. Lucas, for fuck's sake, you're at the airport getting ready to board a plane to leave us 2 days early because of your choices. I don't think you're ready for this. For us. Don't end it, not like this. Please, give me another chance." Jeff couldn't keep himself from letting his frustrations loose. "You don't get it, Lucas. We've given you so many chances. Every time we think you're on board and ready, you prove you're not. I can't continue to watch you hurt Misha without stepping in to stop it. And frankly, I can't handle much more myself. We both know the only person needing you back at work is you." Jeff couldn't hear Lucas on the other end of the line, but he knew Lucas was listening. Lucas had finally realized his words weren't cutting it any longer, so Lucas most likely stayed quiet, knowing Jeff had a lot more to say. "You've missed phone calls, video date nights, and texts. And each and every time we forgave you and worked to make more plans with you, only to come in second to your job every single fucking time." Jeff sighed, suddenly exhausted. "Misha was so eager for your visit, hoping it would help you see how important we are to you. But instead you've broken his heart, Lucas. You've proven you care more about accolades from your higher-ups than about 2 men who are falling so hard and fast for you. You told me this job wasn't making you happy anymore, but clearly we're not making you happy enough to stay either. Because you're sitting alone in an airport, and I'm here trying to figure out how to piece my boy's heart back together." Lucas's breath turned ragged as his words hit their mark. "God, Jeff, you know that's not true. You both make me happier than I've been in years. Don't tell me that when your thoughtlessness and your broken promises are laying scattered around us like shattered glass. I'm disappointed in you, Lucas. You need to sort out your priorities. After what happened tonight, you don't deserve to be called Daddy." Even the surprised gasp Lucas sucked in at his words didn't dissuade him. Utterly exhausted by it all, he said goodbye and hung up before he got a response. Jeff's heart physically hurt, and his head was pounding like a bass drum. He hoped he hadn't woken Misha. Ready to go back to bed, he stood up, but Misha, obviously having eavesdropped on the phone call, slammed into him. He wrapped himself around Jeff, shuddering with all the same pent-up emotions Jeff was feeling. He held Misha in a fierce embrace, hoping against hope they'd be able to get through this emotional turmoil sooner rather than later. Chapter 9. Lucas. Lucas sat in his office chair, staring out of the large window. Nothing. That was what he felt. Everything was numb. It was the point beyond pain, beyond feeling and heartache and life. It was like he was nothing. Of course, it was his own fucking fault. He did it. He made his own choices. He drove them away. And he had every right to hurt. Lucas deserved it. They were gone. Fucking gone. And he couldn't do anything. Jeff was right. He was being a shitty boyfriend. Even worse was the terrible job he was doing as a daddy, or the complete lack of being a daddy to Misha at all.
"Mr. Trevino?"
Shelley's voice interrupted his rambling thoughts.
"Mr. Hart is sending down the new contracts and wants you to look over them right away."
Lucas turned his chair to face her. Shelley was the only thing he even liked about the company anymore. She made his job easier, but she was also just a nice person. She made a face and stepped into the office.
"Are you all right, Mr. Trevino?"
Point made. Nice person. For her to speak up, the broken parts of himself, the rough edges shining through because they were too much to fucking hide, must have been showing. "Actually, Shelley, I'm not feeling well. I think I'll head home early. Not really supposed to be here today anyway." She smiled because she knew he was supposed to be on vacation in Powell's Point. "Can you call a car to take me home and courier the contracts to me when they get here?" As he spoke, Lucas gathered up his things.
"Of course, Mr. Trevino. Do you want me to place a dinner order for you for tonight?"
Coat and briefcase in hand, Lucas said, "That won't be necessary, but thank you. As soon as the courier is set, why don't you head home as well?" Shelley smiled.
"Thank you."
Lucas reached the bottom floor of the office building and walked outside just as the car arrived for him. The quiet ride gave him a lot of time to think when all he wanted to do was drown it all out. Lucas walked into his apartment 20 minutes later and poured himself a brandy, swallowing it all in one gulp. Ignoring the burning sensation, Lucas poured another, letting this one sit in his glass. He went to his couch and plopped down, relaxed back and knees spread wide. He placed the glass on his thigh. He loved his apartment. It had been his first real buy after getting hired at Sullivan, Rosen & Katz. The wall of windows opening his view to the world had been the selling point. Looking out, Lucas tried to console himself with what he did have, but it wasn't working. The impressive buildings, the open blue sky, the life and hustle of people living outside his windows did nothing to make him feel like it once had. 4 months ago, Lucas spent a whirlwind weekend with Jeff and Misha, tipping his world on its axis, or at least his heart. He loved being with them. For the first time in what had felt like forever, Lucas felt alive, like there was more to life than the occasional play scene and the many hookups. Life in New York City was all he had. He rarely went out with friends, rarely did anything for fun until Jeff called, and on impulse he went for it. Lucas had needed that. But here he was, months later, back to being lost. It had been a slow change, like a trickle. Everything had been great. Then he'd messed up. And now Lucas could add heartbroken and a fuck-up to his long list of accomplishments. Lucas rolled his eyes at himself. How could he let things go so completely wrong? He'd wasted the wake-up call, the feeling of hope for the future that those two men gave him. Jeff tried to make him understand. It took all of this mess for Lucas to admit he made his own choices, had chosen to not let go and trust his team. No, he kept jumping in and taking over, no matter what it took him away from, or who. He'd fucking wasted it by choosing his damn job, the one he'd been looking to get away from, over them. Lucas hadn't realized how important they were, and how bad he'd been messing it all up until they were gone. Sitting up, Lucas placed his empty glass on the low wooden table in front of him and thought about them. Misha, with his smile, big heart, and energy. Jeff with his steely gruffness holding a sweet core, one that loved deep and true. Not to mention they were both hot as fuck, and they wanted him. Him. Lucas groaned, putting his head in his hands. God, how can one man be so epically stupid? He didn't know, but he'd ruined everything in short order. The phone on the wall by the front door rang, the front desk letting him know the courier was there. Lucas answered and told the doorman to let them up. While he waited, Lucas walked into the kitchen. He needed some food in his stomach after the drinks. As much as drowning his sorrows away sounded like a good plan, he had to work on those numbers, and more importantly, he had to figure out what to do. Once the courier left, Lucas was back on the couch, papers strewn all over the low table with his drink and food. Between bites, Lucas looked over the numbers. He knew how important this project was. Lucas found pride in doing the best he possibly could. It was what made him so good at his job. He had worked hard and risen to the top in his department, which made each new project handed over to him all the more important. Lucas slouched back on the sofa, stunned to realize he had a sort of addiction to the accomplishment and praise that came with every done deal. He craved it. Before Jeff and Misha, it filled up all the empty parts of his life. It had taken over his life to the point he hadn't even seen it happening. He hadn't wanted to see it, if he was honest with himself. That was why when Jeff had called him out, he'd ignored it, and done nothing to change it. Fuck. How had he been so blind to his own faults when Jeff had basically given him a roadmap? Lucas found himself staring out the windows again. Night had fallen, and the city lights were bright and twinkling. The feeling of nothing and numbness had worn off. Lucas had lost sight of the things that were important. Why work so hard at a job he no longer enjoyed for a sense of pride, when he could work that hard in a job he actually wanted to do and have the love of Misha and Jeff? Dropping the spreadsheet, Lucas stood and grabbed his cell off the side table. He had some phone calls to make. Lucas walked into the building that housed Sullivan, Rosen & Katz, and for once had pride in something else besides a job well done. Arriving on the 15th floor, he made his way past Shelley. "Good morning, Shelley." Smiling up at him from her desk, Shelley replied, "Good morning, Mr. Trevino. The meeting you requested with Mrs. James is all set for 8:15. Lucas looked at his watch and saw he had about 20 minutes to get to her office. "Wonderful, thank you." Lucas booted up his computer, opened the file he'd saved on his cloud drive, and clicked print. Lucas went to his office window, looking out at all the other tall buildings and busy people, and took a deep breath. He could do this. He wasn't a failure, and this didn't mean he would become one. Crossing the room, he grabbed the paper off the printer and walked out of his office. "Good luck, Mr. Trevino." Shelley smiled up at him. Lucas nodded and took the elevator to the next floor up. Mrs. Cleburne, Mrs. James's admin, had him take a seat as she let Mrs. James know Lucas was there. A few minutes later, she ushered Lucas into the large office filled with dark wood furniture. Lucas hadn't had much cause over the years to be in this office, but there had been a few times, like the once happy memory of being congratulated on closing a deal or getting his promotion. Adeline James stood from her desk and smiled. Lucas stepped forward and shook her hand. "Good morning, Lucas. I hope all is well. I hear the Schreiber deal is finally in a good place." As she leaned against her desk, Adeline waved Lucas to sit in one of the chairs facing her. "Good morning to you, too. We received word late last night that it should be finalized shortly." "That is excellent news. Not that I'm surprised, with you heading it up." As always, the praise made him feel such a sense of pride. It had been his drug, the thing keeping him going when he hadn't realized how little in his life was worth anything. But it was also a short high, and the resulting crash was getting harder and harder to handle. "Thank you, Adeline. That's actually not why I'm here." Adeline smiled. "I knew it was bound to happen." She stood and took the seat next to Lucas, turning to face him. He turned in his seat as well. "I'm sorry? You knew what?" "You're putting in your resignation." Lucas was shocked. "What would make you think? I don't understand how you would know." "The rumor mill in Sullivan, Rosen & Katz is alive and well, and you've been at the top of the headlines in the last few months. Gossip hounds enjoy a new love story, and you, Lucas, were all smiles and hearts in your eyes for too long for no one to notice, plus the flower deliveries and such." Lucas hadn't realized anyone outside his own small group were even aware. He handed her his resignation letter, and she took it without reading it. "I am sorry, Adeline. Things in my career have come to a head recently, and I need to make some changes. I've loved my time here, but now I need to make some changes for me. But you do know it isn't just the company, right?" "Oh, yes, young love and all that.
I hear the gentleman lives on the other side of the country?
Yes. Lucas thought of correcting her, but telling her it was 2 men held no bearing on what she needed to know. In Washington, to be exact, but that's only part of it. I'm burned out from the city and having nothing outside of this job. I need a change. Adeline looked at the family photo on her desk, nodded, and turned back to him.
No need to explain yourself. I understand. I also have my assistant setting up a meeting to address the staffing issues you've had.
Thank you. I'll catch Waterman up on the Schreiber deal. It's basically all done, just small details left to manage, and make sure everything is in place by the end of the day. That should be plenty of time for him since he knows most of what's been happening anyway.
Thank you for your years of service, Lucas, and I hope you find what you need elsewhere.
Adeline stood, and Lucas followed suit. Shaking her hand, he walked out and let out a deep exhale. He felt lighter already. When he arrived back at his office, Shelley was placing some papers on his desk. Are those for the Schreiber deal?
Yes, Mr. Trevino. Mr. Hart just sent them down for you to approve and sign.
Thank you. I'll get right on that. Please have Waterman come to my office. We have some work to do and a short time to get it done. Also, get me on the first flight out to Washington. I want it no later than Thursday morning, please. Lucas sat, but when Shelley didn't leave, he looked up and waited. They always had more of a professional relationship, but she had worked for him since Lucas started over 15 years ago. During that time, they had, in his opinion, become acquaintances. All right, spit it out. Lucas laughed.
I just wanted to tell you I'm sad to see you go, but I'm happy you made this choice. You deserve more than just work, Lucas.
Lucas was a little shocked at her use of his first name, not to mention her intuition about him leaving the company. No matter how often he'd told her to call him Lucas, she never had.
You deserve to be happy.
Without another word or giving him time to respond, she left his office, closing his door behind her. Lucas agreed with her. Now, all he had to do was wait until the end of the day to make his final move, and hope he hadn't fucked it all up beyond repair. Chapter 10. Jeff. Lost in thought, Jeff sat at his desk in his home office. He was supposed to be catching up on paperwork from his busy week at work. He'd brought home some files to prepare for his meeting in the morning, and some other things to get done before the weekend because he didn't want to spend that time working. He couldn't do that to Misha. The truth of the matter was the few days since Lucas left had been really rough. Jeff was unable to stay focused and get work done while he was at work. Luckily, Misha was equally busy doing schoolwork for his classes. His boy had been struggling, which weighed heavily on his mind because Jeff needed to make things right for Misha, or Misha would spiral out of control. It was why Jeff was so strict with him. His boy was brilliant, energetic, and kind, but most of all, he was so open with his emotions with everyone he met. There wasn't a person on the planet Misha couldn't make friends with. Misha didn't hold grudges either. But on the flip side, unlike Jeff, Misha didn't have the innate ability to protect himself with emotional roadblocks. Putting up walls to guard his heart wasn't in him, and that left him vulnerable and wide open to being manipulated, used, and hurt. Jeff had worked hard setting boundaries for Misha in order to protect him from the inevitable pain. Over the last few days, he'd watched, powerless, as Misha drew more into himself. Jeff did his best to try and pull him out of the painful cycle, suggesting dinners, role-play scenes, nights out with his friends, but Misha had come up with plausible excuses. Sure, they'd been intimate since Lucas left, even had a scene in the playroom. They both had needs, after all, and Jeff wasn't above using their connection in a scene or making love to try to bring his boy back to him. Jeff never questioned Misha's love or his trust. Misha made them both clear, but that almost made it worse. Misha wasn't mad at Jeff or Lucas, but what Misha was feeling was somewhat of a mystery, as he'd evaded talking about it. His boy had jumped right past that step and into the trying to get over it stage without processing his emotions. Obviously he was hurting,
but Jeff didn't know if Misha was blaming himself, blaming Jeff, blaming Lucas, a combination of all three, or simply feeling hollow. Jeff leaned toward the latter. While Misha was going through the motions, he certainly wasn't moving through any of the stages of grief Jeff expected. They were in limbo, waiting for something to happen or for the other shoe to drop, and it was making Jeff uneasy. Through it all, Jeff hadn't been able to get his mind off Lucas either, wondering how Lucas was feeling, what he was doing, and why he hadn't called to make up for his mistakes or fix things. Sure, he'd texted a brief, "I'm so sorry, I'm working on it." Jeff had replied with a simple, "I hope so," and nothing else, because what else was there to say, really? When they'd had issues in college, Lucas took action. If something was in Lucas's way, he'd think about the problem and work out a solution. Nothing seemed insurmountable or out of his reach. Lucas was a strategic thinker, which was why he'd been such a huge success in mergers and acquisitions. But by the same token, it was such a cutthroat business. It took a lot out of Lucas. How would their situation affect his friendship with Lucas? Was their foray into becoming a triad over before they'd even truly gotten started? Or was it salvageable? How had Lucas felt when he got off the plane? They'd always talked their problems out, so this nothingness was taking its toll on him. He'd opened himself up, and he didn't do that easily. Getting to know Lucas intimately and sharing Misha with him had his heart getting involved. He'd started falling for Lucas again. It had felt fresh and new, but also like coming home. They were both older, wiser. Jeff missed Lucas, and he didn't know what to do with his own emotions when he was trying so hard to focus on Misha's. Somehow that was easier. If they didn't hear from Lucas, was 18-some-odd years of friendship just over like that? Jeff scrubbed his face in frustration. He was thinking of all of this as if Lucas was the only one who could communicate. Obviously, Jeff could have already closed the communication gap, but his stubborn nature refused to let him be first. He harbored a lot of anger toward Lucas. It should be Lucas's step to take. Lucas had put them in this situation to begin with, hadn't he? Wait, had he? Jeff shook his head, answering his own question. Jeff brought up trying to make a go with the three of them, and Jeff admitted to Misha he didn't want to let Lucas go. He'd jumped in without giving himself time to think things through for all three of them. Sure, what happened in their relationship wasn't all up to him, but he felt a sense of duty to Misha and also to Lucas to be the voice of reason. When it came down to it, Lucas was as dominant as Jeff, but they both went about it in such drastically different ways, Jeff felt the onus was on him. And he'd failed, hadn't he? He'd been looking at the situation through rose-colored glasses. Jeff's relationship with Misha and his deep connection with Lucas seemed like such a perfect match. But had he pushed Lucas to jump in with both feet when they should have slowed things down? Jeff treated each of them like a piece of a puzzle that would magically slip into place by sheer force of will. Well, he'd gotten a dose of reality, and at Misha's expense. Because Jeff had been all in from the first moment, his boy had been hurt. He was equally culpable and could only blame himself for getting blindsided by what could be. The only person not to blame was Misha. He'd placed his trust in Jeff completely, and in Lucas as well, and they'd both failed him. Sighing, he shut down his laptop and put it back into his computer bag for work the next morning. He walked down the hall toward the front of the house, hoping Misha was done studying so they could sit down, talk, and Jeff could begin setting things to rights. He and Misha needed to go to sleep that night in a better frame of mind, ready to move forward, wherever that would take them. One thing was for sure. They would go there together. Misha wasn't a sacrifice he was willing to make. When Jeff had taken several steps up the stairs, the doorbell rang. He looked at his watch. Who would be stopping by at 9 p.m? Striding quickly to the door so whoever was keeping him from talking to Misha wouldn't ring a second time, he swung the door open. The absolute last person he expected to see on the other side of the door was Lucas. The irony that he'd spent the last 30 minutes thinking about the man who stood in front of him so unexpectedly wasn't lost on Jeff. The look in Lucas's eyes was a combination of fear, longing, and determination. Jeff's heart kicked into overdrive, and he felt a sense of relief down to his toes at seeing his best friend standing before him, but it put a frown on his face too. What the hell was going on? Stepping outside and closing the door behind him, Jeff spoke in a low voice he hoped wouldn't carry into the house. "What are you doing here? We get one text from you this week and now you show up?" He watched Lucas struggle to gather himself together in the face of Jeff's frustration. He looked both defeated and exhausted. "I quit." Crossing his arms over his chest, Jeff narrowed his eyes at the man before him. "You flew all the way across the country to tell us you're just, what, done with us? That's a little redundant, don't you think? What's the point?" Lucas huffed in obvious frustration, then reached out and clasped Jeff's shoulders, giving him a little shake. "My job, Jeff. I quit my job. Look, I know how it must have seemed, but I couldn't call you. There was no way to make this right over the phone. I texted so you knew I was trying my best to work things out. I fucked up the one thing that means the most to me, and I can explain my behavior, but that won't excuse it. I knew the only way to show you I was serious was to see you face to face. So I did what needed to be done in order to be here, and I'm begging for another chance with you both." Jeff could only focus on Lucas's first words. "You quit? Just like that? When? You've been there for 15 years. How?" "I went to work on Monday. I couldn't concentrate. I was miserable and angry at myself, and I felt sick. Back in my empty apartment, I sat there wondering how in the fuck I'd managed to lose the two people who had come to mean the most to me. I know what happened and why it happened, but that's no excuse. I realized nothing would matter until I made things right." Still shocked and confused, Jeff asked, "So you quit, and you came to visit to see if you could fix things?" "I made the decision that night and started doing what needed to be done. Then I went in the next day, handed in my resignation, met with the person taking over all my accounts, and I was done. I packed up what I knew I'd need for the short term until we figured things out. My assistant is earning a big bonus by working with my movers and my realtor to get everything else I want packed and lease my apartment. The moving truck will be here in a week. I want to start over, with you and Misha." Jeff pulled in a deep breath to respond, but all he could manage was, "Jesus, Lucas. Look, I'm not asking to move in with you. I've got a hotel reservation until I find a place. I want to try to make up for the hurt I've caused. I hope you believe me when I say hurting you was the last thing I wanted to do. I couldn't see what I was doing. I was stuck in emergency work mode and couldn't see anything else. And believe me, I know how weak that sounds. I'm so goddamn angry at myself for what I did." Jeff hated the defeated look on Lucas's face. What he'd been doing to them was wrong, but Jeff had made mistakes too. He was going to give Lucas another chance as soon as he made one thing very clear. "Lucas, if we do this, if we walk back into this house right now, I need your promise that Misha comes first. He's the one you need to make this up to. He was so hurt by what you did, and he hasn't been the same since you left. If you hurt him a second time, I won't allow you in his life again, which means you won't be a part of mine either." Tears rolled down Lucas's face as he nodded his agreement. In all the years he'd known Lucas, Jeff had never seen the man cry. "You have my word, Jeff. I won't hurt him like that again. But you've got it all wrong. You may not feel like you matter as much as Misha, but you do. Jesus, you do. I won't ever hurt you like that again either. The truth of the matter is I haven't been the same since I left, and I doubt you have either. I broke us, Jeff, but I will move mountains to piece us all back together again." Jeff held Lucas's gaze, knowing the man spoke the truth, but, "I'm still so angry with you. That won't go away because you're back. I have to sort through my own feelings, which may take a while. I'm willing to try again, but that doesn't mean all is forgiven and forgotten." At Jeff's admission, Lucas's face fell, but in the end he nodded. "That's fair. All I'm asking is for a chance to prove to you both I'm here,
and I'm 100% committed to making this work. Will you give me that?"
Jeff took a deep breath and let it out slowly, nodding.
Yeah, I think I can give you that."
The hitch in Lucas's breath and the tentative step he took toward him made Jeff smile. The hope he saw in Lucas's eyes was reflected in his own heart. He slowly drew Lucas close. Their kiss was hesitant, but as they both tightened their hold on each other, he finally felt the beginning of things slotting back into place. God, the man quit his job and moved across the country in what basically amounted to 4 days. 4 fucking days. Who did that? Lucas did that. Jeff pulled away from Lucas, knowing they needed to tell Misha. When he moved to grab the door handle, Lucas clasped his hand. He barely had a second to brace himself for the emotional onslaught of Lucas's hug. Unable to do anything but hug his best friend and lover back equally tightly, they stood in each other's arms. Lucas leaned his forehead on Jeff's shoulder and shook it back and forth, his breath hitching again.
Jesus, I thought I'd ruined this forever. I'm so sorry, Jeff, so fucking sorry. I don't know what I would have done if you'd shut the door in my face, even if it is what I deserve.
Jeff pulled back.
We still have a lot of work ahead to build back the trust and to figure out how we're going to make things better. But you've uprooted your whole life for us. As grand gestures go, I can't think of a bigger one, and that means a lot. Let's go find Misha and tell him you're home. How does that sound?
Lucas's smile was radiant.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Jeff opened the door, ushering Lucas in. He was doing the right thing, but he couldn't help worrying when there were still so many unknowns and so many hurt feelings between them. Nevertheless, he had to admit to himself, for the first time all week, he had hope things were eventually going to be fine. Chapter 11. Misha. Misha sat on the bed, poring over notes and adding more to the many pages he was studying to write his final thesis paper. It wasn't due for another month, but it was fucking long, and he'd been slacking the last couple of weeks. The words blurred, and Misha lost his place. Rubbing his eyes for what felt like the millionth time, Misha gave up, threw his pen down, and flopped back on the bed. The bed probably wasn't the best place to be doing his schoolwork when he was so fucking tired. Lack of sleep would do that to a person. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, Misha relaxed, closing his eyes. He felt so raw, like his skin had been rubbed until it was red. Misha knew why, but he'd been trying to avoid thinking about it. Impossible to accomplish when he refused to stop looking at the pictures from Lucas's last visit to Powell's Point, or the ones Lucas had sent them over the months. Misha was hurting, but the worst part was, no matter how often he tried to mask it, which was always, Jeff saw right through him. Jeff cared. He paid attention. He was the perfect partner, and Misha loved him for it. But he was also hurting, and refused to take any of the focus off Misha. It was hard and overwhelming. Misha didn't want to be a burden to Jeff. Can anyone say insecurities for $500, Alex? Misha growled to himself and sat up. Looking down at his work, he decided he was done for the night. It was late, after 9 if his eyes were seeing the clock right, and he wouldn't make any good progress in this state of mind. Before heading downstairs to talk to Jeff and grab a glass of water, Misha decided his comfy jammies were the way to go. Slipping out of his jeans and a button-up into the soft cotton made him sigh. The pants were a little long, so the back of the legs always slipped under his feet, but they were his favorite pair. It was amazing how a simple pair of pajama pants always made him feel so relaxed, and lately he needed that. Not bothering to clean off the bed yet, Misha walked out of the room and down the stairs. Jeff was probably still working. He wanted to distract Jeff, get him to smile and relax, which wasn't always easy lately. Misha was trying to come up with a way he could do just that, when he decided he would grab a bottle of water first before completing his mission of distraction. But as he turned toward the kitchen, something caught his eye. Misha stopped in his tracks. Standing a few feet behind Jeff was Lucas. Without a thought, Misha took a few steps forward. It was instinctive, like his heart and body wanted Lucas no matter the reason he stood there. Jeff walked over to him and wrapped his arms around Misha's waist. The physical support was more than welcome. It was needed. Misha wasn't sure he was even breathing. Everything in him locked up. After a minute of Misha's silence, Lucas took a step forward. What could Misha say? Hello was inadequate, but everything else seemed too much. Misha wanted to hug him. Even after everything, Misha wanted to hug Lucas and cry, but looking at him was painful. So Misha stayed where he was. He refused to get his hopes up. Lucas being here could mean anything. Hey, little one. Misha flinched. That name in Lucas's deep voice used to feel like a caress, but hearing it after the hurt became a living thing inside him changed everything. Jeff gently squeezed Misha's waist. Misha took a deep breath and let it out. He was getting good at that. Misha offered a small smile to Lucas. Lucas nodded, acknowledging Misha's reaction without being deterred. I'm not going to apologize. It won't change anything, and it won't take away the hurt I caused. But I will say the same thing to you that I said to Jeff. I fucked up. No one else but me can be blamed, and no one else but me can show you I will do better. I made some shitty choices, and those choices ruined things between us, but I'm here, and I won't do it again. I need to fix this. Us. Nothing is more important to me than both of you. You've said that before? Misha said softly. I know I did, but this is different. Lucas quit his job, Misha. He quit, and he's leasing out his apartment and has a moving truck with his stuff on the way. Misha looked to Jeff, the hope bubbling up nearly unstoppable. Jeff smiled and nodded. Lucas's longing and pleading for a chance was written all over his face. He wanted to fix this. Misha wanted to help, but he wasn't sure how. It would be hard. Lucas's choices had hurt both of them. With all the pain going around, could they really get through it and get back to where they were, or maybe even to a better place? They gave Misha the time and the quiet to figure out the jumbled thoughts swirling around in his head. He was never good under pressure, but every damn thing in Misha's body screamed at him to try. Because if he didn't, Misha knew he would regret it later. He would always wonder what might have been. Misha looked up to Jeff and smiled, hoping the question he wanted to ask was coming across clearly to his sir, because that mattered. That part was too important to ignore or forget about. They were not only lovers or partners, they were dominant and submissive. That part of them weaved them together to their core, and it needed to be a part of the conversation. Jeff's hand caressed his cheek, and a brief flash of relief crossed his face before Jeff closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against Misha's. His sir was openly struggling with what should come next, a first for Misha to see. If he could take that away, he would. Are you sure, boy? Jeff whispered. The words ghosted over Misha's lips, and he shivered. The question didn't have to be asked. His sir knew his answer, but Jeff was being extra cautious after they'd all been so reckless before. Yes, sir, I am. I think we owe it to ourselves to be sure. Jeff leaned back, his hand cupping Misha's cheek as he stared into his eyes. Before stepping away, Jeff kissed Misha, one of the sweetest kisses he'd ever given him. Misha looked at Lucas then and saw the wonder in his eyes. Misha agreed. From the very start, he'd felt that about their relationship. He was one lucky boy to have Jeff as his sir. Stepping toward Lucas, Misha locked eyes with him and smiled. We want to try again, but it has to be different this time, Lucas. As Misha spoke, relief crossed Lucas's face. You can't push us aside like you did before. I won't, I promise. I know my words mean nothing right now,
but I will make it clear to you both I want this more than anything. Like I told Jeff, I have a reservation at a hotel, but I want to spend time with you whenever you're free. Go on dates and talk on the phone. I can—" Misha cut off Lucas's rambling. "No, you should stay here." Lucas looked shocked. Jeff's voice cut in. "Misha, how are we going to work toward a real relationship with Lucas becoming part of us if he's only here when we can fit him in our schedules? Your work is crazy right now. I have all the end-of-semester shit on top of graduation, which adds a whole other level of crazy." Misha stepped closer, placing his hand on Jeff's chest. "This is exactly what we wanted for all of those months. This is what every phone call, every video chat, every visit was about, to get us to the point where we could be together." "I know. And you're right. That was always the goal. Such a smart boy." Jeff smiled. "Duh," Misha replied playfully. Lucas laughed. Misha turned to look at him and couldn't contain the happy bubbling up inside. Taking the few small steps to close the distance between them, Misha said, "You came all this way for us." Lucas smiled. "I did. I had no choice. You both mean the world to me, little one." Misha couldn't stand it any longer. Wrapping his arms around Lucas, he squeezed with every ounce of his love. Lucas let out a grunt and squeezed him back, a bit more gently, but with just as much affection. When they stepped back from each other, Jeff was right there. He put his hand on Lucas's shoulder before sliding it up to his neck, squeezing. "Stay here. Just please don't hurt us like that anymore. I promise. I will never hurt either of you ever again." Fixing the tension between the two men and what had been broken would take time, but this was the right choice. They were the right choice. And he would do anything to make it work. "Well, then give me a hug. I missed you." Chapter 12. Lucas. The time away from Jeff and Misha had been a struggle for Lucas. Getting everything at work wrapped up and everything at home somewhat organized had been hard enough, but the stress of missing them had done him in. If he wasn't thinking about Misha, he was thinking about Jeff, and if a moment went by when he wasn't thinking about either of them specifically, he was thinking about how he was going to fix what he'd broken. Getting there as fast as possible had been goal number one, so he'd focused on tying up loose ends to get the fuck out of Dodge. Looking back, he realized doing as much as he had in basically a couple days was insane. After getting on the longest leg of his trip west, he zonked out as soon as his seatbelt was latched and hadn't woken up until they announced they were landing. The sleep did him good, but it wasn't nearly enough, and he wasn't going to last much longer before he had to get horizontal. He could probably stand sleeping a good 48 hours solid before he was himself again. He'd thought about what he was going to say to them both, but seeing the stress and unhappiness etched across Jeff's face had been like a punch to the gut, and Misha's distrust nearly killed him. Misha was always the first to offer a smile or a reassuring gesture, but when that didn't happen, Lucas knew the situation was more dire than he realized. Obviously, they'd been affected by what he'd done, but seeing it so clearly on both their faces was a whole different animal. Even being allowed in their home was a miracle in itself. When Lucas told them both he'd never hurt them like that again, he wasn't making the promise lightly. Nothing in his life was more important than the men standing before him. Unsurprisingly, things were a bit awkward with Jeff, and if he had to hazard a guess, his best friend was hurt much more than he was letting on, not to mention pissed off on Misha's behalf, as a good dom should be. Of the two of them, Lucas knew Jeff would take the longest to come around. Obviously, the history between them made Lucas's shitty behavior that much worse in Jeff's eyes, and he couldn't blame the man for feeling so wary. All Lucas could do was prove he meant what he said by being the man they thought he was. The man Lucas knew he was when he wasn't making stupid choices. Once he assured Jeff and Misha he was committed to making everything up to them, they sat down in the kitchen, and Misha bustled about, heating up some leftovers from their dinner for Lucas. It was a sweet gesture, prompted by the growling of his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything since noon,
and ate every last bit, grateful and telling Misha so. After that, Jeff and Misha peppered him with questions about everything up to this point, the most important being what he planned to do with himself now that he was no longer working at Sullivan, Rosen & Katz.
That's a damn good question.
One he hadn't given much thought to, if he was being honest with himself. Nothing seemed to matter but them from the moment he'd called Jeff from the airport.
I've been wanting to leave that job for well over a year. I was so tired of the rat race and all that. I guess it's time for some real thought about what's next for me professionally.
Misha's expression was one of interest. Do you like the work you did there? Lucas nodded.
I did, but it didn't always seem in the best interest of the companies we were working with. I'll probably end up doing consultant work for companies that aren't large enough for a mergers and acquisition department. Well, I'm sure you'll be chomping at the bit to get started.
Lucas could hear the wariness in Jeff's voice.
I'm actually not in any hurry. It will be nice to have some time off. I've got plenty of savings, so I won't have to jump into anything I don't want to do.
Jeff and Misha nodded, but if he talked more about his work, they'd both grow bored in a matter of minutes. However, he wanted to make sure one thing was crystal clear.
Busting ass and trying to get a new business off the ground right away isn't my main priority. I need to focus on what's truly important, and that's both of you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not one to sit idle, so I'll be taking steps here and there to get things moving, but never during a time when we are together.
When he explained, conversation ground to a halt, so he started asking questions to fill the silence.
Do you have any more traveling coming up, Jeff?
Jeff shook his head and leaned forward, elbows on the table.
No, not for another couple months. I've been trying to cut back because I don't like leaving Misha alone so often.
It was on the tip of his tongue to say,
well, you won't have to worry about that anymore because I'll be here.
But he caught himself in time, not wanting to make things even more uncomfortable with an assumption that could very well be untrue. Instead, he said,
yeah, I can understand that.
And then more silence filled the air. That time, Misha was the one to save them. Do you think you're going to like living in Washington? It's so different from New York. He smiled and nodded at Misha.
Yeah, I think I'm going to love it.
Misha smiled somewhat shyly back and looked down at his hands, fidgeting with them on the tabletop. Lucas stood, took his dishes to the sink, and began washing them. Misha approached and offered to help, but Lucas shook his head.
It's okay. I'll clean them. Thanks for making me something to eat.
Misha paused, obviously feeling at a loss since he was unable to help, turned around and sat down at the table again as Lucas continued to clean. In an attempt to smooth over the discomfort, Lucas was as positive as possible when he continued.
I think it's exactly the change I've needed. I wanted something completely different than the life I've led for the last 15 years. I think this is the perfect place to start fresh.
Of course, if he'd ruined their relationship permanently, Lucas wouldn't stay in Powell's Point. He'd move far enough away where they wouldn't have to see him again, far enough away to lick his wounds and try to move on, regardless of how impossible that seemed. I hope so. Misha's soft words of comfort went straight to his heart, giving him at least a small bit of hope. Turning, Lucas gave Misha a smile and got a shy one in return. When the dishes were in the drying rack, he stepped back and made sure he hadn't forgotten anything or left a mess. Jeff stood abruptly and headed toward the front of the house.
We might as well bring in your bags. It's getting late. Don't go to any trouble. It's only a suitcase and a carry-on for now.
They all stood there looking back and forth at one another.
I'm sorry this is feeling so awkward. I know I've set us back a lot.
Frowning, Misha stepped forward, raising his hand to rest on Lucas's shoulder. We'll figure it out. It's okay. Lucas shook his head.
It's not, though, is it? Not really. But I'm going to keep trying and trying until I make it right, or you guys ask me to leave if it's not working.
Lucas bit his lip, a habit he'd apparently picked up over the last couple weeks if the chapped skin was anything to go by, and pointed behind him, speaking before either of them could.
I'll go get the bags and be right back.
Lucas thought he saw Misha nod, but he couldn't be sure, and he was cowardly enough to get out of there quick before he put his foot in his mouth again. When he came back in with his bags, they were both waiting in the hallway. Once Lucas walked up to them, Jeff started up the stairs, holding Misha's hand. The boy trailed behind him, casting an apologetic look Lucas's way. When they reached their own bedroom door, all three of them stopped in front of it, as if no one knew what to do. Lucas smiled at the mess of books, papers, pens, and a laptop strewn about on the comforter of their huge bed. "Getting some homework done tonight?" Misha glanced into the room and blushed. "Yeah, I left a mess." He gazed up at Jeff. "Sorry, sir." Jeff kissed Misha on the forehead and murmured, "It's all right." Misha looked at Lucas, then at Jeff, then into the bedroom, and back at Lucas again. You can... Misha's troubled gaze met Jeff's, his need for help clear. Jeff shook his head at Lucas. "We still have a lot to talk about before we can even think about any..." Lucas nodded. "I agree." Wanting to make things less awkward for everyone, Lucas smiled. "Which guest room should I take?" Jeff's shoulders sagged in relief. "Go ahead and take the one you used before, so you have your own ensuite. I'm pretty sure the bed's made, and the bathroom has everything you might need. There are towels in the linen closet down the hall. Yeah, I know." Lucas smiled at Jeff again, doing his best to make it clear he wasn't upset that he couldn't share their bed yet. Well, he was upset, but with himself, not with them. He hoped he'd be back in there soon enough. Lucas gave them both a little wave, grabbed the handle of his luggage again, and made his way down the hall. Lucas heard Misha say, "Daddy," in a choked whisper. He turned in time to drop his suitcase and open his arms for Misha to run into. Sucking in a startled breath, Lucas hugged the boy back with all the pent-up emotions he'd been holding back the past couple weeks. Lucas held onto his control by the skin of his teeth and continued to hug Misha for as long as he allowed it. As Misha pulled back, his tear-stained face gazing up at him, Lucas's control slipped enough for his eyes to fill. He quickly kissed Misha on the head and headed to his room before every shred of his pride abandoned him, and he sobbed in front of them both, in the hall, with luggage in his hands and awkwardness in the air between them. After he shut the guest room door behind him, Lucas leaned against it and pulled in a deep breath, gathering his control and wiping his eyes. If he let it all out now, he'd be sobbing into his pillow for the next 2 hours. He didn't feel like he had the energy. Dragging in a few more deep breaths, he began to pull his clothes off on the way to the bathroom. Once naked, he reached into the stall and turned on the hot water. He brushed his teeth and then stepped into the shower. Turning to face the water, he put his face in the spray and held himself there, his hand braced on the tile wall in front of him. Letting the tension drain from his body and releasing the control on his emotions, he allowed himself to cry. He didn't let loose a torrent of tears and sobs. Lucas somehow maintained a modicum of restraint, so the cry was cathartic rather than exhausting. Lucas turned off the water and stepped out of the stall, happy to see a towel, as he'd completely forgotten to get anything out of the linen closet in his haste to lock himself in the room. He made quick work of drying himself and wandered back out into the bedroom. He should have unpacked enough to put some pajamas on at the very least, but he couldn't find the energy to do more than lift the covers before he slid in, and he was asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Misha knocked on his door and walked in, waking Lucas out of the hazy half-sleep, half-awake state he always felt before forcing himself out of bed. He turned his head toward the door. Misha's eyes glanced down his naked body, uncovered during the night. Misha bit his lip. "Morning. I'm about to make brunch if you want to come down." Lucas nearly smiled when the boy licked his lips subconsciously. He caught himself, though, knowing it was too soon to tease. As a distraction for them both, he asked, "Brunch?" Misha's lip quirked up at the corner. "Yeah, it's 11. I have a class at 1, so I'm going to make some food and eat before I have to leave, if you want to join us." He'd really slept in, but Lucas felt better as a result. Rubbing his eyes, he pushed his hand back through his messy hair and nodded.
Yeah, I'd love to. Do you want help?
Misha looked down at the floor again, the shyness returning, and shook his head. No, I'm making Belgian waffles with strawberries and whipped cream and some scrambled eggs. It won't take long. Sir is preparing the batter for me right now. Come down when you're ready. With that, Misha was gone, and Lucas threw the covers back and moved to get out of bed, taking stock of his body and mind. He was clear-headed, and the sleep had done wonders for his muscle tension and stress levels. He opened up his suitcase and rifled around inside until he found some sweats and a t-shirt. He brushed his teeth and ran his fingers through his hair to try and settle the mop sleep had made of it. When he realized it was no use, he gave up and headed downstairs in his bare feet. Hopefully, the day would be a turning point, with them moving on and working toward building a solid foundation. Chapter 13. Jeff. When Lucas walked in the kitchen for breakfast, Jeff's breath quickened, seeing him at what was always his sexiest moment of the day. Lucas was a stylish man, designer, and often bespoke suits fitting him like a glove, always fashionable to the nth degree, even when wearing jeans and casual shirts. Hell, even when he was working out. Lucas's job required it, and he'd been born into money, so it came naturally. But the mornings. Goddamn, the mornings were the best. Lucas was rumpled, never wore underwear under his sweats, and his tees were always fitted. Lucas's thick, wavy, nearly black hair was always a messy and ridiculously sexy mop on top of his head, and his face was so much more relaxed and carefree. Always half-masked when he first woke up, his bedroom eyes did fluttery things to Jeff's stomach, and no matter what had gone wrong, that morning was no different. The best part was Lucas had no clue how sexy he looked all relaxed from a full night of sleep. Lucas didn't know how beautiful he was dressed to the nines either, come to think of it. Lucas just was. Confident but not arrogant, self-assured but not pompous. It had always been one of the things Jeff loved most about him. Still was, if he was being honest. The fact that he'd grown up wealthy only made everything harder. But Lucas had grown up in a loving household, and his family was amazing. He'd become self-sufficient, never expecting a dime of his family's money, as they'd brought him up understanding he'd need to support himself. Sure, Lucas got a substantial inheritance when he turned 21, but other than funding his graduate studies, as far as Jeff knew, he hadn't touched the money. Lucas and his sister Lorelei, a physician for Doctors Without Borders living overseas, would stand to inherit the family wealth, but only after his parents passed. Lucas didn't care much one way or the other, and if he had to guess, Lucas would be giving much of that wealth to worthy charities. The man seemed too good to be true. Lucas sat down with a fresh cup of coffee and gave him a tentative smile.
Good morning.
Jeff nodded, sipping his own brew.
Morning. How did you sleep? Good. Great, actually. I took a shower and passed out. Misha woke me when he knocked on my door.
Obviously, from his own reaction to the gorgeous man when he walked into the kitchen, Jeff knew the sleep had done him good. He had to do his best to act normal around Lucas, but he didn't exactly know what normal was for them any longer.
Glad you were able to sleep in then.
Lucas met his gaze, his eyes soft with understanding, because of course he knew what Jeff wasn't saying and why. Jeff glanced down to his iPad, where he was reading the local paper, and turned it off, not wanting to be rude, but kind of wanting to hide behind it so he didn't have to face the awkwardness. He pushed the device away as Misha served him a waffle piled high with strawberries and whipped cream and a side of eggs and bacon. He'd be stuffed to the gills, which was why they only had brunch once a month. Normally it was on a weekend, but Misha had had a rough time the night before, so Jeff suggested brunch instead of breakfast. The smile on Misha's face as a result was well worth the ridiculous amount of calories. Transitioning back to where they'd been before things went downhill would be tricky. Jeff wasn't sure he had the energy, but Misha wanted it. And if he dug deep into his own complicated feelings, he knew he did as well. He looked up to thank his sweet boy, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the hopeful look in Misha's eyes at being able to serve them both and be spending time with them. That was enough to firm his resolve. Misha set an identical plate in front of Lucas, who thanked him profusely and dug in with gusto. A smile on his face from making Lucas so happy, he busied himself with filling his own plate. He grabbed a coffee for himself and came to join Jeff and Lucas at the table. Once Misha took his seat and had a bite and a drink of coffee, he looked between the two of them, finally pausing with a pointed look at Jeff. Misha was asking, without words, for help in moving the conversation along, and Jeff found himself at a loss. He didn't know where to start or what to say, so he asked Misha about his schedule and his plans for the day. It was a delaying tactic, and Misha knew it as well, but he'd play along because Lucas didn't know what their Fridays looked like. As Misha replied, Jeff noticed the knowing look in Lucas's eyes. Hell, it couldn't have been hard for Lucas to clue into what they were doing, but seeing it written all over Lucas's face, coupled with patience and understanding, irritated him. Any other time, Lucas would call them out, but he held himself back because he didn't know his place in their current situation. Jeff was the dominant and Misha was the submissive, but there he was, pushing the task of conversation back at his boy like a coward. And Jeff hated feeling out of control and out of his element when the deck was stacked in his favor. Fuck it. He glanced between Misha and Lucas. Jesus, this is awkward, isn't it? For several long, drawn-out moments, the three of them stared at each other until they all started to laugh. Jeff leaned over and pulled Misha in for a quick kiss. Thank you for brunch, sweetheart. Any chance there are any more strawberries? That seemed to dispel some of the tension, as Lucas chimed in, I'd love some too, if there's enough. Misha grinned at them both and hopped up, obviously happy the awkwardness had taken a back seat to their cravings. Lots more. Jeff smiled at Lucas, the tension of a few moments ago drifting away when Lucas glanced at Misha's tight, round ass in his jeans. When Lucas's gaze finally traveled back to his, Jeff smirked. Instead of Lucas looking chagrined, he winked and held his coffee up, lifting his eyebrows as if saying cheers to enjoying Misha's ass. He didn't even try to hold back his laughter, which felt pretty damn good. They both took another drink of coffee as Misha served them each up a small bowl of the strawberries with whipped cream. They chatted for another 30 minutes about nothing of consequence, which helped relax things even more. After giving them both exuberant kisses, Misha finally left for class, practically skipping out of the house. His good mood returned. And goddamn if that didn't lighten Jeff's own mood. So much so he crossed his legs, leaned back in his seat, and raised a brow at Lucas. I know this sounds very father of the bride, but what exactly are your intentions with Misha? Lucas met his gaze directly, and though a smile flitted over his face, he cleared his throat and sat up straighter, answering him seriously. My intentions with Misha are the same as my intentions with you. I uprooted my life in New York because the only place I wanted to be was here. The only people I wanted to see were both of you, and the only thing I plan to do is show you I'm here for as long as you'll have me, day in and day out. It's as simple as that. Jeff met Lucas's gaze, caught up in his stark honesty. I believe what you're saying is true. I don't think it's going to be that simple. Relationships are hard, and triads even harder. It's going to take a lot of work from all of us to make a real go at this. Lucas's shoulders sagged, his look of disappointment hard to see. As much as he wanted to harden his heart against his best friend's struggle, he simply didn't have it in him. Finally, Lucas nodded, a spark back in his eyes. If there's one thing I have total confidence in, I'll handle the hard work. But I don't blame you for being worried. You're well within your rights to have doubts about my commitment. I'm sorry, but I've got Misha to be concerned with and protect. What he didn't say out loud was the part about protecting himself as well, because the hurt Lucas caused him felt like a physical blow he'd yet to recover from. Shaking his head, Lucas reached across the table as if to touch Jeff's hand, and before he was about to pull back, Jeff's hand reached out to clasp his, almost of its own accord. Lucas squeezed it. "Don't be sorry, especially not for that. I can't blame you, and I can't blame you for wanting to guard your own heart as well." Of course, Lucas would see through to what he hadn't said. He shifted in his seat, unable to meet Lucas's eyes. "Look, what you don't know is that I've been pretty miserable in New York for quite some time. I know I told you I needed a change, but Jeff, it's so much more than that." Lucas leaned back in his chair and ran his hands through his unruly hair. "I need human contact, laughter, and affection. I need a connection with someone, or maybe more than one someone." The twinkle in his eyes nearly made Jeff smile. "I need to know there's a place I belong, where I'm wanted for me, and not for what I can bring to the table or who I can introduce someone to." Jeff frowned, wondering if it had truly been that bad. "Lucas." Lucas sat forward, earnest. "Jeff, I've had absolutely no one in my life besides my family who has fully seen me for me and not for what they can gain by being with me. At least not since I had you in my life back in college. But I was still in your life. Why didn't you tell me this?" He couldn't help but let his frustration out in his words. He hated the thought of Lucas suffering for so many years without once reaching out for help. Lucas shook his head and sighed. "Because it wasn't your problem to solve. Look, I'm not saying I didn't have relationships, but they were short and they were shallow. There wasn't a deep connection with anyone. Even the submissives I've had through the years have all known I had money and wanted to be kept boys." Lucas chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Jesus, look, I'm not trying to make this a woe-is-me moment here. I'm only telling you because that first weekend together. Jesus, Jeff, that weekend meant more to me than you can ever imagine. I felt truly alive for the first time in years. Neither of you gave a rat's ass about the size of my bank account or how important my position was at Sullivan, Rosen & Katz. We don't care about that shit." Lucas nodded, obviously knowing the truth. "I know, but a lot of people were under the impression I was a mover and a shaker, and you know that's the furthest thing from the truth. When the day is done, I want to be home with the people I care about, and I got a glimpse of how that could be with both of you. I swear to you I've never wanted something more than I wanted that, and not with anyone, but with the two of you." Jeff's heart clenched, and he allowed some of the pain he felt to ooze into his response. "If we meant so much, then how could you treat us like we meant so little?" Lucas leaned forward, elbows on the table, head in his hands. After a moment, Lucas rubbed his face and sat back, his gaze steady. "Do you remember how obsessed I would get about my tests and my grades, or the stress if I didn't feel respected by my professors?" Jeff nodded, because hell yes, he remembered. Lucas was like a dog with a bone. He had to be the best and earn everyone's respect. "Imagine that times 1,000. That job, I can't even explain to you the constant stress I was under, granted mostly of my own making, to be the best, to be the most respected up-and-coming mergers and acquisitions manager the company ever had. I knew it was bad, but I had no idea how bad until that phone call at the airport. It was exactly the shock to my system that I needed to wake up and realize the only thing my obsession with being the best was doing was giving them permission to use it to their advantage. Jesus, Lucas." As if Jeff hadn't spoken, Lucas continued. "They called me in to put out fires constantly, and when I had no one in my life, it wasn't an issue. So they did it more, and it became like a drug because I'd become the fixer. Even if shit was happening on another team, they'd call me in, and I'd fix everything, and I felt needed, and most of all respected. But in truth, I was being used because I was willing and able to clean up their messes. So when you kept getting called away, when I kept getting called away, it was stuck in my brain that no one else could take care of it, that I had to do it because no one else could. They knew how to push the right buttons, which words to say to get me asking how high when they told me to jump. I knew it was happening. Deep down I knew, but I was in denial. Until I said it wasn't working anymore." Lucas nodded. "Yeah, and then it all came crashing down on me, and I sat there and realized absolutely none of it mattered, not one little bit. And I got so mad, so fucking mad, at them, at myself, at the world." Jeff couldn't help but ask, "At us?" Lucas looked at him in shock. Fuck, no, never. You finally helped me see what I was doing to myself, and worse, what I'd been doing to you. Those habits don't die when you take the job away, though. Lucas nodded, agreeing. That's true. It's ingrained in me. I've thought a lot about seeing a therapist, but not working for a while will help. And I think being self-employed will as well. I won't have that power structure in front of me, the upper echelons to impress, and I'll have more control over what I take on. Jeff's feelings were thawing, but it's not a magic pill. Lucas shook his head. No, and I'm probably going to need help from a professional, from you, from Misha. I don't have all the answers, but I knew the first thing I needed to do was get out of there and get to you. So I'm here. You're here. Jeff ran his hand up Lucas's arm. It's not going to be easy. We can't fix all of that for you. No, and I wouldn't expect you to. I just want to start over with you both and show you I'm here with you and that you're what's important. I hope you trust we'll do what we can to help, but seeing a professional might be a good idea if the transition is hard for you. Lucas placed his hand over Jeff's on his arm. Thank you. That means more than you can even imagine. Jeff nodded. Some of the tension left his body, knowing they'd crossed some invisible barrier that had appeared sometime in the last month. His only worry was not knowing how many more barriers there were ahead of them. But they'd figure that out as they approached each one. He wasn't sure how it was all going to work. Hell, he wasn't even sure if it was going to work. But his anger and his pain were no longer a burning fire within him. They'd settled into a dull ache. He was still hurt, and he was still wary, especially when it came to Misha. But he didn't doubt Lucas's commitment to making things right and to be what they needed. He just hoped in the end it was enough. Chapter 14. Misha. Misha walked into the living room. Jeff was sitting in the chair over by the window overlooking their backyard, and Lucas was on the couch, both silently reading. The room was filled with that awkward silence everyone hates because it's fucking oppressive. Misha sighed. The whole day had been the same. Jeff had the day off, something he'd scheduled weeks before, since they'd planned a short overnight stay at a vineyard. A friend of Ronan's owned the place, and Jeff thought it would be romantic. And it would have been, if they'd gone. With Lucas there, they realized going wasn't an option pretty quickly. They hadn't been in the right frame of mind for a romantic getaway for three. Jeff and Lucas had talked the week before, and Misha knew the gist of the conversation. He'd been beyond happy they'd taken the time to try and understand each other. When he wanted to be, Jeff could be particularly stubborn. But the problem was it hadn't been this grand, magical fix to the awkwardness and the pain they were all feeling. Jeff was still wary as fuck around Lucas, which put Misha, going through his own part of the pain train, in the middle. Neither one forced him to be there, but Misha was also more forgiving than Jeff. Misha could see Lucas's frustration because, damn, the man hated not being able to fix a problem right in front of him. Again, no surprise, since the reason they were in a bad place was because Lucas couldn't let someone else take the ball. All of that equaled no vacation and no wine-drunk sex in the middle of some field at the vineyard. Just a little fantasy recently added to Misha's bucket list he was not getting to cross off said list. That put them all together in the house all day. Misha thought staying busy was best, but also getting the three of them in the same room together. What was the point of having Lucas there if they weren't going to try? Lucas might as well have gotten a room at a hotel. They were making as much progress with them all living under the same roof. The silence wasn't what he had in mind. Walking fully into the room, Misha sat down on the love seat facing Jeff by the far wall, putting Lucas to Misha's right. Reading, and Jeff working, which he was sure he told Jeff not to do, wasn't what he meant when he suggested they both go hang out instead of hovering over Misha while he finished up the laundry. Checking the ornate clock on the wall, Misha realized it was only noon. Dropping his head back against the couch, a groan of frustration slipped out. Are you all right, little one?
The concern in Lucas's voice warmed Misha. He loved that part of Lucas. Not that Jeff wasn't equally affectionate with cute nicknames or always asking after Misha. They simply had different ways of going about it. Lucas was always attentive and sweet with his concern and his desire to do anything Misha needed, whereas Jeff made rules and guided Misha through every day with a firm hand and making sure Misha wanted for nothing. Misha loved both ways these men dominated him. "I'm fine. I was sure it was much later in the day," Misha said with a wry smile. "I can make you lunch," Lucas offered. "Oh no, I can do it." "Let me? You can sit there and read or rest your eyes." Misha wasn't tired enough for that, but he couldn't pass up this opportunity. "Thank you, Daddy." Misha's smile deepened before he turned toward Jeff. "Can you help him?" Jeff's head snapped up, away from the iPad he'd been supposedly focused on. "I'm sure Lucas can handle it. He's a better cook than me anyway." Misha wanted to roll his eyes at him, but he didn't want a spanking. Okay, he did, but later, when he was trying to get them all in the same room and actually interacting. "I know, but it is your day off, and I'll even come in and watch you both cook. It'll be like my own sexy entertainment." Misha grinned at Jeff, trying to assume an innocence Jeff often saw through. Jeff quirked an eyebrow, and Misha knew he'd been seen through again. "Of course, sweetheart. We'll be your personal chefs for the afternoon." Jeff stood, placing the tablet down on the desk as he passed. He nodded to Lucas, and he stood, following Jeff out of the room. As Lucas walked by, he paused in front of Misha. Lucas started to lean down, but stopped and stood back up again, patting Misha's shoulder before walking out. Misha sighed. He felt like he'd been doing a lot of that lately. It was nothing but walking on fucking eggshells with the three of them, and something, or maybe someone, needed to put a stop to it. A plan quickly formed in his head. Misha kind of felt like doing the evil cackle thing witches did in Disney movies, but didn't want his men in the kitchen thinking he'd lost his mind. After waiting a few minutes, Misha got up off the couch, grabbed the empty coffee cups left behind, and walked to the kitchen. He wanted to give them that time to maybe talk or something before he went in. Maybe being in the same room where they had that first breakfast all together would bring up some happy memories. Hopefully, it would be enough to get them really talking and maybe even smiling. But what he walked into was blah. More silence and giving each other enough space so there was no chance of them even touching. Misha sat at the table and watched. He could tell that they were uncomfortable. A fucking stranger could tell. But he also saw sidelong glances filled with longing. Misha felt that longing along with them both. He wanted things back to the way they had been. Not paying attention, Jeff reached for the large pan sitting on the counter at the same time as Lucas. Their hands touched, and Jeff pulled back, flinching. "Oh, sorry, man." Lucas smiled, but it held a twinge of sadness. "It's okay. You go ahead. I'll get another one out of the drawer." Lucas turned away and bent over, opening the large drawer holding the pots and pans. Jeff stared, watching Lucas move when he knew Lucas couldn't see him. The rest of the cooking went exactly like that. There were lots of "I'm sorries," and Misha did not get his sexy entertainment because it wasn't sexy. It was sad. Misha walked over until he was standing on the other side of the island from Jeff and Lucas. He was a forward guy, not one prone to shyness, but he was still a submissive when it came to play, so this was not going to be the easiest. He could already feel his cheeks warming, but a small part of him, the brat, aptly titled, wanted to push a few buttons, and Misha was on board, especially if it would get these two, really all three of them, on more even ground to move forward. Clearing his throat, glad he took that acting class one semester his freshman year, Misha said, "I cannot believe how incompetent the two of you were today," in the most pretentious, master-of-the-house voice he could think of. Jeff and Lucas stopped what they were doing and stared at him. Misha fought to hold back the smile that wanted to spread across his face. Misha, what are you talking about? Jeff looked from Misha to Lucas. Lucas shrugged.
I gave you a menu for today. It wasn't a suggestion of what to have.
Little one, you have us a little confused. Lucas took a step forward. Maybe it's insanity due to chocolate cravings? Jeff directed the question at Lucas.
Misha was trying to stay in his role and not laugh, but their confusion was cute, not something he would have attributed to them before.
Is this how he acts when he doesn't get chocolate?
Lucas pointed a finger at Misha. He sounded horrified at the idea Misha would get a split personality over lack of sweets. Jeff laughed.
Not that I've seen, but there was this one time the first year we started dating.
Misha cut that conversation off before it could begin. No way did he want that incident dredged up. I did not say you could speak. Misha took a deep breath, trying to act as though he was exasperated. Staying in character for this role play was hard, with these two being too damn adorable for words. I specifically said I wanted, at minimum, a 3-course meal to impress. And what did you serve? Lucas was the first one to catch on. It was like watching fog slowly clear, but the sexy smirk on his face told Misha he got it.
In our defense, sir, our sliders and wiener winks are very impressive.
A small, undignified squeak slipped past Misha's tightly closed lips. He was going to laugh. Wiener winks. And Lucas said it with a straight face. Bastard was trying to break him.
Have you both lost your minds?
That came from Jeff, but they both ignored him to continue the game. I was not impressed. I wanted 5-star restaurant food, not backyard cookout. And what the hell is a wiener wink?
It was little hot dogs wrapped in dough, but instead we used puff pastry and Boursin cheese to bring it up a level. Like you said, you wanted to impress, sir.
Lucas? Jeff grabbed Lucas's arm, pulling him back so they were both facing away from Misha. Before he knew what was happening, his spontaneous role play turned into a game of cat and mouse. Instinct took over when he saw the mischievous smile on Jeff's face past Lucas's shoulder. They were planning something, and he had to run. Jumping off the chair, Misha ran. Hearing the heavy footsteps of the 2 men behind him, Misha tried to think quickly. He had to find a place to hide so he could lose them. Their house wasn't itty-bitty, but neither was it a mansion with lots of hiding places. Misha didn't have any advantage over Jeff and Lucas, since Jeff was the owner of the damn house, who definitely knew it just as well, if not better, than Misha did. A laugh wanted to bubble up, because precisely when Misha took a sharp turn to go up the stairs, he heard one of the big oafs chasing him run into a wall. He hoped they weren't hurt and hadn't put a big dom-sized hole in his kitchen. Misha reached the top of the stairs, breathing like a sofa cushion wheezing under the weight of a sumo wrestler. Mentally adding running to his exercise routine, he glanced down. The guys weren't there, but he could hear Jeff was making sure Lucas was okay. Smiling, Misha quietly ran down the hall, looking in and out of doors for a place to hide. Closing the door to one of the spare rooms, Misha tiptoed a few feet, then stopped. He listened, trying to figure out where Lucas and Jeff were, and heard nothing. It was too quiet. Fuck, he whispered, before he realized they didn't exactly know where he was. They were probably trying to be super sneaky and quiet to find him. Misha's heart pounded against his ribcage, and he placed his hand over it. Looking around, Misha noticed he was right in front of Lucas's room. With the slightest breath of movement, Misha opened Lucas's door cautiously but fast. If he did it slow, the door hinge would give him away. Closing the door behind him just as quickly, Misha let out a breath in relief, feeling a little bit of pride in his sneaky ninja skills. There wasn't much point in hiding since the room wasn't all that large and only had a closet and bathroom. No secret doors and tunnels, sadly. Something to talk to Jeff about in the future. Misha rolled his eyes at himself while stifling a giggle at having that conversation with his dom. The endorphins were clearly making him lose his mind. Deciding to get comfortable, Misha settled on the bed and leaned against the headboard to wait. The hall outside the room was still so freaking quiet. A few moments passed. Then Misha heard a creak. Lucas, most likely, was close to the door because Jeff knew all the noisy spots and would have avoided them. His belly fluttered with anticipation. At the last minute, he decided to climb under the large mound of blankets Lucas had and hide. Misha knew he would be seen, or at least his man-sized lump would be, but he couldn't do nothing. As he lay there trying to keep his breathing shallow, Misha heard the squeak of the door hinge. Fuck. He wanted to laugh at how absurd this all was. They were all grown-ups, all above the age of hide-and-seek and chasing a boy to flirt. But Misha couldn't deny how much fun it was. Lying as still as possible, Misha heard their whispers. He couldn't hear the words exactly, but they were close enough to see the lump on Lucas's bed. Misha nearly startled at the sound of Lucas's voice.
"I don't know where he could be."
Misha rolled his eyes at Lucas's overly dramatized voice.
"Neither do I. What do we do now?"
If Misha hadn't been sure before, he was 100% sure Jeff could never be an actor.
"I think we've lost him, Jeff."
Lucas's loud, fake sniffle followed his words. Misha had to clamp a hand over his mouth not to burst out laughing. Jeff's response made it so much harder.
"Oh no, whatever are we going to do without him?"
Misha felt one side of the bed dip, then the other.
"I don't know. He was such a good boy for us."
He was the best boy. I'm feeling awfully sad and tired after looking everywhere for him. I think I'm going to lie down. The quiet chuckle from his right was Jeff.
"I think I'll join you. I need to get some rest, being so old and all."
The next thing Misha felt was two large bodies lying on top of him. And not just lying there motionless, like nice doms would, but wiggling and whining about the lumpy mattress and needing a new one. Misha couldn't do it anymore. Between the peals of laughter suddenly escaping and being trapped under the blankets for what felt like hours, he was out of air. "Stop!" Misha shouted between every bit of laughter. The blankets flew off his body, and fresh, cool air rushed into his lungs before 4 big paws tickled him.
"Oh my God, where were you hiding?"
Please!" More laughter spilled from Misha.
"You had us so worried."
With every dig of their torturous fingers, Misha was plotting their murder.
"We thought we lost you."
"Stop!" Misha kept repeating the word, mostly broken midway with another laugh. "Please, no more. Can't breathe." As suddenly as it started, the tickle torture was over. Misha glared at them both, fighting for air to fill his lungs. When he was done dying, Misha was going to give them a talking to. Lucas and Jeff were smiling, though. At Misha, at each other. It was perfect. Damn it. How could he be mad at them when they were so happy? Oh yeah, because they're mean, and they deserved it. Jeff moved in closer, the heat radiating off his body, warming Misha further. Things had calmed down, but another not-so-calm feeling started creeping in. Arousal. Frantic need. Their cocks pressed against the side of his legs, hard and insistent. Misha wouldn't deny them. He'd wanted them to come together this way since New York City. And as Jeff leaned down and devoured his mouth, Lucas pushed up his shirt and mouthed his skin, and Misha knew whatever had been holding them back had shattered. It was a step on the right path, a path leading to forever.
"I think he's thinking too much."
Lucas mumbled the words against his skin.
"Yeah, maybe we should do something about that."
Jeff pulled back from Misha and looked into his eyes. Lucas hummed. Then he was there, his face looking down at Misha like Jeff's. Then they both looked away from Misha, locking eyes together, and Misha swore every breath in his lungs vanished. Lucas smirked, and Jeff leaned in. Then they were kissing, and Misha was dying and his poor cock was throbbing. It was going to be a good goddamn day.
Chapter 15. Lucas. Grabbing his black dress coat off the back of the living room chair, Lucas pulled it on, thinking on the role play he was dressing up for. He hadn't worn a suit in what felt like ages, but had really only been a couple weeks. It was easy to wear, like always, but it wasn't him anymore. He liked being home and comfortable in his jeans and no shoes, one of the reasons he preferred video or phone conferences to face-to-face meetings. He'd nearly laughed when he'd had a video call with a potential client the week before, wearing his button-up and pajama pants. Lucas was done preparing as Misha, followed by Jeff, came down the stairs. "Misha." Lucas pulled him into his arms, kissing the top of his head before stepping back. "You ready for this?" "More than ready, Daddy. How about you?" The excitement for the coming role play was written all over Misha's face. "Just as excited, little one. You look so fucking sexy in that uniform, boy." "Thank you, sir." Turning to Jeff, Lucas smiled, giving him a quick kiss. Misha blushed happily before he stepped into the space between them, wrapping his arms around their waists. "This is going to be so hot." Misha's voice was breathless and eager. Lucas smiled down at him. "Such a dirty boy we have, Jeff." Misha's blush grew deeper. "We do indeed." Jeff seemed devious in his own dark-colored suit. Lucas always loved that look on him, powerful and strong. "Let's get started. I'm looking forward to this one." Then Jeff winked at Misha and tapped his ass. "Are you ready too?" "Yes, sir." "What are your safe words, little one?" "Red, yellow, and green, Daddy." Jeff nodded, looking serious. "Remember, once Lucas enters the office, the scene has begun. Use your safe words at any time." "Yes, sir." Excitement coursed through Lucas. It had been months since that last role play, and he could not wait to get his hands on Misha. With one last nod to them both, Lucas walked in the office, closing the door behind him, and sat at the desk. Looking around, he made sure all the things they'd set up ahead of time were within reach. He chuckled when he noticed the chalkboard Jeff must have bought just for the occasion set up on a stand in front of his desk. Taking a deep breath, Lucas cleared his mind of everything but the scene about to start. Lucas sat at his desk, grading the last of the papers the students turned in the day before, when he heard the knock on his office door. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was late afternoon, and 15 minutes after the time his wayward student, Misha Parker, was supposed to show up. Shaking his head, Lucas called out, "Come in," then stood and moved around the desk as Misha walked into the room. Leaning back against the large wood desk, Lucas crossed his ankles and clasped his hands in front of him. Seeming nervous, Misha walked in and looked around, clearly not sure where he should sit since Lucas was so close to the chair in front of his desk. Pointing to that very chair, Lucas instructed, "Sit right here, Mr. Parker. We have lots to discuss." Misha swallowed hard before replying, "Yes, Professor Trevino," and walking toward Lucas. He glanced at the chair, then back up at Lucas before stepping slowly between the chair and Lucas's legs. Misha sat with perfect posture, hands clasped in his lap and head down. His feet wouldn't stop moving, but it was the only sign of nerves. Lucas smiled. Such a beautiful boy to play with. He could imagine getting to bend him over his desk to toy with his little hole, making him whimper and cry out. Lucas's cock started to fill out from those thoughts alone. Too bad Misha was his student. Or maybe not. Misha's eyes darted up to the swell in his pants and back down again, flushing. Sure, he could be embarrassed for noticing his professor's arousal, but Lucas had a feeling Misha was more of a naughty boy than he originally thought. Time to test the waters. "Mr. Parker, you were late to our meeting." "Yes, Professor, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear your excuses. I was nice enough to agree to this meeting, and you were disrespectful in return. What do you think I should do about that?"
I don't know, sir."
"Oh, come now, Mr. Parker. You have no ideas to make up for your disregard for my time? I struggle to believe that."
Lucas waited. In every following moment of silence, Lucas hoped Misha would say what he wanted and equally wished he wouldn't. Playing these games with students was dangerous. Punishment? Fuck. Misha said it. Said the very thing Lucas wanted and dreaded to hear. You think you should be punished, Mr. Parker? He hummed as though thinking about it, making the boy wiggle in his seat. Yes, sir. I happen to agree with you. Lucas paused, counting to 10 before continuing. You see that chalkboard right there, Mr. Parker? When Misha eyed the board and nodded, Lucas added, You are going to write, I must never be late on that board for every minute you were late. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Misha looked slightly disappointed with the punishment, and Lucas wanted to laugh. Good. Now go ahead. You were 15 minutes late. Lucas never moved from his place against the desk, just watched the boy pick up the chalk and do as he was told. His handwriting was neat. Sadly, he couldn't add a punishment for that. In a matter of minutes, Misha was done, dropping the chalk into its holder and walking back over to Lucas. He didn't sit in the chair, only stood there with his head bowed. Lucas wanted to devour him, roughing him up until his skin glowed red from Lucas's hands and mouth and teeth. Good boy, Mr. Parker. Now the other part of your punishment. You will go to the corner, facing the wall, and stand there for 15 minutes with your hands clasped behind your back. Misha's forehead scrunched, but he never looked up at Lucas or questioned his command. A beat later, Misha faced away from Lucas, allowing him to look his fill at his small waist and tight ass. Reaching back, Lucas picked up the receiver of the phone from its cradle and pushed the speed dial button he needed. Yes, Professor O'Connor. Misha's shoulders visibly tensed, hearing the head of the history department's name. Lucas grinned. I need you in my office. I have a student that, let's just say he's in need of a firm hand. The phone back in its place, Lucas stood, adjusting his cock now that his naughty student no longer watched him. He sat back down in his desk chair, waiting for the other man, his friend, and sometimes more, to come into the room. Jeff darkened his doorway. The man was gorgeous with his suits and styled hair, everything about him in place to perfection. What do we have here, Lucas? Lucas moved around the desk and back to the spot he'd vacated as Jeff strolled into the room and stood a foot from him, staring at the boy in the corner. I'm afraid he's been bad, Jeff. Lucas sighed, mainly for dramatic effect. Mr. Parker has been struggling with handing assignments in on time, and when he asked for a meeting with me to discuss it, he showed up late. Jeff made a tisking noise and walked over to the corner. He stood right behind Misha, not touching, but so close Lucas was sure Misha could feel his heat radiating off him. He'd had Jeff at his back before, standing just as close. Remembering the dominance in the feeling, Lucas adjusted himself again. What punishments has he received? Jeff's voice was stern and commanding. An answering shiver ran through the student's body. I had him write on the chalkboard and stand in the corner for the disrespect of being late. I haven't yet addressed the subject of punishment for his assignments. Jeff hummed, then quickly turned and walked back over to Lucas. Is his time up yet? I think I need to hear from him. Lucas glanced at his watch and realized yes, his time was in fact up. Mr. Parker, come join Professor O'Connor and me. When Misha turned around, Jeff moaned. Glancing down the length of the slim body walking toward them, Lucas could see why. Misha was hard and tenting his pants. When Misha got close enough, Lucas gestured for him to sit back in the lone chair in front of his desk. Misha had to scoot chest to chest in front of Jeff, who never once looked away from the boy. Misha stumbled and reached out to stop himself, his hand landing right on Jeff's chest. His panicked eyes raised to lock with Jeff's. Pulse spiking with anticipation, Lucas waited to see what would happen. But Misha removed his hand and cradled it to his own chest as though he'd been burned. Misha was finally back where he started, waiting for his punishment.
Do you think you deserve a second chance, Mr. Parker? It seems Professor Trevino has given you plenty of opportunities, and yet you failed to use them.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm only a freshman, and it's been harder to adjust than I thought it would be, and I've fallen behind, but I promise I'll do anything to make up the grades. I can't get a failing grade or I could lose my scholarship. Please, Professor O'Connor, I'm willing to put the work in after class, of course, to make up for my mistakes.
Jeff looked at Lucas, and Lucas saw his want and need for Misha in his eyes. Lucas wanted that too, but together. I think he sounds sincere. What about you, Jeff?
Jeff eyed the boy until Misha lowered his head, unable to keep eye contact any longer.
I agree. Before we get to the extra credit work, do you have any suggestions for his punishment?
Of course, Lucas did. He'd been dreaming of this since Misha walked into his classroom.
I think Mr. Parker needs a spanking.
Lucas saw Misha flinch, then squirm in his seat.
Over the desk, pants down.
Misha's head shot up. I can't.
Oh, so you can be disrespectful and slack on your schoolwork, but you cannot pay the price? I see.
Jeff's voice was infuriatingly calm, but with a thread of disappointment. Misha's face flushed, and his pupils dilated. No, sir, please. I'll do it. Lucas tensed, every muscle tight, beads of sweat running down his spine. He suddenly felt like they had too many clothes, hot and suffocating, and a barrier from getting skin to skin with the temptation in front of them.
Good. Now stand and bend over my desk.
Lucas stood up, knowing Misha would need to use that spot. They both watched as he paused, a hint of indecision or second-guessing himself coming over Misha, but just as quickly it was gone. Misha slowly bent over the desk, his hands holding him up.
Lay stretched out, boy. I want to see your arms extended and your belly flat to the surface.
The command came from Jeff's gruff voice. They were all at the point of being unable to hide their arousal, and Lucas was sure none of them cared any longer. Once Misha was in position, Lucas walked up behind him and took a few minutes to appreciate the sight. Misha's ass cheeks were small enough to fit in the palm of Lucas's hand. He'd always thought they would be. Every time Misha left his classroom, Lucas found his eyes locked to his bottom, the sway and shimmy of him gathering his books and leaving class. Lucas reached around Misha, his much larger body hovering over the slim young man, unbuttoning and unzipping the boy's pants before he could object. Not that he would. Hard didn't quite describe Misha's dick. It was a steel rod. He grabbed the waistband of Misha's pants and wiggled them down until they fell the rest of the way to his calves on their own. Slowly, Lucas thumbed the bare skin above the elastic waist of Misha's tight underwear. Goosebumps popped up all over the exposed skin. He wanted to lick them. Then he pulled the underwear down as well, and Misha was essentially half naked and trapped. Besides being in a room with two much larger men, his pants hobbled him. He palmed one of Misha's cheeks, proving to himself how right the size and feel of his pert ass was. He'd wanted this boy since the first day he'd walked into his class. Fuck, he was gorgeous. When Lucas looked away from the naked bottom, Jeff was standing next to him, eyes locked on the pale perfection and his hand clutching a wooden ruler. Jeff's fingers clenched in Misha's hair, pulling and turning Misha's head toward Jeff. Jeff knelt, putting himself eye level with Misha. He held up the ruler, showing it to Misha, and need shone brightly in his eyes. Misha wanted that ruler, wanted to feel the stinging pain.
Do you know what I'm going to use this for, boy?
Jeff asked. Misha's eyes went from Jeff's to the ruler and back again before answering. You're going to spank me with it?
I am, and it's going to hurt. Do you want to hurt for us?
Misha's eyes closed as he shuddered hotly. Lucas was nearing the end of his tether with need. Yes, Misha whispered. Jeff nodded once, then stood and moved behind Misha. Jeff roughly rubbed each exposed ass cheek, turning the skin pink, before finally stepping back. "You get 15 swats, Misha. I want you to hold still. Don't make me tie your hands down." Then Jeff shot a look at Lucas, and Lucas couldn't agree more with Jeff's next words. Growling into Misha's hair, Jeff's voice barely a whisper, he said, "Or do you want me to tie your hands down? For you to be at our mercy, not able to stop us from doing anything we want." Misha moaned and whimpered. Jeff stood back, assessing, before shaking his head at Lucas. Lucas agreed, but said, "Maybe next time." Because fuck, there'd be a next time. Lucas would guarantee it. Then Jeff let loose his arm, not as hard as he could, but enough so the swat created a long, rectangular red mark on the delicate, pale skin. Lucas moaned, and Misha cried out, "Shh, boy, that one was light." Jeff brought his arm back, and the ruler smacked again. Another long red mark crisscrossing the first. "If you're a good boy, Misha, Professor Trevino might reward you afterward." Lucas ground his hard dick into Misha's hip. The friction lit him up on the inside, sending tingles through every nerve. "Do you want to be good for us, to earn that reward, boy?" Misha moaned, nodding frantically. Lucas couldn't see his eyes from his side, but they must have been wide open and wet from his tears. Lucas wanted Jeff to take a picture of Misha. He wanted to remember that look on his face and jack off studying it. One by one, Jeff marked their student with the ruler, each hit leaving another and another mark behind. Misha's cries grew louder until Lucas leaned over the desk and clamped his hand over his mouth to muffle him. He couldn't have other students hearing. "That's it, boy. Be a good little slut," Lucas said, when Misha started to squirm between each hit. When Lucas reached under him, Misha's dick was hard and hot in his hand. Lucas squeezed, causing Misha to let out a delicious whimper. When it came time for the last hit, Jeff warned Misha it would be the hardest and hurt the most. There was no amount of bracing yourself for that, but at least Misha knew it was coming. Jeff pulled back, and a moment later let loose one final time with the ruler. The smack was loud. Misha's muffled sobs were louder. What a beautiful sound. Jeff slid his hands down over the red skin of Misha's ass, making him cry out again. He pushed Misha's shirt up, exposing more skin to his roving hands. Each caress, each squeeze showed possession. Lucas felt it to his core. He looked up at Jeff, who locked eyes with him before diving down and taking ownership of Lucas's mouth. Devouring him, bruising him, marking him. Lucas moaned, pushing into the kiss, wanting the control Jeff was handing out, but also wanting to own him back. Jeff pulled back, breathing heavily. He gave Lucas one last chaste kiss and straightened. Lucas, still lying over his student on his desk, felt Misha squirm again. Leaning down much like Jeff had earlier, he put his mouth to Misha's ear. "Do you want to be used by us, boy? We could own you and use you whenever we wanted, spank you and punish you whenever you failed or were late. Do you want that?" Misha's reply was fast and loud. If he had more energy, he would have shouted, "Yes, please." Lucas stood, leaving the warmth of Misha's body. He walked around to his other side and helped him stand up. Jeff came over, pushing close to them both, and cupped the side of Misha's face. "Good boy. Next time we'll go over what your extra credit will be." Lucas helped Misha get dressed again. Leaning down, he kissed that perfect bow mouth, adding his own level of marking. Jeff and Lucas surrounded Misha, holding him in their arms until they both knew Misha needed to rest. Jeff smiled at their boy. "Did you enjoy that, sweetheart?" Misha nodded, his eyes unfocused. "Okay, let's move him to the sofa and let him rest a bit. At this stage, I think we could get him to agree it was the best role play ever in existence, although that wouldn't be far off," Lucas joked. The role-play scene might have been over, but taking care of Misha was not. "We so need to do that again," Misha said, eyes closed, draped over Jeff and Lucas on the sofa. "But don't think you two aren't fucking me as soon as I can feel my legs." They both laughed. Jeff replied, "Subspace makes you bossy, boy." Misha hummed, wiggling deeper into their bodies. "I blame Daddy. It's those pheromones, I tell you." And they both laughed, and everything in that moment felt warm and soft. Lucas never wanted it to end. 2 weeks later. Lucas stood up from his desk and walked over to the large bank of windows looking out at the street. May in Powell's Point was beautiful. The sun was out, and everything was green and new. Looking back at his desk and the small pile of papers his accountant had given him to fill out, all Lucas could think of was, "Thank fuck it's Friday." But man, it had been the longest Friday in existence. Looking at his watch, he saw it was close to dinner time, but he honestly didn't want to even think about cooking. Maybe Jeff and their boy wouldn't mind having some takeout. He went to the kitchen, grabbed a cold bottle of water from the fridge, and then went back to the shared office. As he entered the room, his cell, sitting on the coffee table and forgotten earlier in the sea of financial papers, rang. Recognizing Misha's ringtone, Lucas quickened his pace and picked up the phone. "Hey, little one." "Hi, Daddy. I was wondering if you wanted to come out to eat dinner with us. We're already downtown, so you'd have to meet us." "Already out?" "Who is we, baby?" "Jeff and me, silly. Who else would I invite you out to dinner with last minute?" Misha giggled. Lucas had to admit to being a little hurt. He had no idea Jeff and Misha weren't at work and school, respectively. Pausing his thoughts and trying not to jump to conclusions, Lucas figured they probably wanted alone time. They were still a couple, and there was nothing wrong with having that time together when they wanted it. Same went for Lucas when it came to either one of his guys. It wasn't about them being together. The trouble came from the fact of them not letting him know, or that their date was today. "Oh, I didn't realize you guys were going out together." Misha made no immediate response. Then his voice was muffled before he finally replied to Lucas's unasked question. "Oh, well, Jeff picks a place for us to walk around every Friday. You know, since he gets out early some Fridays, and there are days that I don't have tutoring to do." Another pause. "It's just something fun we do." "Sounds like it, little one. The answer to your invitation is of course. Where do you want me to meet you?" They made plans for where to meet and when Lucas should get there. When the call was disconnected, Lucas slumped in his office chair. Logic told him he had no right. They did this all the time. They had all the right to continue the things they'd always done. But his heart felt betrayed and locked out from something precious. The very thing he dreamed about being a part of, the thing he thought he was a part of, was out walking and holding hands and eating ice cream and loving without him. Wasn't he thinking how thankful he was for Friday? Now he wanted the day to be over, and for once, he wanted to sleep in the spare room they'd stuck him in when he showed up with only his clothes and his heart on his sleeve. For once he wanted to be alone. This was going to be a fun dinner. Chapter 16. Lucas. Lucas set the phone down and stretched his neck from side to side, sighing. He'd been at it all day, phone call after phone call, trying to start the ball rolling on his company. It was going to be small, but Lucas was more than okay with that. He needed to work, because even with money, he wasn't the type of guy to do nothing with himself. If he did, he'd probably drive Jeff and Misha crazy. Lucas smiled. Thinking about his men typically made that happen. But after their weekend, even with a rough start, Lucas was starting to think he hadn't fucked it up beyond repair. Their sleeping arrangements still frustrated him. They had placed him in a room down the hall from them, separate and far away. If Lucas was honest with himself, he was hurt. He kept telling himself it was temporary. Eventually, when things got back to normal, he'd be sleeping in their bed with them every night. Wouldn't he? Hopefully. Pushing it out of his mind, since there wasn't anything he could do about it yet, Lucas focused on his work and jotted down a few notes in his notebook. He had woken up his laptop to check his email when he heard the key in the front door. Glancing at the clock, Lucas realized it had to be Misha. Jeff couldn't be home at lunchtime. Standing, he walked out of Jeff's office right when Misha dropped his backpack on the couch in the living room. Tension radiated from Misha's body, from the tight set of his shoulders to the lines on his forehead where his brow was scrunched. With the end of his college work, Misha was under so much stress. Lucas wanted to help him, but he wasn't sure how.
"Well, hello, little one. You're home early?"
Lucas leaned against the wall at the beginning of the hallway, watching the smile spread across Misha's lips. Such a pretty boy. Lucas grinned in return. Yeah, Misha paused for a moment, almost like he lost his train of thought. My tutoring was today, but when I went to the tutoring department, the only student I had on my schedule canceled, so here I am.
I'm glad then. Their loss is my gain. Now I get to spend the rest of the afternoon with you instead.
Misha walked closer. With only a foot separating them, Lucas craved pulling him close, but slowly, dragging it out and making Misha squirm with anticipation. Lucas loved teasing Misha, loved the way he wiggled and the way his breath hitched with excitement, the way he trembled once Lucas got his hands on him. But sadly, this moment wasn't for teasing. His boy clearly needed Lucas to be there for him and to listen to whatever was bothering him. Lucas loved him, but he couldn't tell Misha. Slow and steady won the race, and Lucas refused to lose this man, either one of them, again. Aren't you working? You don't have to stop for me, Lucas.
I was working, but now I'm not.
Lucas laughed at Misha's incredulous face. You know what I meant, but if you're sure, I'd love to spend time with you. Misha took the 3 steps needed to bring them chest to chest. Standing on his toes, Misha locked eyes with him as he brought their lips together. Lucas couldn't keep his hands to himself, not with Misha taking the initiative. Lucas reached around, wrapped his arm around that slim waist, and pressed it against the small of Misha's back, kneading him closer. He licked along Misha's mouth, causing a shiver to run through the boy, then pushed, opening Misha's lips. Lucas deepened the kiss. Misha's hands come to rest on his chest, thrums of heat coursing through his body with every flick of Lucas's tongue against his. When Lucas pulled back, Misha sank back down, feet flat on the floor once again, but his eyes remained closed. Lucas could look at him all day. The slight pink of arousal caressing his cheeks and, yes, that smile. It was sweet and beautiful, exactly like Misha, but held the shyness Lucas forgot Misha was capable of.
Now that was more than I was expecting, little one.
Lucas quirked his lips. Me too. Then Misha laughed, and Lucas couldn't help but join him. Thank you, Daddy. I knew coming home was the right choice. It came out as a whisper, but felt like fireworks in his heart. Lucas cupped his cheek, in awe of hearing Misha call him that. He didn't have words to explain how he felt from the very first moment Misha said those words, sleep-drunk back on Valentine's Day. His heart was too big for his chest, so much so it ached. Leaning his forehead against Misha's, he took a moment to be grateful for what he had every damn day. Lucas pulled back, paused to get his mind back in gear, and said,
I know you're stressed. What do you need from me? How about I make you some lunch?
Misha placed his hand over Lucas's. Thank you. I already ate an early lunch, but if you haven't eaten, I can make you lunch. Even with the excitement in Misha's voice, he knew that wasn't what the boy needed.
How about we go for a walk? I noticed a wooded park a few streets over.
Really? The hope in his voice sealed it for Lucas.
Definitely.
Yay! They even have a walking trail that's beautiful this time of year.
Good. Now go change into something warmer since it's a chilly day and get your sneakers on. I'll grab our coats. Meet me down here in 5 minutes.
Misha rushed off, and Lucas smiled. He loved making his boy happy, and he hoped this walk would do the trick. Right at the 5-minute mark, Misha met him at the door, and they were off. The weather outside was chilly, and they bundled up in warm coats and hats. Lucas was used to chilly weather since New York wasn't always a warm place, but the air in Powell's Point was crisp and clean, and he felt himself shivering. Misha hadn't spoken most of their walk, and Lucas was okay with that. They were there to decompress, and holding Misha's hand as they walked silently through the tall trees was enough to replenish them both. 30 minutes later, their cheeks were pink from the cold, and they were walking through the quietest part of the park. They had chatted here and there, laughing and joking around. It was nearly enough for Lucas to ignore the cold. "Are you feeling better?" Misha let out a breath. "More than I thought I would. The end of the year stuff has been killing me. I feel like time is rushing me to the end, and I'm not sure I'm quite ready." "What do you mean? You are so smart, and you have a bright future ahead of you." I guess I don't know what I'm going to do now. I mean, I've only ever been a student. I went from high school to college and never worked." Misha shrugged. "Jeff provides me with anything I need, and we haven't really spoken about what comes next." And Misha needed it, Lucas realized. He needed input, if not all-out direction from Jeff, and the everyday care Lucas provided, to feel settled. "Have you spoken to Jeff about it? You know you can," Lucas said gently. He was still so unsure of where he stood in their dynamic. They all were, really. Lucas had only been there for a couple weeks, and things were just starting to feel more settled between the three of them. Not perfect, or what they once were, but settled. Lucas didn't want to step on any toes. Plus, if he was honest, it hurt how neither one had jumped up and made things clear for him either. Looked like he and Misha were in the same boat. "No, not yet. With work and all the recent changes, I didn't want to bother him." Lucas stopped in the middle of the path and turned Misha to face him. "Jeff will never look at you or think of you as a bother, Misha. You know this." Misha nodded. "I know, Daddy, but sometimes I feel like I'm too needy." "Oh, little one, you are the sweetest boy." Lucas caressed Misha's cold cheek with his equally cold hand. "I can tell you to stop feeling that way, but I know it won't change a thing. How about this? When you're feeling extra needy and Jeff is at work, you come to me." Misha looked up at him, his expression searching. "Are you sure?" "Of course. Remember, that's what I'm here for. I want nothing more than to make you happy and give you the things you need. We can talk to Jeff about it if you want, the way we can all make the decision together." I would really love that. I think between you and Sir, I'm in good hands." Lucas booped Misha on the nose, making him giggle. "Now let's get back to the house before we freeze parts we may want to use later." Lucas winked. When they were nearly back home, Lucas could see Jeff still wasn't back. Once they were inside, Lucas took Misha's coat and hat from him and walked over to the coat closet inside the front door to hang them up. "Daddy, I have a great idea," Misha said as he untied his sneakers. "What's that, boy?" "How about enchiladas for dinner?" "Yes, please." Lucas moaned out the words, making Misha laugh. "Okay, then. I'll go get them started. I'll come help." As Misha pulled out all the ingredients, Lucas found the pan and a few bowls to make their meal. "Have you ever seen the show Schitt's Creek?" Misha asked. Lucas glanced over at Misha, thinking this was the start of a joke, but Misha wasn't even looking at him. "Can't say that I have. I'm not sure I want to watch something called Schitt's Creek." Lucas laughed. "Ha ha ha, no. It's spelled S-C-H-I-T-T, Schitt's Creek." Misha stuck his tongue out at Lucas before continuing. "And it's a fucking funny show. You should watch it." Lucas should probably have punished him for the bratty behavior, but he was having too much fun, and Lucas wasn't sure where he stood when it came to punishments, since Jeff's rules were different, and they hadn't talked about it. They hadn't talked about anything, really. No one said threesomes weren't complicated. He really needed to sit down and have a conversation with Jeff. Misha chattered away about the Rose family on the show and the funny episode when the mom, Moira, and her son David made enchiladas, though neither knew how to cook. Then Misha kept going, each funny and cute thing making them both laugh. Lucas was so happy his cheeks hurt from smiling, and he never wanted it to end. Chapter 17. Jeff. It had been one of those long fucking days that lasted forever and ever, and anything that could go wrong did. Jeff was bone-tired and grateful none of it was catastrophic. Eventually he'd laugh at how impossibly ridiculous it all was, but not yet. It felt like a domino effect, but really even that was too orderly because it wasn't a string of dominoes going down. No, it had been a chaotic jumble of unrelated things. Only upon thinking back on the day as a whole could he liken it to a huge litter of puppies. Puppies crawling and jumping around in a puppy pile when you were trying to line them up in a row for the perfect Instapic. No matter how many times he put another puppy in the row, inevitably one of the others would wander away, pee on something, or ruin something with their teeth, distracting the ones he'd yet to finagle into some sense of order. Only it hadn't been nearly as cute. From the pipe bursting in the office's little kitchenette to the huge car accident right in front of the office, making it impossible for any of his clients to park in their lot. The printer went on the fritz, so he couldn't print any paperwork his clients needed to sign, and because of the car accident, several contracts overnighted to the office didn't make it there at all, since apparently a car accident meant the delivery truck decided to skip right on by. Those were only the most notable things. Several other issues cropped up on a smaller scale, delaying things getting completed on time. He wanted a do-over, and had been ready to call it quits before noon, but he'd had to trudge on and put out fire after fire as they ignited, like a goddamned game of whack-a-mole. Jeff was an hour and a half late heading home, and he was starving, grumpy, and needed to be with his boy. And maybe, just maybe, he needed to be with Lucas as well. The traffic on the way home was the cherry on the shit-tastic sundae. Coupled with hitting every single red light, he had a headache brewing, the pulse of his heartbeat knocking up against his temples in a painful rhythm. Only when he drove down his street and saw the house lit up as if it was beckoning him home did he feel the weight of the day start to slide off his shoulders. He was always after Misha to turn off the lights in empty rooms to avoid an astronomical electric bill, but for once, seeing nearly every room in the front of the house alight made him feel happier to be home. He drove up the driveway, parked in the garage, turned off the car, and placed his forehead against the steering wheel. Jeff forced himself to take a few deep breaths, to shake off his day so he didn't carry it inside. He grabbed his leather laptop bag, his empty water bottle, and the travel mug in his drink holder, half full of cold, stale coffee, the first of probably 10 that day. Trudging into the house, a small smile, probably his only one of the day, slipped over his lips as he heard Misha's favorite music playing in the kitchen. They'd obviously not heard the garage door go up or down, as they were standing in front of the stove. Lucas was behind their boy, one arm wrapped around Misha's middle. He held Misha's hand around a wooden spoon, and they stirred something in a pan together while they swayed from side to side to the beat of the music. If the smell was anything to go by, they were making the filling for Misha's steak enchiladas, one of Jeff's favorites. As he approached the kitchen, he leaned on the wall of the entryway, back in the shadows of the dark hallway. Jeff watched their little dance, his heart in his throat, seeing how much affection Lucas and Misha had for each other. It was beautiful, and they were so easy with one another. Lucas murmured something in Misha's ear, making the boy laugh, turn his head to the side, and stand on his tiptoes to kiss Lucas's lips. Watching the tableau before him, he had conflicting feelings he wasn't exactly proud of. He absolutely loved Misha's happiness, and if anything made this all worth it, that did. And the return of Lucas's smile was a big plus as well. But he could also admit to himself the ease with which Misha and Lucas got back into their groove made him envious. His relationship with Lucas was still a bit stilted. Jeff was finally admitting to himself he'd been hurt much more than he'd realized. For nearly 20 years, Lucas had been steadfast and trustworthy, the one person he'd always known he could count on. When he realized Lucas had been making choices putting his job above anything else, it had been a shock to his system. Somehow, it felt 10 times worse that, in all the years they'd been friends, Lucas had never acted this way. But when Jeff opened up his life to share the most precious thing he owned, Lucas didn't treat it like a gift. His relationship with Lucas had always been only his alone. Sharing the man who'd been his best friend for half his life, who always held a special place in Jeff's heart, was going to take some getting used to. And sure, Misha scened with other doms within their group of friends, but that becoming permanent was never even a thought. Sharing Misha, the boy he'd been in love with for years, the boy he owned, heart, mind, and soul, and the one who owned him back, was something permanent. Jeff knew he wanted it, but the reality of sharing his men with each other was more difficult than he imagined. He had to admit seeing the two of them belong to each other as much as they belonged to him was hard, and equally hard to see Misha's easy acceptance of Lucas's role as his daddy. He also felt like these were all good things, which was kind of a mindfuck. He wanted everything, and yet watching it unfold before him was more difficult than he'd imagined. Lucas was the missing piece they didn't even know they'd been waiting for, but getting used to the changes in their relationship was slow in coming. He watched as they moved about the kitchen prepping dinner. So comfortable were their movements, it was like they'd done it every night for years, making it so clear their prior connection was coming back easily and naturally. Jeff and Misha worked the same way in the kitchen, and seeing Misha share it so easily with Lucas made him both happy and sad. Again, mindfuck. Jeff was also a little frustrated that he and Lucas were both still struggling to find that same easy feeling of companionship with each other they'd had for more years than he cared to count. It wasn't a problem per se, more of a niggling feeling. Jeff wanted that feeling back, wanted to show him affection without second-guessing himself. Jeff wasn't blaming Lucas either. It was simply a consequence of so much up and down. His heartbeat picked up when Lucas realized Jeff was watching them. While Misha put the enchiladas together in the baking dish, still unaware Jeff was home, Lucas slowly approached. The intense look in Lucas's eyes sucked Jeff in, making it impossible for him to move or look away. But Lucas only gave him a small smile, took the water bottle and mug from his hand, and slid his leather bag from his shoulder. In the nick of time, too, because Misha was running his way to jump up and wrap himself around Jeff. He caught Misha, gripping his hips and then wrapping his arms tightly around him, lowering his face into Misha's neck and breathing him in. Doing so relaxed him, making it even easier to leave his workday behind and look forward to the rest of the evening. As Misha released him and slid down his body with a final peck on his lips before he skipped back to the dinner prep, Jeff glanced over at Lucas, who hadn't moved away except to place them on the counter. Lucas stood, still carrying Jeff's bag, a bit uncertain, but giving him a welcoming smile regardless. Jeff took a deep breath and stepped close to Lucas, whose eyes widened. He didn't know what to say, so he went with, "Hey." "Great conversation starter, Jeff. Eye rolls for days." A corner of Lucas's lips turned up. "Hey." Jeff tucked his hands in his pants pockets and went with the banal, "How was your day?" Lucas tucked his own hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. "Pretty good. And this one here." Lucas tilted his head toward Misha. "Got home early, so we took a long walk together. Didn't we, little one?" Misha walked over, wiping his hands on a towel. "Yes, Daddy." He kissed Lucas on the cheek and moved back a few steps. Oh, God, Daddy. No matter what was going on between them, he loved hearing his boy call Lucas that. He gave them both a wide grin. "I'm glad you guys got to spend some one-on-one time together." And he was. So when Lucas gave him a look saying, "Are you really?" Jeff could do nothing but nod with a gentle smile. With a soft but frustrated huff, Misha approached again, clasping both their elbows, obviously having been standing by and waiting expectedly for something. Jeff's skin prickled with awareness when his boy said, "Just kiss each other hello already. You gotta start somewhere." Lucas smirked and raised a brow.
"Think he's right?"
Jeff chuckled, nodding.
"He usually is."
The ball was in Jeff's court. The hopeful look in Lucas's eyes was coupled with the fear of rejection. Jeff couldn't do that to him. Stepping into Lucas's space, Jeff cupped his cheek and gave him a tentative kiss. Lucas's indrawn breath of surprise told him it was the right move. He slowly broke the kiss, gazed into Lucas's eyes, and then drew him in again for the first gentle, truly loving kiss they'd shared since Lucas left. When Jeff pulled back again, he no longer saw the fear of rejection, and his heart leapt at the happiness there. He still harbored some resentment, so reconciling his chaotic feelings was difficult. But some were directed at himself, maybe more than some. And when it came down to it, he was still so full of love for the man who had shown up, broken, on their doorstep. He could never dismiss their shared years and years of friendship and love. He couldn't ignore the drastic steps Lucas had taken to be with them. He couldn't deny the effort and care Lucas was putting in with Misha, and how happy Jeff was to see Misha thriving again under their combined care. He'd continue to fall in love with Lucas. He'd been so close before everything had gone to shit. But his internal struggles would have to be worked out first. Jeff couldn't force it, but when he had the urge to hug or kiss or even absent-mindedly touch Lucas, he had to give in to those urges, because not doing so would only hurt them both. And if he was hurting them both, he'd be disappointing Misha. So he put his best face on, and they had a great meal together. He was able to tell them about his awful day and actually laugh at the absurdity. After, they settled on the couch to watch television with Misha in the middle, which he hoped wouldn't always be the case. He didn't want Misha stuck acting like a buffer between them. Eventually it was time for bed, so they turned off all the lights and headed upstairs. At their bedroom door, Misha faced Lucas and kissed him for several drawn-out moments, then hugged him. "Good night, Daddy." Misha grabbed Jeff's hand on his way and squeezed it quickly before letting go and heading in to get ready for bed.
"Thanks for tonight. It was nice to be able to come home to both of you and shake off my bad day."
Jeff wrapped a hand around Lucas's neck and pulled him in. They kissed, softly, sweetly. It wasn't a passion-filled kiss, but he'd felt compelled to let Lucas know he still cared. Pulling away, he smiled at Lucas.
"Good night."
There was a significant pause before Lucas nodded and told him good night as well. As he turned to shut their bedroom door, he watched Lucas walk slowly down the hall toward the guest room. This would all eventually get much easier and more natural as time went by. He looked forward to that day. Chapter 18. Misha. Misha was in an even better mood than he was the whole week, which was saying something, since he'd gotten to spend nearly every night laughing, snuggled up between Jeff and Lucas. And they kissed, like, all the time. No, they weren't earth-shattering, but they'd been sweet and full of affection, what mattered most. Though it had taken a push from Misha, he could not have been happier that the two men had taken steps to be in a better place, which was all that mattered. Jeff and Lucas were trying, and things were getting easier, which meant the world to Misha. Misha took the comforter he'd bought that day out of its packaging and placed it on the now unmade bed. Then he added the sheets and all the doodads of a complete bed set and stood back, staring at his selection. Misha had been planning this all week. Lucas most often still slept in the guest room. Even with recent improvements, things weren't perfect. Getting back into their groove wouldn't happen overnight. The pieces weren't quite fitting together yet. Jeff struggled with simple affections, but every day he settled more into it. Jeff saw all the steps Lucas was taking to make a life here with them. Hence why, while Lucas was out interviewing for a part-time personal assistant for his consulting business, Jeff told Misha to complete their surprise. They were making up the guest room and turning it into a room for Lucas. His own personal space, with pictures of Misha and Jeff, of course, but also his parents and sister, and his favorite color bedding. Misha even hung up and organized all of his clothes. Lucas was a good daddy, but organization for himself was not the man's strong suit. Misha had just finished hanging the last towel in the bathroom when Jeff yelled to him from downstairs. Walking out of Lucas's room, Misha went to the top of the stairs. "Sir, you have to see it. Come up here." Misha waited until he saw Jeff start up the steps before his excitement got the better of him. Bouncing on his heels, he grinned at Jeff. "It came out so good, sir. I did all the things we talked about, and I even went out and had pictures from our New York City trip printed, and then I framed them, and they look so good, and I bought him a bookshelf, which I put together alone, and it was hard, that can hold all of his books and work." Misha waved his hand around, trying to think of the word, but settled for stuff. Jeff was chuckling by the end of his excited rambling. "I'm sure he will love your hard work. Why don't you show me?" Jeff put his hand on the small of Misha's back and guided him back down the hall. Misha was proud of how it turned out, but also nervous, biting his lip as Jeff walked around the room inspecting all the little details. Picking up the framed picture of the three of them from Lucas's first trip out, Jeff said, "Sweetheart, you did a fantastic job. I cannot wait for Lucas's face when he sees what you did for him." Jeff looked over at him, still holding the frame. Misha walked to Jeff, wrapping his left arm around Jeff's waist and leaning his head on Jeff's arm. He looked at the picture with a mix of joy and sadness, but most of all with so much hope. "We've come pretty far, haven't we? I mean, it hasn't been easy, but we're doing it, and it keeps getting better, and I think we're going to make it. That it's going to work out for us, even with all the bad stuff in the middle. Right, sir?" Misha tilted his head up, looking up at Jeff, who was wearing a smile. It had once become rare, but now Misha saw it regularly, especially directed at Lucas. "Yeah, boy, we'll be all right." Jeff pressed a kiss to the top of his head and pulled his arm out from between them to wrap it tightly around Misha. Sighing, Misha relished the warmth and closeness of his sir. Now all he was missing was his daddy. "Let's go start dinner while we wait for Lucas to come home." Misha nodded and pulled out of Jeff's arms. Feeling playful and happy when he got to the top of the steps, Jeff only a foot behind, he said over his shoulder, "Last one in the kitchen has to wear the Ice Bank Mice Elf apron." Then he took off running, Jeff's loud laugh and heavy tread spurring him on. And of course Misha was laughing too. Misha made it first, laughing so hard winning was a surprise. "Ha! I won!" Misha raised his fist in the air in victory. Jeff tisked, "I think it's my turn to win." Which confused Misha, until Jeff picked him up like a sack of potatoes and threw him over his shoulder. Misha laughed until his sir spanked him, making the laugh turn to a yelp of surprise. "I claim you as my prize, boy. Now I get to do with you whatever I desire." Misha moaned. "Are you my captor, sir? Are you taking me to your dungeon and tying me to your bed and having your wicked way with me?" Jeff turned toward the entryway of the kitchen. "Yes, you are my slave." Jeff's words cut off, but Misha couldn't see why. All he could see was Jeff's sexy ass. Not a bad view at all. "Sir?" Then came a deep, sexy laugh. "Daddy." Misha wanted to maybe beg for them to continue the game now that Lucas was home. They did have a playroom downstairs, just sitting there empty. "Were you a bad boy, little one?" Lucas's voice was closer than he expected. "Never, Daddy. Sir is horny and trying to take advantage of me." A moment later, his ass stung from Jeff's hard spank. "Taking advantage?" Misha loved the playful growl in his voice.
I heard you, Misha. It sounded like you were more than willing to play kidnapper and slave.
They had him there. Misha was always willing. Not that he'd admit it to them. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I was trying to cook dinner. And just like that, Misha remembered. Sir, the surprise. Jeff laughed.
And I'm the horny one. Your brain is so sex-addled you forgot.
Misha smiled, nearly chuckling out loud before he pushed his face into Jeff's back to hide it. But it was true. Well, it's your fault. Maybe if you both stopped being so sexy, I could recover from my affliction. Jeff and Lucas both laughed again, but the blood was pounding loudly in Misha's ears from being upside down for so long. Sir, my head is starting to hurt.
Fuck.
Jeff set him down as gently as he could and held on to Misha to steady him.
Sorry, boy.
Lucas came up behind him, wrapping one strong arm around Misha's waist and kissing his ear. Misha sighed. His favorite spot, between his two men. Once he was no longer lightheaded, they let him go. Misha turned around to face Lucas, smiling. We have a surprise for you.
Oh? And what is that, little one?
Misha worked on this all day, so why don't we follow him upstairs? And they did. Misha led the way, Jeff behind him, and Lucas bringing up the rear. Thankfully, the door was closed. Misha turned back to them as they stopped in front of him. I hope you like it. We wanted to give you something to show you how happy we are that you're here. Misha felt Lucas's smile down to his toes. He turned the knob on the door and walked in, followed by Lucas, then Jeff. He watched as Lucas looked around. Jeff stood by Misha, holding his hand. He knew how nervous Misha was. When Lucas turned to them both, his face wasn't exactly happy, but he didn't look mad either.
You did this for me?
Yeah. We wanted you to have your own room and be able to call it your room instead of the guest room. Misha's voice was quiet, as often happened when he was anxious. This was super important to him. Lucas nodded with some flicker of an emotion Misha couldn't name, there one moment and gone the next. Then Lucas's gorgeous eyes were clear, and he was beaming.
Thank you, both of you. This is really nice.
Lucas kissed them both. Misha kept searching Lucas's face like he'd find Lucas's mystery emotion if he looked long enough. But he didn't. Whatever it was disappeared, and Lucas was back to his smiling self.
Excellent. Let's go cook us some dinner. Don't forget, Misha, we have plans tonight.
Oh, poop, I forgot all about that. Are you going to tell me what we're doing? Misha playfully batted his eyes at Jeff. Jeff laughed.
No, boy, and stop asking. You know all you need to know.
Misha scrunched up his nose instead of rolling his eyes, which would get him punished, and he did not want that. Misha turned his gaze innocently toward Lucas. Lucas pointed his finger at him.
No way, not happening. You will not wear me down, little one, so put those puppy dog eyes away.
Fine. Both of you are mean. Misha pretended to pout when Lucas walked away down the stairs.
You like us that way, sweetheart,
Jeff whispered in his ear. His teeth bit the lobe, sending heated tingles through Misha's body. Then Jeff followed Lucas. 45 minutes later, they sat down to eat as Misha placed the last bowl on the table. When he moved to his chair, strong arms grabbed him around the waist, stopping him in his tracks. Those same strong arms pulled him down. Stumbling, Misha fell, his ass landing on Lucas's lap.
There, that's better.
Lucas piled food on his plate while Jeff smirked. Misha smiled. These men were silly and possessive, but man, being around them made him feel as light as air. A fork with a piece of turkey meatball appeared in front of his mouth. Lucas wore an expectant look.
Come on, open up.
Lucas pushed the fork toward his mouth. Sighing happily, Misha did as instructed. He loved being fed by them, and it seemed to be one of their new favorite things. They fed him more than he fed himself, which was fine, but Misha was starting to think his guys thought he'd forgotten how to feed himself. It was an observation. He wasn't complaining, exactly. Mostly not complaining. Who would complain about being pampered? Misha wanted to laugh at his silly thoughts, but there was food in his mouth, and then he'd have to explain. Not a big deal, but the answer was simple. He was happy and complaining about being fucking pampered because of course he was. "How did your interviews go today?" Jeff asked. "They weren't too bad. A few aren't under consideration because they had a snobby attitude about me working from home. That's ridiculous. Many people have home offices." "I agree, and I have no intention of growing the business large enough to have one outside the home." Lucas forked a bite of seasoned asparagus into Misha's mouth. "Oh, that reminds me. I need to buy a desk and a computer. My laptop and a hard surface aren't going to cut it anymore. I can move some stuff around in my office so we can fit 2 desks. A look of surprise flitted across Lucas's face. Jeff's instincts were trying to lead him closer to the man they had both fallen for. He had read the emotion on Jeff's face numerous times, but Jeff didn't know Misha had noticed, and Lucas surely hadn't seen it. "It will be a tight fit, but I think I can make that work." Pleasure was all over Lucas's handsome face, although Jeff didn't notice. Ever the taskmaster, he was completely engrossed in his own thoughts, probably imagining how he was going to move each piece of furniture around. A sinfully sweet smile coming across his full lips, Lucas lifted his chin, bringing his lips closer to Misha's. Getting the hint, Misha met him halfway. Lucas hummed against Misha's lips before pulling away. Misha loved him. He'd known for a while, but it was too soon to tell him or Jeff. It had only been a month since Lucas showed up. A month filled with tension and relearning each other. A month of pushing them all baby steps closer to the place they belonged. They'd get there, and it would be worth the wait. "I think we need dessert. Don't you think so?" Lucas said to Jeff. Jeff's smile was wicked and dirty. "Oh yeah, and we'll need a plate." He jumped up from Lucas's lap, but Lucas grabbed Misha's arm. "Something wrong, Daddy?" "Oh no, little one, but you didn't need to move." "But Sir said you need plates." "Boy, you are our plate," Lucas replied. Misha was stunned, silent, but suddenly he knew where that idea had really come from, and he turned to look at Jeff. His dom was grinning. Evil and wicked to the core, Jeff was. "You're getting ideas from Mr. Knox again." Jeff nodded. "Now strip, boy." Of course he obeyed. Misha loved serving his sir and daddy. He loved submission, and whatever they had in mind was going to be delicious torture. Stripping down quickly meant tossing and kicking his clothes away. Misha was okay with the mess. He would be cleaning it up later anyway. Once naked, Misha stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his hands clasping his elbows behind him, and his head down, eyes on the floor. While he removed his clothes, Lucas carried the dirty dishes away and went to get dessert out of the fridge. Jeff removed his own dress shirt and stood watching Misha. Jeff always enjoyed Misha stripping down for him, reveling in the ownership he had over each inch of Misha's skin as it was exposed. Lucas came back with a tray full of sweet treats, placing it on the counter running parallel to the table. "All right, little one, lie down on the table flat on your back, head on the corner." Lucas pointed to the closest side of the table. Using one of the chairs, Misha climbed on the thick oak table, suddenly glad Jeff had purchased it. The wood was chilly against his skin, sending goosebumps over every inch of him, but it was sturdy. He was exposed and put on display. Jeff and Lucas stared at him, hungry. Jeff stepped up next to the table, gliding his hand up Misha's foot, then his leg, over his balls, and then his stomach as he approached. Misha moaned. The light touch made him feel alive. The first sensation of something cold made him squeak, and his head snapped to the right. A grinning Lucas drizzled chocolate syrup over his belly. Before he could react, Jeff reached over to the nearby tray and grabbed a small bowl, sprinkling small bits of strawberry over the syrup. "Grab the sides of the table, boy, and don't let go." Jeff ordered, and Misha immediately obeyed. Lucas bent over and licked up his stomach, taking chocolate syrup and bits of strawberry with him. Misha squirmed and moaned. Then Jeff did the same. Lick after lick, the two of them cleaned the dessert off Misha's body. They would stop in spots and nibble and bite, then move to the next spot to lick clean. When the syrup was mostly gone and the strawberries had been eaten, Jeff sprayed whipped cream over his dick, his hard as fucking stone dick. The sensation made his stomach quiver and his cock twitch. Misha knew what was coming before it happened, but nothing could have prepared him. Watching Jeff and Lucas take turns licking and sucking his dick was torture. Lucas swiped his tongue up the length of his cock as Jeff went lower and sucked on his balls. Misha felt like a bow stretched taut, about to break. Misha pleaded and begged them to let him come. Please, 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 please. His balls ached and felt so goddamn heavy. But they kept getting him so fucking close, then stopping. Edging Misha was Jeff's favorite pastime, and Sir was good at holding off. Please, sir. Boy, you know the rules. Then Lucas stood up and quickly unbuttoned and unzipped his jeans, pulling his hard cock out and stroking it. Misha moaned, and his mouth watered. Look at you, little one. You want it, don't you? Yes, Daddy. What do you say? Please, can I suck your cock? Lucas moaned. Open your mouth for me. Don't suck until I tell you to. Misha did as he was told, opening his mouth wide, and Lucas fed him his dick. The saliva pooled in his mouth, the scent of Daddy surrounding him. He wanted to bury his nose in the trimmed hair surrounding Lucas's cock, wanted to breathe Lucas in so the only thing he could smell was him. Lucas finally moved, thrusting into Misha's mouth. Suck, little one. Misha closed his mouth around Lucas, making a tight hole to fuck if he wanted. Groaning, Lucas thrust forward. Misha used his tongue, flicking and sliding it over Lucas's cock as much as he could. When Lucas wasn't fucking his mouth, Misha was sucking, showing Lucas with his mouth what serving him meant to him, what Lucas meant to him. Lucas pulled out, his hand on Misha's cheek, guiding him in the other direction. Jeff stood there, cock out, hard and dripping with pre-cum. Sir, Misha croaked, his voice rough from the throat fucking. My boy. Then Jeff's slick shaft was in Misha's mouth, fucking him, owning him. Closing his eyes, Misha concentrated on giving his Sir every ounce of pleasure he could. Misha loved the taste of Jeff, loved being owned by him this way, and he wanted more. Back and forth, Lucas and Jeff took turns, edging themselves the way they edged Misha. He was floating, lost in serving them. He was theirs to use, to torture. Misha, Jeff breathed. Jeff's hand gripped Misha's hair, pulling it tight at the first pulse of his orgasm. Misha wanted more, wanted Sir deeper, but Jeff held him there as he flooded Misha's mouth with his release. Then Jeff tugged him off, his cum spilling across Misha's lips. Lucas turned Misha's face toward him, then thrust back into his mouth. Moaning, Misha pushed closer. His mouth was hungry for more, out of control with desire and arousal. Lucas wasn't going to last long this time. The taste, the sounds, the scents were enough to make Misha come without anyone touching his dick. Fuck, he wanted that so badly. But Sir and Daddy hadn't told him he could. So he sucked and obeyed and reveled in Lucas filling his mouth with his release. He swallowed every pulse. Sir, Misha moaned, his voice barely audible. Daddy. Such a sweet boy with a dirty mouth. Lucas's voice floated across his ears, but Misha couldn't see him. His eyes wouldn't open. Misha may not have come, but he was drained. He lay there a while, untethered and sleepy, lost in the nothingness this type of scene often brought over him. When he finally came to,
Misha was wrapped in a blanket and cuddled in Lucas's lap. Jeff walked around, cleaning up the last bit of the mess. The look on Lucas's face pleased Misha. Jeff was the first to notice him watching them. He smiled, and Misha smiled back. "Misha," Jeff whispered, "how are you feeling?" Suddenly both Dom's eyes were on him, and he blushed. Stupid cheeks doing shit like that. "Good, sir." Lucas caressed his cheek, beaming down at him. "Welcome back, little one. Rest a bit more, but then we need to get you in the shower, okay?" "Yes, Daddy." Misha snuggled closer, eyes unfocused but open, listening to the murmur of their conversation around him. Jeff walked toward them and bent over to kiss Lucas heatedly. Misha should know, having experienced Jeff's heated kisses enough times himself. But the look Jeff gave Lucas when the kiss was over, that was love. What would the rest of the night be like if this was what dinner had turned into? Then a thought hit him. Fuck. He hoped they let him come at some point. Chapter 19. Misha. "The boys are together again," Misha exclaimed as he approached the table in the quiet restaurant. It was one of those hole-in-the-wall places with the best food and drinks that never grabbed a ton of attention from the greater public, so they practically had the place to themselves. Misha was good at finding them. Jamie smiled up at him, clearly amused. Zach smiled too, looking happier than he'd been in a while. Misha made a mental note to ask what had changed. The other guy at the table Misha had never met. Why would the boys bring a stranger to their monthly playdates, as Jeff liked to call them? But he wouldn't be rude. He'd just have to wait for Jamie and Zach to do the introductions. Once Misha greeted Jamie and Zach with a hug, they all sat down. Misha looked at Jamie, then at Zach, raising his eyebrow in question. The man was young, around Misha's age, so maybe 22, 23. Sitting down, it was hard to tell how tall the guy would be, but he was lean and muscular as fuck. He was probably taller than the three of them, but definitely shorter than Jeff or Lucas. Misha waited a beat, but before one of his friends could speak, maybe he was just impatient, Misha reached across the table to shake the guy's hand. "Hi, I'm Misha." The guy looked to Jamie quickly before shaking Misha's hand. "Sam, this is Misha Parker, the boy with no patience." Jamie laughed at Misha's playful glare. "Misha, this is Sam Goodwin, my friend." The guy graced Jamie with a warm smile. Although it was small, its light reached his eyes, and Misha could not help smiling too. "He's new to town, and wants to make some new friends in the area. I told him you guys wouldn't mind him tagging along." Misha quickly came to the conclusion that Sam was a sub, hence why Jamie brought him to their lunch. Technically, this lunch had started as a way for subs to talk about their struggles, or just plain get advice on figuring out what they wanted as a sub. Things a dom might not understand or be able to help with. It was their safe space. But these guys were his friends, and more times than not, they ended up gossiping. "Oh, how exciting! I've never lived away from Powell's Point, so I bet it's all so new and amazing. I mean, probably nerve-wracking, too, since you don't know anyone or where everything is. Powell's Point is a great place, though. Do you go to school, or do you have a job, or both? I go to—" Jamie placed his hand over Misha's as he shushed him. "Misha, breathe. Just breathe." Jamie grinned at him before turning to Sam. "Sorry, he was like that with me when we first met at a munch." Misha realized Sam looked a bit overwhelmed. Not the first time someone had felt that way around him. "Oh, poop. Sorry, I tend to get carried away. I swear I mean nothing by my questions. I just like people, especially new people." Shrugging, Misha sat back, trying to seem less threatening. Sam smiled at him. "It's okay. Honestly, it was a bit much, but I have a younger sister and she loves people too." Sam laughed, light and awkward, but Misha found himself doing the same. "I think I like you, Sam." "Oh, Misha." Jamie sighed, exasperated. "What?" Misha smiled. "You know you love me this way."
We do, but maybe try to breathe and count to 10 before you ramble at Sam again.
Zack shook his head and smiled at him. Misha waved his hand at them.
Fine, I can do that. For Sam.
Misha winked at the man and wanted to giggle when Sam's cheeks lit up.
Okay, so one at a time. School or work?
Sam replied, Work. I'm a mechanic.
Oh, cool. I couldn't fix a broken shoelace on my shoe if it was life or death, so I'm impressed.
Sam let out a quiet chuckle. Thanks. I've been doing it all my life. My dad taught me.
I love that. The only thing my mom taught me was, well, everything really, since it was just the two of us, but mostly how to kick a guy in the balls if he got handsy. Believe me, it really did come in handy. Do you have any normal relationships?
Zack tried to hide his smile.
Oh, baby, I have the most normal relationships ever,
Misha teased. They all laughed. Really none of them, except maybe Sam, since he didn't know the guy, had what everyday society considered to be normal. But it was perfect for them.
Now, speaking of normal relationships, I need some advice.
Before he could ramble on, the waitress arrived and they placed their food order with lots of appetizers, since they all agreed they might be there a while.
All right, now you can ask us, Jamie said.
He often took the lead in these conversations.
I think something's going on with Lucas.
Misha addressed Sam since he had no clue who he'd be talking about, or at least Misha assumed he didn't.
Lucas is my boyfriend and my daddy, but it's new. He joined the relationship I've been in for 3 years with my sir, Jeff. I think that's as simple as I can get it. Oh, and Jeff and Lucas are best friends, and they dated in college.
Sam looked a little shocked, but Misha was used to that. When he'd told his mom, she wasn't exactly surprised. Misha never did anything by halves, but she had been shocked Jeff was so okay with it. His mom knew how possessive Jeff was.
Why do you think something's going on?
Zack asked.
Misha took a deep breath. I see these small glimpses when his eyes look so sad, or sometimes he looks weighed down with all this tension. I know we've had our issues.
Misha rushed his next words, needing to assure them all things were getting better.
And we're working on them, and it's hard, but we're doing it. I don't know what to do to make him feel better. I want to serve him and give him what he needs.
Zack was the first one to do anything. He scooted his chair closer and wrapped his arm around Misha's shoulders, squeezing. For Zack to do that, he must have looked pretty bad, which made Misha feel worse because that was never his intention.
You got this, Misha. You are a good boy to them.
Misha looked at Zack.
Thanks, I think so. But sometimes when someone you care about is hurting, it doesn't feel like that.
Jamie spoke up this time.
We all go through that. Let's think of some things you can do for Lucas to make him feel better.
Zack offered up the idea of massages or cooking Lucas's favorite meal. Jamie mentioned leaving Lucas love notes to find during the day. Sam didn't say much. He would nod in agreement, but Misha could tell the conversation made him uncomfortable. Misha wished he knew why. They finished their meal and the talking wound down. According to Misha's watch, it was nearly 2 p.m. Not the longest lunch ever, but very close.
Gentlemen, this has been fun, but I must go home and spend time with Daddy before Sir gets home.
Misha stood as he spoke, Zack following suit. Jamie stayed seated along with Sam.
We're going to stay and talk for a bit more, but I will see you guys soon, okay?
Jamie stood, giving a hug to both Zack and Misha before sitting back down. Zack followed him out of the restaurant and into the parking lot before Misha decided to ask him about Sam.
Do you know what's up with Sam?
Zack shook his head.
Honestly, not much. I know he's new, and I know Jamie met him through Dr. Kincaid. He does seem scared. I know it's not him being shy, but there is something holding him back for sure.
Misha agreed. The nosy part of him wanted to know what it was, for knowing's sake. But the other part of him?
I hope he's going to be okay. He seems like a really nice guy, and I would hate to know he was going through something when we could help.
Zack agreed.
Oh, why wasn't Andy with us today? He's been coming more and more often, and I meant to ask earlier. Jamie said he had some lunch with his parents.
Oh, sad panda. We're way more fun than the Rents. Misha winked.
They said their goodbyes, hugged, got into their own cars, and went on their way. On the drive home, Misha realized he was overthinking the whole thing. He knew what he could do for Lucas. Misha just hoped it made him feel better. 20 minutes later, Misha arrived home with a simple plan in his head. Walking into the house, Misha didn't hear Lucas's voice, so he was most likely not working, or at the very least, not on the phone. The door to the office Lucas shared with Jeff was open. After taking his shoes off at the door, Misha walked quietly over, hoping Lucas wasn't busy. Lucas was sitting on the couch, scrolling through his tablet. Misha leaned against the door jamb, watching him. Though he could only see Lucas in profile, Misha smiled. He knew he loved Lucas. He hadn't even told Jeff. It felt like his own secret, but sometimes it felt too big to hold in. In quiet moments like this, Misha wanted nothing more than to go to Lucas, climb into his lap, look into his eyes, and tell him, share his secret, and hope it filled Lucas with as much joy as Misha. But something held him back. Fear. Fear Lucas wouldn't feel the same. Fear Jeff would be hurt. Fear that once Jeff figured out what a bonehead he was being to his ex-lover and best friend, they wouldn't need Misha anymore. He knew better. Misha knew Jeff loved and wanted him, and Lucas would never take Jeff away. But fear made people think crazy things. Fear was a killer. It overrode logic and colored all he saw and felt sometimes. He tried hard to rein it in, though. It was a work in progress. A few times Lucas would stop looking at his tablet and stare at the wall across from him, his brow scrunched and his lips downturned or pressed together. Misha sighed. That look was what Misha had been talking about at lunch. When asked, Lucas would say it was work or new relationship nerves, and Misha always let it go because they had a lot of bugs to work out, especially with their rough beginning. Having 3 people in a relationship wasn't all easy-breezy with some sex thrown in. It was work and finding balance. Before walking inside, he took a calming breath. Lucas turned to him and smiled. A little of Misha's nerves settled. Instead of climbing into Lucas's lap like usual, Misha knelt, putting his chin to his chest. He'd never done this unprompted for Lucas before. "Oh, little one." Awe and appreciation filled Lucas's voice, and Misha smiled just a little bit. It felt like praise, like he'd done something right and good. "What's this?" Lucas's fingers carded through his hair with a slight tug, and everything felt perfect. "Nothing, Daddy. I don't know. It felt right." Lucas hummed, but said nothing, running his fingers through Misha's hair. Misha's shoulders relaxed, and the tension he hadn't realized was there faded away. Everything faded away. The only sound was his own heartbeat and the tick-tock of the large, ornate clock Jeff had on the wall. "You know it's my job to take care of you, right, little one?" "Yes, Daddy." "And it's my job to take some of your stress away and make sure you have what you need." It wasn't a question, but Misha felt compelled to answer. "Yes, I know." "Then why aren't you telling me the truth? Do you think you can't trust me?" Misha's head snapped up. Without thought, he nearly yelled, "I trust you." "Okay, Misha, it's okay. Calm down. I had to ask since you're not telling me what's going on." Lucas had him there. He was technically hiding his thoughts and concerns, but wasn't Lucas hiding his as well? Letting out a breath, Misha said, "You're right. I'm sorry. It's just hard to put into words." "Take your time. Think about it. But while you do, I want you to undress for me." "Get naked?" Lucas chuckled. "That's generally what happens when you take off your clothes." "Ha ha ha, funny, Daddy." Misha stood and unbuttoned his shirt. His hands trembled just a bit. Misha was excited about what getting naked meant for them. "Are you being a brat, little one? Do we need to add a punishment at the end of our talk?" Talk? Well, that wasn't sexy times. But Misha had been doing exactly what Lucas said, being a brat. He didn't necessarily like the bratty side of him that snuck out on occasion, but if it helped get a spanking, he was all for it. When the shirt was unbuttoned, Misha took it off and tossed it on the closest desk. "Wipe that look off your face, little one. I know what you're thinking. No spanking for you. But I did buy a new cock cage just for you that I would love to test out. Want to know what makes it special?" Misha really did, but he also really didn't. Nothing good could come from knowing. He hated cock cages, but Jeff's penchant for tease and denial was fast becoming Lucas's favorite as well. "Not really, Daddy, but I know you want to tell me," Misha replied quietly. It helped keep the stupid brat from coming out, mostly. He bent to remove his socks, tossing them on top of his shirt. He stood back up and started unbuttoning his pants. "Yes, I do. I'm glad you agreed. It's a lot like the metal cock cage downstairs in the playroom, except this has a sound built into the cage. And of course there is this lovely butt plug attached, extending toward the ass with multiple little balls on it. Doesn't that sound fun, little one? I can go get it if you want." Lucas smiled. Not the warm one Misha saw most days. No, this was a little devilish, and a lot of something that spoke of Misha's balls aching for a very long time. "No, Daddy, I'll be good." Finally, Misha had his pants off and placed them with the rest of his clothes. "Good boy. Now come here, kneel for me." Misha walked back toward Lucas and knelt. Back in the same spot, back to feeling that place was meant for him. Lucas's fingers found their way back into Misha's hair. "Now tell me what's going on." "Sometimes when you don't think anyone's watching, you look so sad, or like you're super stressed. And I know we had, or rather have, our issues, but I want to make you feel better. I want to serve you and make you happy." "No, please don't say that. You do very much make me happy, Misha." "But Daddy, you don't look happy. And it's hard for me to think of ways to serve you that are just for you and that I don't already do. I love cooking for you and making sure your shirts are ironed, but I want to do something to show you what you mean to me, how important you are." By the time he'd finished, his voice was coming out in a whisper, and he no longer had his eyes on Lucas. He hoped Lucas understood what he needed. Lucas was quiet for what felt like forever, his hand still in Misha's hair, but his fingers no longer moving. Misha kept his eyes down. "Thank you for telling me how you've been feeling, Misha." Lucas's fingers slid out of Misha's hair. Then they were on his chin, tilting Misha's head up to put his eyes back on Lucas. "You are such a good boy for me, little one. With every little thing you do for me," Lucas winked and smirked at Misha, "you show me what I mean to you. Never worry about that." Misha nodded, too choked up to respond with words. Lucas waited, clearly seeing the emotions in Misha's face. He wasn't good at hiding them. Once the knot eased in his throat, Misha replied, "Yes, Daddy." Smiling, Lucas caressed Misha's cheek, then his neck, before his hand lightly wrapped around Misha's throat. The smile was gone, but Misha saw what replaced it and shivered. Dominance and arousal. Using his leverage, Lucas pushed, tipping Misha's head even further back, making it difficult for Misha to swallow. His thumb under Misha's chin, his long fingers wrapped around Misha's slender neck, and then he gave a gentle squeeze, a reminder. It was control in its simplest form, and Misha fell into it. The urge to serve, to obey, to trust filled every thought. "Pull out my cock." Misha's breath hitched. He felt so many things, narrowing it down to one was hard. But instead of trying, he let go, focusing on completely serving Lucas. Misha unbuttoned and unzipped Lucas's pants. As Misha pulled them down, Lucas raised his hips. Lucas's cock was long and dark, and Misha wanted to trace the vein running the length of it. "Lick my balls." Misha's mouth watered, and Lucas guided his head between his legs. Misha couldn't help but nuzzle Lucas's sack first, burying his nose. Lucas's scent enveloped Misha, became the only thing he wanted, brought all the important things into focus, settled him.
Come on, little one, do what I said.
Misha licked his sack, felt the hair tickle his nose and tongue, tasted his salty skin, kept breathing in his scent. The world around him fell away, and Misha worshipped Lucas.
Such a good boy for Daddy, giving me what I need. You need it too, don't you?
Misha pulled back. Yes, Daddy. Because he did. Misha never felt safer and more wanted than when submitting to his sir and his daddy. It was where he belonged.
Lick my cock, little one.
Leaning forward, Misha continued his task. His lips and face were soaked with saliva. Misha reveled in feeling dirty because it was for Lucas. Misha licked and licked, soaking Lucas's dick, moaning at his taste.
Suck the head. That's it, just like that. You listen so well, Misha.
Misha's cock throbbed at the praise, standing hard and untouched between his legs.
You're so good for Daddy, aren't you? You love having my cock in your mouth. It belongs there, doesn't it, my dirty little boy?
It did. It belonged in Misha. Having Lucas inside him felt right, felt complete. Misha was Lucas's sole focus. Nothing but Misha mattered in that moment. And Misha felt whole. He was able to give to Lucas and receive such care in return. It was similar to things with Jeff, but different at the same time. Lucas showed he cared by doing things for Misha and making sure he ate and did his schoolwork. Jeff cared through rules, fulfilling his every desire and taking decisions away that would stress Misha out. Misha thought they both would take over that eventually, just in their own ways.
Now I want you to suck as much of my cock in as you can, okay? Relax your throat and go deep for me.
Misha nodded. The head of Lucas's dick stopped him from replying with words. Lucas placed one hand on Misha's shoulder. The other hand he put on the back of his head. Lucas didn't push, only guided, using his hand instead of words to tell Misha what he wanted, how deep to take him. Lucas's cock hit the back of Misha's throat. And, like every time, a flash of panic hit him, but was quickly gone with the knowledge Lucas would never do anything to hurt Misha. Misha's throat squeezed around Lucas's cock as he went further, bringing more of Lucas into his body. For one moment, Misha stayed like that. Lucas was as far into his throat as Misha could manage. He wanted to show Lucas he could be the perfect boy, the cock slut Jeff loved, so maybe Lucas would love him too. Misha's eyes watered. His air was cut off. One moment before the time he didn't think he could take any more, Lucas pulled him off, and Misha gasped for air. Then Lucas guided him down again. Once again, right before Misha couldn't take any more, Lucas pulled him back, and Misha drew in a deep breath. Lucas was there with a smile, wiping the tears on Misha's cheeks. He thumbed over Misha's lips.
Look at you. Lips swollen and face wet with tears just for me. So beautiful, little one.
Just for you, Daddy.
Good boy. Now hold still. I'm going to fuck your mouth. I know how much you want that.
Yes, Daddy, please. Misha meant it with every fiber of his being. He would give Lucas anything. Lucas placed a hand on either side of Misha's head, slid his dick into Misha's mouth and thrust, using his hands to pull Misha down as he pushed up. Misha moaned. Lucas took such care to barely hit the back of his throat, sensitive from deep-throating him. The thrusts grew harder and faster. Lucas never looked away from his eyes. It was so intense, like Lucas was in every part of his body, like they were one.
I'm coming, Misha. I want you to swallow every drop.
Misha was floating, soaring, and yet anchored to Lucas. Every piece of him was focused, and the center of it all was Lucas. Lucas tensed. Then his release, thick and creamy, filled Misha's mouth. Misha swallowed as he was told, but even if instruction hadn't been given, Misha would have anyway. He was taking another part of Lucas into himself. Misha needed that, needed Lucas.
Then Lucas was gentling him, his fingers running through Misha's hair again. "You did good for me, little one. So perfect and so mine. Thank you." And all Misha could think was he should have been thanking Lucas instead. Chapter 20. Jeff. The three of them sat on the sofa. Misha was cuddled up to Jeff, and Jeff had wrapped an arm around him, stroking from his chest to his stomach. He kissed the back of Misha's head, reading his book while Misha watched a Friends marathon. Lucas massaged Misha's feet, resting on one leg. On his other he had a pillow, using his Apple Pencil to work on his iPad, setting up calendar reminders and making to-do lists for his consultant business in some kind of fancy app organizing his whole life. Lucas had mentioned he'd like to make some upgrades to their home tech, and Jeff hadn't cared one way or the other. He liked technology well enough, but had never loved having a ton of devices. Usually, if someone tried to get him excited about tech stuff, he could take it or leave it. He had to laugh, though, because now he was surrounded by technology everywhere he looked. Over the last 6 weeks, Lucas had upgraded their home into an electronics expert's wet dream. However, when he saw the excitement on Lucas's face while eagerly explaining, he couldn't even be annoyed, because his smile could eclipse the sun. Also, Misha was loving it as well, playing music more often from the surround sound speakers now throughout the house. It brought happiness in, sunshine they all desperately needed. Something was going on with Lucas, but so far he hadn't been inclined to talk about it, so an underlying tension filled the air. Lucas wouldn't let it go on much longer. He wasn't one to hide his feelings away, but typically needed some time to process things before he brought them up. Without a word, Misha went to the kitchen. Lucas didn't even look up from the work on his iPad. "Dark chocolate and salted caramel candy bar?" Misha yelled from the kitchen. "You don't know me!" Jeff snorted out a laugh and grinned when Lucas did the same. They did know their boy and his penchant for his favorite chocolate bar, a special brand only sold at their local grocer. There was a dismayed gasp before Misha's horrified shout, "No!" much like Monica just did on TV when she and Rachel lost their apartment to Chandler and Joey on a bet. He had to quickly cover his smile with his hand as, seconds later, Misha stood by the entrance to the kitchen, clutching the wall as if he was going to keel over. "We are out of chocolate." Jeff chuckled along with Lucas again, but before either of them could say anything, Misha whispered in a tortured voice full of drama and agony, "You mock my pain." Misha headed back through the kitchen toward their mudroom. A few moments later, he brought his shoes and their reusable shopping bags. Sitting down on the sofa, Misha shoved his feet into his sneakers, paused the marathon, stood up, and put his hands on his hips. "What are you doing?" They both looked at him, and Jeff couldn't keep the amused look off his face when he pretended not to understand. "What do you mean?" Scowling, Misha replied with a huff. Did you not hear what I said? We're out of chocolate, like out. Jeff snorted. "So, state of emergency?" Misha held his hands out to his sides as if saying, "Duh," and then said, "Obviously. We're out of other things as well, so we might as well get our weekly shopping trip over with." Jeff shook his head, giving Misha an amused glance. He stood, shoes already on, and checked his pockets for his wallet. Lucas was writing something, but glanced at Misha and smiled. "Let me finish my thought and save everything, and then I'll be ready to go." Jeff gathered their shopping bags from Misha, turned toward Lucas, and smiled. "Go ahead and get some work done while Misha and I do the shopping. I know it's not your favorite thing to do. We won't be long." Lucas's eyebrows furrowed, and he glanced at Jeff. "I don't mind it, really." "I know, but you were so immersed in your work, and we'll be back before you know it." Jeff clasped Misha's hand to lead him toward the garage, but Misha didn't move along with him, so he stopped. Misha glanced at Jeff,
then back at Lucas. His gaze was troubled and sad. Can we get you anything specific? I know you love the scones and muffins at the bakery. Oh! Misha snapped his fingers and grinned. How about I get the ingredients for my coffee cake? Lucas's smile didn't fully reach his eyes any longer. Sure, that'll be great. Thanks, I'll see you in a bit then. Lucas immediately turned back to his iPad, so Jeff tugged on Misha's hand, who reluctantly allowed himself to be led to Jeff's car. As they backed out of their garage, Misha placed his hand on Jeff's knee and gave it a gentle squeeze. I feel bad he's staying. He looked upset. Do you think he's upset? Jeff wasn't sure. I think he'll be fine. He can get his work done, and we'll be back to spend time with him. Jeff wasn't surprised to see the frown on Misha's face. He was obviously upset. When his boy spoke, he did so gently, making it clear he wasn't challenging Jeff, always the obedient sub. But he doesn't seem to be in that much of a hurry to get his business up and running. Jeff shrugged, willing to concede the point. That's true. Let's hurry then, so we can get back to him faster. For the rest of the trip, they drove in silence. He could tell Misha was thinking about leaving Lucas at home, and he couldn't seem to get it off his mind either. Pulling into the parking lot, he noticed it was nearly empty. It was a little late on a Wednesday evening to be shopping. When they got out of the car, Jeff rounded the hood and went to meet Misha on the other side, clasping his hand. Since the store was as empty as the parking lot, they'd be able to get in and get out quickly. It wasn't as big as other chain stores in town, but they always preferred to buy local if the things they needed were locally made. Wandering around the store, they gathered the groceries they needed, both wanting to get back home to Lucas. 2 aisles in, Misha finally broke the silence. I don't like this. I know every single time we go out, we can't all 3 of us be together, but he's part of us now. I miss him when he's not with us. He's been working so hard to make things right. I don't like how we left him. Jeff stopped in the middle of the aisle and pulled Misha into his arms, kissing the top of his head. I know. I don't either. Let's hurry and get home to him, all right? Misha nodded as he pulled back, and they started walking again. They continued shopping in silence for a while, and then Misha halted. Permission to speak openly, sir? Curious and a bit bemused Misha was doing this at the store, Jeff figured in for a penny, in for a pound. Of course, sweetheart. Misha resumed walking and then spoke quietly, glancing at him every few moments. I'm worried about your friendship with Lucas. It hasn't been the same since he left to go back to work. There are glimmers of you both being your old selves with each other, but it doesn't feel effortless like it used to. Jeff opened his mouth to respond, but Misha held up his hand. Please, let me finish, sir. Misha waited for his okay, and when Jeff nodded, Misha continued. I think Lucas has been feeling sad. He hasn't said anything to me, and I'd be willing to bet he hasn't said anything to you either, but it's this sense I get from him. I'll see him glance at us if we're joking around or being all lovey with each other, and it feels like those smiles and chuckles he responds with aren't quite genuine. Something's wrong, I can feel it. We have to make it right, sir. Please? They stopped in the middle of the pasta aisle, facing each other. So many thoughts and feelings were jumbled inside Jeff's head, but he knew one thing for certain. He agreed with his boy, and lately had been thinking exactly the same thing. The thought wrenched something apart deep inside of him, knowing they were the cause somehow. Nodding, he pulled Misha in for another hug, kissing his head and whispering into his hair. I think you're right, sweetheart. Let's get home to him so we can talk, all right? Misha squeezed him tight and then finally let go. Standing on his tiptoes, he kissed Jeff's lips. When he moved back, they gazed at each other for a few seconds before Misha turned, grabbed the handle of the cart, and started moving again. Once they were checked out and loaded with their groceries, Jeff opened Misha's door for him and helped him inside, kissing Misha's frowning lips and knowing he had to make this right somehow. As he settled in and pulled out of the parking lot, Jeff clasped his boy's hand in his.
Thank you for telling me how you feel. I'm sorry you've been worried and hurting. We're going to make this right with him, I promise you.
Misha turned in his seat to face Jeff. I want us to get to a place where we can all talk openly and honestly about our feelings. We haven't done that since he came back. Lucas and I are on our way there, and you and I have been there for years. We need to make sure the three of us together, and you and Lucas, have that as well. Misha drew in a deep breath, as if preparing himself for what he was going to say next, or Jeff's reaction. I'm in love with you both. I can't see my life without each of you in it together. He paused. Forever. Misha squeezed his hand and started to ask, But is that... Do you even... He turned quickly to look at Misha, then back at the road, interrupting him.
God, yes, I do. I love you both so much. I don't want to let him go either.
That makes me so happy, sir. I don't know how I'd be able to say goodbye to him. It would tear me apart. Jeff pulled to the side of the road and hugged Misha, needing to touch him, to focus on him and not the driving. Misha unlatched his seatbelt and scooted over to sit on his lap, his back against the car door. Jeff's arms were suddenly full of the boy he was and forever would be in love with. He held Misha tighter.
You won't ever have to know how that feels, I promise you. I love you so much, sweetheart.
Misha burrowed into him. Jeff knew Misha needed to hear that he was all in, that no matter what, they were going to make things work. Misha let out a sigh, his whole body relaxing in Jeff's arms. Misha kissed his neck and murmured, I love you too. After several moments, Misha let go and scrambled back over to his side of the car. They got back on the road and were home 15 minutes later. As they went to pull the groceries out of the back, Jeff tugged Misha to him and kissed him senseless, hope making him lighthearted.
We'll figure things out, the three of us.
Misha nodded, smiled a truly genuine smile, and grabbed as many bags as he could, never wanting to make 2 trips. Jeff did the same, eager to make things right with Lucas. He hadn't felt this much hope for their future in months, and he couldn't wait to lay Misha's fears to rest. After walking into the kitchen, they set the groceries down on the island. They turned as one, glancing into the family room, wondering where they'd find Lucas. What he saw made his stomach plummet. Misha looked equally worried, blindly reaching out to Jeff and grabbing his hand in a death grip. Jeff led them both into the living room, where Lucas sat in the exact same spot. Only now he was bent forward, head in his hands, his hair a disheveled mess, as if he'd been dragging his hands through it since they'd left. Finally, Lucas glanced at them. If Jeff thought he was worried before, nothing could have prepared him for the anguish he saw in Lucas's bloodshot eyes. Still gripping each other's hands for support, they approached Lucas together, not knowing what the hell Lucas was going to say, but knowing it wasn't going to be good. When they got closer, Misha raised his free hand toward Lucas, but Lucas stood abruptly, backing away a step and protectively crossing his arms over his chest. Misha took his hand back and covered his lips with his fingers, pain filling his eyes at the rejection. Lucas glanced at the floor and took a few deep breaths before he raised his eyes and met Jeff's and then Misha's anguished gaze. He reached toward Misha, but shook his head. He gripped the back of his neck, glancing back and forth between them. Finally, he let both of his hands fall to his sides.
This isn't working.
Misha let out a soft gasp before clamping his lips shut, turning his head toward Jeff's shoulder. Tears gathered in his eyes. Jeff pulled him in tight and held him. Both of his men were hurting, and he wasn't about to let it continue. He knew deep down the three of them were meant for each other. He had to fix what was broken. Somehow he felt like the only one that could. And he would. There were no other options. Chapter 21. Lucas.
This isn't working.
Lucas couldn't believe he'd actually said the words. The creeping dark thought had snuck in more and more, and pushing back against it and telling himself it was only his insecurities talking became harder and harder. The shock and the hurt on Misha's face cut like a knife. Things had been going so well for them. They'd made so much progress, and Lucas knew he felt love for Misha and Jeff. But Lucas couldn't go on like things were. It hurt too much. Each passing day broke another piece of his heart. Lucas, I know we shouldn't have left you out of going with us tonight. Tonight, Jeff. Tonight. It's not just tonight. It's all the time. The man could not be that blind. Unless Misha was between them, they hardly spent any time together. All the time? No, I know things between us haven't been as easy as they once were. But it can't be that bad. I know that. Jeff scrubbed his face with his hand. When we came home tonight, I was going to apologize. I realize what we've been doing wrong. Apologize? Could Jeff truly see the full scope of what they'd done? Do you realize how long it's been since I've slept in your bed? Each night we climb those stairs, I never know where I'm going to sleep. Do you know how that feels? How much it hurts when you push me away? Jeff turned toward Misha, devastation clear in his eyes. Misha's sad expression nearly broke Lucas's resolve. Do you know what it feels like to be tossed in a spare room while you two get to sleep side by side every night? Lucas took a step toward them, anger and heartbreak fueling him. Do you know what it's like when you forget to include me on your special outings or your grocery routines? Pausing, Lucas took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He needed to stay focused. Letting his emotions, his anger lead him, helped no one. Focusing on Jeff, Lucas spoke softly. How can I fit in with you both if you won't let me? Your relationship will crumble if things keep going this way, and I refuse to be the man doing that to either of you. I love you both too much to let that happen. Lucas closed the distance between them, stood in front of Jeff, and placed his hand over Jeff's heart. I know you care about Misha beyond what words can explain. We all know you want what's best for him. But you forget we care about you just as much. I care about you. We either need to work through this or it would be over. Jeff folded in on himself as though the words broke him. His words were so full of pain, Lucas could only nod, feeling it echo inside himself. Jeff reached out, gripping Lucas's neck and pulling their foreheads together. This will never work without you, without all of us being equal and together. I can't do it any other way, Jeff, Lucas whispered. Jeff nodded, still standing forehead to forehead, Lucas's hand over Jeff's heart. Before pulling away, Jeff took a deep breath. He left his hands on Lucas, but they stood apart, emotion playing across Jeff's face. I don't want that, Lucas. I know getting back to a good place hasn't been easy. We didn't see how much we were doing without including you, honestly. Neither of us, Jeff gestured between himself and Misha, would ever want to make you feel that way. I guess each of us finding our place was harder than we thought. We promised to do better. Lucas nodded. I need more than words. I believe you, but I left New York City, my job, my life for you both. I left it for me, too, and I'm not saying I regret it because I don't. I would do it again in a fucking heartbeat. You both mean that much to me. But part of me needs to know I mean as much to you both as well, that you want me here. The next part came out as a whisper. Lucas was fearful of saying it out loud, acknowledging the truth of his words and afraid of the truth of theirs. That I'm not simply a body filling a space or a temporary need. Jeff tensed under his hand, took a deep breath, and then released it. The words hit home, but they had to be said. They all had to be completely and utterly honest. You're right, and we will work to prove it to you. I will show you, Lucas. We both will. Misha's voice wasn't timid or quiet, but full of conviction. That's all I want. Jeff reached for Misha's hand, never moving away from Lucas. We realize now we were doing this all wrong, but we didn't realize we were doing it at all. Then Misha took a small step closer to Lucas, adding his own words. We would never hurt you intentionally, Lucas. We We both love you very much. You aren't here to fill a space. You came into our lives and we found something we hadn't known we needed." "You should have talked to us. It would have helped all of us," Jeff said. "I'm so sorry, Lucas," Misha added. "For so long, Jeff's only focus besides work was me, taking care of me in nearly every way. He takes such good care of me. But I can be needy sometimes, so he's learned to push aside his own feelings and think of me first. Not that it's an excuse." "Sweetheart, we love taking care of you, always. We've talked about this. You are not allowed to say negative things about our boy." Misha smiled at Jeff. "Yes, sir." Lucas added his agreement. "You are ours, and I like when you need me, because taking care of you brings me joy. So be needy all you want, Misha. We love you that way." He winked at the boy, making Misha smile, then gazed at Jeff. "So how do we move past this?" Jeff sighed. "With me, to start. I have to be honest with you, Lucas." He took another deep breath, but Lucas held his, waiting. "I know you've sensed the disconnect between us. There's no way you haven't. I've been struggling." Jeff paused, locking eyes with Lucas. "I say this not to hurt you, but to explain how I feel. You are important to me, so fucking important. What I feel for you is bigger and stronger than ever. That being said, a small portion of me is still recovering from the hurt you caused, but a bigger part is learning to share Misha, or rather learning to share his heart." Jeff gazed down at Misha with such love before giving Lucas the same look. "For so long I was the only one in his heart, and I can admit sharing that special place has been hard on me." Jeff looked ashamed of his admission. "Jeff," Misha spoke up, getting Jeff's attention. "You know I love you, right? Nothing has changed. I don't love you less just because I love Lucas too. You still hold that special place in my heart." Jeff released Misha's hand to caress his cheek. "I realize that now, Misha. I do." Turning back to Lucas, Jeff said, "I'm sorry. I think we're more alike than we'd like to admit." Lucas chuckled. "You can say that again," Misha exclaimed. Startled by his outburst, they both looked at Misha. Then they were both laughing. When Misha huffed and crossed his arms, they laughed harder. After the laughter died down, Jeff asked, "Then should we put you in charge, boy?" Misha's jaw dropped. "I think we'd be better off, right, little one?" Lucas asked. "You're mean, both of you." Misha stuck out his tongue. They decided they were tired of standing in the middle of the room, so they walked into the living room and sat down. "I think we can all agree that we need better communication," Jeff said. "Yeah, I think we all need to decide how to give everyone what they want out of this relationship," Lucas added. "I think that's smart, Lucas, and that should be the first thing we do." For the first time, Lucas saw hope when he'd only seen despair. Everything felt like it had been out of his control. Misha climbed out of his big soft chair, walking to Lucas and pulling on his hand. Lucas got the idea and stood. Without a word, Misha tugged him toward the long couch Jeff was sitting on, facing slightly to the right. Pushing Lucas down half a cushion from Jeff, Misha waited until Lucas moved into position, mirroring Jeff. Then he climbed into the narrow area between them. His small butt fit in the small space, but his legs were comfortably draped over each of theirs. Misha took a hand from each of them and placed Jeff's on top of Lucas's, then his own on top of that. "This is what I want. More of this. Us together." Lucas looked past Misha, hope fluttering in his heart, at his love and best friend. Jeff squeezed Lucas's hand, and his smile went a long way to soothing Lucas's hurt. He wouldn't pretend things were great just because they talked. Real life didn't work that way. But it was a first step, and that's all Lucas could ask for. "Does this mean you're staying, Daddy?" Lucas thought about it. "I think that's something we should all decide together. I can go stay in a hotel while I look for an apartment if we decide that's best." "I'm not sure moving out helps," Jeff replied.
Misha nodded. I take it you don't think we moved too fast then? Lucas asked. Honestly, I thought so at one point, but I don't know. I think now we need each other, and we need to talk more.
I agree. I don't want you to move out, Lucas. I like you here with us, Misha chimed in.
And I love being here with you, little one.
Lucas squeezed Jeff's hand to include him. Can I ask a question?
Of course, sweetheart, Jeff replied.
I thought you loved your room, Misha asked Lucas. Misha's calm words rang louder in the quiet room than his or Jeff's loud voices. Lucas moved his hands out from the little pile and grabbed Misha's hands with his own.
Misha, I love what you tried to do. I truly do, but...
Lucas paused, thinking how to explain this to them. He couldn't hold the truth in any longer.
It makes me feel like I'm not a part of you. That you and Jeff are the couple and I'm an outsider. Like I'm just some passing toy you pull out and play with when you feel like it.
He patted Misha's hands.
I don't mean to hurt you, little one.
I know. And I was honestly only trying to make you feel welcome, like we were making a space for you in our home.
I get that logically, but my heart doesn't work with logic. All I see are the nights you get to be wrapped up in each other's arms or take your showers together while I'm alone, or that your clothes are all tucked away in your closet together. I know it seems weird, but each little thing makes me feel less and less like a part of you.
Fuck, Misha whispered, then quickly put his hand over his mouth. Sorry, sir.
It's all right, Misha. I'll let it pass this one time.
Misha nodded, then turned back to Lucas. I didn't think of it like that. We would never want to exclude you, Daddy. Lucas caressed the soft skin on his cheek.
I know, Misha. It does help to hear the words.
Lucas grasped Misha's chin and kissed him. It started off sweet and innocent, meant to show Misha his forgiveness and love, but quickly turned into more when Misha moaned into Lucas's mouth, heating up the moment. Then Misha was pulled away. Before Lucas could even react, Jeff said, "My turn." Jeff gripped Lucas's neck once more, pulling him closer until their lips met. Lips to lips, licking and tasting, and then Jeff licked inside his mouth. It felt like the first step. It felt like everything. Lucas wrapped his hand around Jeff's wrist, needing something to anchor him in the fierceness of the kiss. Misha moaned, "Oh, my turn, my turn." Then Jeff was kissing their boy, the little cuddle pile quickly turning into a makeout session for 3. Lucas could only smile. These two filled his heart more than he could ever hope. Chapter 22. Misha. Kiss after kiss, they settled deeper into the couch, cuddling closer until the kissing stopped, and they were squished together, talking quietly. Things still needed to be done and said and worked out, but they were together and trying, so it was perfect. Misha still felt guilty, though. Making up the guest room Lucas had stayed in as a room only for him had been Misha's idea. Misha truly thought giving Lucas his own space with his own things would be the right step for Lucas. Unfortunately, he had no time machine to go back and tell the Misha from 2 weeks ago not to do it. Misha had to figure out a way, sans time machine, to make this better. Even with Lucas's forgiveness, they had to make Lucas feel more like a part of them. Fixing the guest room issue could be the first step of many.
I take it business is going well? Jeff asked. Yeah, slow, which is what I want to start out with. Smaller projects, allowing more flexibility with my schedule.
That's smart. The hesitancy in Jeff's voice meant he was asking one question, but really wanted to ask something else entirely. Judging by Lucas's encouraging smile, he was also well aware. Misha stayed quiet, hoping Jeff had learned his lesson enough to get over his fear and say what he needed. Misha had his own problem to solve, which didn't have a simple answer. Honestly, if Lucas shared their room, it would feel weird, and almost like Lucas was invading their space, which made Misha mad at himself. For fuck's sake, he loved Lucas and Jeff. It was just a room, just a space they slept in. It wasn't a live freaking person with feelings and stuff. Misha paused, his heart cracking. The room was just a sleep space, a room with a bed and some clothes, but it was his first shared space with not simply a guy, but a man he loved, who had shown him things Misha never knew, who helped him become the man Misha was. They'd gone through so much while sharing that room. It meant something. Do you see that as a permanent standard, or is your goal to continue to grow the company? Trying not to let his internal panic rise, Misha listened to the conversation his men were having, but his thoughts, his guilt, his worry were drowning it out. For now, I want it to stay the way it is, but I never want to go back to what I worked before. This company is not my life, Jeff. You two are, Lucas said firmly. Misha. Growling, Misha stood, crossing his arms over his chest, so angry at himself for holding back and messing up. He turned to Lucas, who looked surprised. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was doing it this whole time. I will fix it, right freaking now. Misha bent down and grabbed Lucas's cheeks in his hands, making sure their eyes were locked and Lucas was paying attention. You listen here, Lucas. I love you. I have for so long, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier and that I let my fear hold me back. But that stops now, because I love you and you're staying here with us. Misha didn't wait for a response. He just walked out of the room. He was determined to be better for Lucas, for Jeff, but most of all for himself. If he wasn't at his best and most honest, he couldn't be part of this relationship. Misha was at the top of the stairs before he realized he was breathing hard from sprinting up to the second floor. He didn't stop. He quickly walked down the hall to Lucas's room and straight into his closet. Grabbing a handful of shirts off the rod, he bundled them up in his arms and walked out. Lucas, followed closely by Jeff, stopped halfway down the hall as soon as they saw him. Misha, sweetheart, what are you doing? Jeff asked. I'm on a mission. I'll fix it. I have to, Misha exclaimed, and walked right past the two stunned men. The door to their room was left open, as it often was, and Misha never slowed his pace, marching into their room, then their walk-in closet. Misha looked from right to left and back again at the shirts already hanging there. Shit! Poop! Not to be dissuaded, Misha went to the section in front of him. Moving his large bundle of clothes to one arm, enough to free one of his hands, Misha tried to push the shirts out of his way. He needed to find space to hang Lucas's things in their closet. He had to. Misha would prove Lucas belonged in this space, that it wasn't Jeff's and Misha's. It was all of theirs. Misha pushed and pulled, but no matter what, the clothes were too tightly packed into the space. Misha deflated. His arms relaxed, nearly dropping Lucas's shirts. All of his anger and determination drained right out of him, leaving him close to crying from the anger and disappointment. Dang it! This was supposed to work. An arm wrapped around his shoulders, smelling of Jeff's cologne. Sweetheart, it's okay. We'll make room for Lucas in here. Then another hand was on the small of his back, sliding along until it wrapped around his waist. Lucas pressed up to his right side. Thank you for wanting to fix it, little one, but I don't want to see you so upset. Can you calm down for me? Here, give me the clothes. Misha's burden was lifted from his arms, so Misha wrapped his arms around his middle. They were being so dang sweet and caring, he felt even more guilt. I have to be honest. I realized I was holding back too. Misha pulled away from the two sets of strong arms, the safe cocoon he loved, so he could look at them. I thought this whole time it was just Jeff and you having this struggle to find your place again, but it was me too. I was afraid if I told you both how much I love Lucas, it would break us. With his next words, he stared right at Lucas. I think I ignored all the things we were closing you out of because then I didn't have to admit to being afraid that if I let you have my heart and we truly became one unit, It would all fall apart in the end. When he saw Lucas was going to interrupt, Misha rushed on. I know that's stupid, I know it is. Misha dragged his hands down his face in frustration. I'm not going to let my fear and insecurities do that, not to us. You both mean too much to me. I will make space for you in this room. It'll be my top priority, and neither of you can convince me otherwise. Misha crossed his arms over his chest, trying to convey how serious he was. Seeing the indulgent smile on Jeff's face and the understanding on Lucas's, Misha felt lighter. He'd faced his fear and made overcoming it his goal. Just another thing to add to the list of things they needed to work on. His mom had always warned him relationships took a lot of work. She was right, and now Misha was starting to believe more of the things she told him when he was growing up. Except that time she'd tried to convince him people only got 10,000 words a month, and if he reached the limit, he wouldn't be able to speak until a new month started. Misha was sad to admit it had worked for nearly a year. I wouldn't dream of stopping you, little one, but maybe we can all do it together, Lucas asked. Misha stared at Lucas and then at Jeff, and that fluttery feeling filled his belly. He was one lucky sub. Okay, Daddy. I think I'd like that. And I think maybe we should look into buying a bigger house, one that will accommodate all of our needs, like a bigger bedroom and closet. Oh, and 2 offices, so big boss man here can have his own space. Jeff squeezed Lucas's shoulder, smiling. Lucas returned the smile. I actually like sharing an office with you, if that's all right. The words clearly affected Jeff, and Misha didn't think his heart could be fuller until Jeff pulled Lucas into his arms, kissing his temple before stepping back. I think I'd love that. I think buying a house would be hard, especially finding one that suits what we need. I think we should build one. Misha added his 2 cents to the conversation. Jeff laughed. I know you have your eye on that piece of property up by Ronan and Jamie's. He was right, but Misha would never confess out loud. But I think you might be right about building a new house, one that's perfect for us all. Misha nodded, choked up from all the lovey stuff. I love you, Daddy. Oh, Misha, I love you too. Lucas pulled Misha into his arms and hugged him tight. When they let each other go, Jeff was beaming from ear to ear. Lucas took 1 step toward Jeff and locked eyes with him. I love you, Jeff. I'm glad we found our way back together because you both give me something I never knew I needed. Oh, God damn it, Lucas. Jeff pulled Lucas into his arms, making Lucas chuckle before Jeff said, I love you too, and buried his face into Lucas's shoulder. As they hugged each other, Misha wrapped his arms around them both. It wasn't easy since they were so damn big, but he did it. Awkward hugs for the win. Jeff and Lucas laughed before each moved 1 arm, squishing Misha into the circle of their arms. Let's build a home together. Misha could not have been happier. Chapter 23. Jeff. While Jeff dried the last several dishes from dinner and dessert, he glanced over at Misha, sitting on Lucas's lap, and grinned at Misha's carefree laugh when Lucas spoke. God, the change in Misha over the last few weeks was huge. When it was only the 2 of them, Misha had always been very happy with him. He'd never once felt anything was missing, and he knew Misha hadn't either. They simply hadn't known bringing in the right third would make everything brighter, fuller, happier. Coming back to the moment, Jeff saw Lucas and Misha were locked in a steamy kiss he didn't want to interrupt. He hung the towel up on its hook and walked into the family room, squatting in front of both men. Feeling his presence, they released each other, and Misha gave him a sheepish smile. Jeff couldn't help but chuckle, unable to resist Misha's radiant joy. He wanted some for himself, if only to capture and hold it with him for a moment, so he clasped Misha's chin, drawing him close enough to kiss. But instead of his lips, Jeff kissed his neck and chin and cheek and forehead and eyes. His heart did a somersault in his chest when Misha giggled in response. Finally kissing his lips, Jeff pulled back and gazed from Misha to Lucas. Both men had grown serious, watching him with differing but equally intense expressions. Misha with love, satisfaction, and happiness. Lucas, gratitude mixed with hope. As he stood, Jeff squeezed Lucas's knee and rubbed it softly, a happy thrill coursing through him at Lucas's loving expression. He held his hand out to Misha and pulled him up. Jeff gave him one more lingering kiss, enjoying Misha's moan. "It's time for you to get ready for tonight. Why don't you head on upstairs to start? You're going to want to shower very thoroughly. We'll give you 15 minutes, and then we'll be up to help you finish. Understood?" Misha bit his lip, grinning and bouncing a bit on the soles of his feet. "Yes, sir." Jeff raised his voice. "Hey, Alexa, set a timer for 15 minutes. Misha's excited squeal muffled Alexa's response, and Jeff chuckled and smacked Misha's ass before he ran off. Jeff turned toward Lucas. "You ready for tonight?" Rubbing his hands together, Lucas met him smile for smile and nodded. "Oh yeah, I think he's going to love it, and I know he's going to be surprised, which is half the fun." Jeff couldn't help but laugh at the truth of those words. Exactly. When the timer finally went off, Lucas gave him a smirk. "Let's go get our boy ready to go." The way Lucas said "our boy" felt more confident, and for that Jeff was grateful. After realizing his actions made Lucas feel too afraid to even include himself when thinking about who Misha belonged to, Jeff felt all kinds of guilt. They'd discussed Misha being theirs, and he finally felt Lucas believed it. He'd been hoping Lucas would finally start being the same person he'd always been until their falling out. It was happening, and a thrill went through him knowing they were all going to be fine. He caught Lucas's elbow and waited as he turned. Pulling him close, Jeff kissed him. "Thank you for planning this with me, for caring about fulfilling Misha's fantasies just as much as I do." Lucas opened his mouth to say something, but Jeff continued, wanting to make the next points crystal clear. "Since you've been back and we hashed everything out, he's been lit up like a Christmas tree. You make Misha happy. I think he's actually the happiest he's ever been, and that's thanks to you as much as me. And the fact that he calls you Daddy is testament enough." Lucas was biting the inside of his cheek as he averted his gaze, obviously a little overcome. But when Lucas finally met Jeff's eyes again, his face was tinged pink, and he smiled. "It fills my heart with joy that he feels so comfortable saying it. I'll always remember the first time he said it. It awed me how easily it slipped from his lips." Jeff couldn't help the grin sliding over his face at the wonder in Lucas's voice and the pure happiness he exuded, and hugged him. "Come on, you know damn good and well our boy is up there on his knees waiting for us, wet hair and barely dried body growing cold." Disbelief in his voice, Lucas started toward the stairs at a fast clip. "Seriously? Jesus, he needs a keeper." Jeff smiled. "It's a good thing you're here, then." That got a reaction. Lucas stopped in his tracks and turned around. They stared at each other. Then Lucas took a step toward Jeff, clasped the back of his neck, and laid a solid but quick kiss on his lips. After, Lucas jogged up the stairs. Jeff followed at a slower pace, chuckling to himself when he heard Lucas's daddy voice. "Little one, what am I going to do with you? You're cold as ice. You're still wet and your hair is dripping." "I'm sorry, Daddy." Misha's soft voice wasn't like him, but Jeff was beginning to see new sides of Misha. Being cared for by a daddy was very different than being cared for by a strict dom. He was so glad Misha was experiencing it and getting as much out of it as Lucas was. His heart felt full. He smiled while Lucas continued lecturing Misha. "When either one of us asks you to get ready, you need to leave time to fully dry yourself. I don't want you catching a cold because you didn't take care of your basic needs. Do I make myself clear?" Misha continued, plaintively. "Yes, Daddy, I'm sorry. I lost track of time in the shower, and my warning timer went off right as I was getting out, so I ran and didn't have time to get fully dry because I had to present myself properly, and—" "Shh, it's okay. I'm not angry.
I want you to take care of yourself if one of us isn't here to do it for you. Let me get a towel to finish drying you. Stand up, please."
Jeff walked in as Misha stood. His gaze shifted to Jeff, and Misha bit his lip, glanced down at the floor, and mumbled, "Sorry, sir." Jeff approached his shivering boy, drew him close, and kissed him on the temple, chuckling. "It's all right. We were a few minutes late coming up. If we'd been on time, you wouldn't be so cold right now. But you'd have been just as wet. So listen to what your daddy said and set your own timer a bit earlier next time, A sweet quirk of Misha's lips and a quick nod was all Jeff got before Lucas came in with a fresh, warm towel and dried Misha off from head to toe. Jeff sat in the cushy, oversized leather chair he and Misha often shared, watching Lucas dry Misha with such care and devotion. He didn't think he'd ever get enough of watching the two of them together. Their happiness was infectious. A simple act turned into a very intimate one with soft whispers, shared smiles, and a sweet kiss to top it off. Jeff grinned as Misha gripped his forearms behind him and stood waiting for what was next, bent over the bed. Lucas walked behind Misha, toward Jeff, and pulled the nightstand drawer out, grabbing the plug they'd agreed on and some lube. Jeff's cock thickened at the sight. Only when Misha straightened and gave his ass a little wiggle did Jeff join them, grabbing something from a box by the chair on his way over. A thrill went through Jeff when he walked in front of Misha, holding up the intricate full-torso harness made of black leather and stainless steel. Lucas had found it the week before and purchased it just for this night and their scene at the club. The moment he saw it, Jeff fell in love. It was more ornamental than their other harnesses. It looked like shibari rope bondage with straps everywhere, but in leather and steel. The line started in the center of the chest from a round steel ring, the long, thick length of leather ending in a ring he couldn't wait to slide Misha's cock into. It took several minutes, but when they were done putting the harness on Misha, Jeff knew it was his favorite by far, and they'd definitely get a lot of use out of it. Lucas stepped back, and Jeff removed Misha's everyday collar, replacing it with a shiny new collar made of thick stainless steel. It featured a D-ring at the front and an engraving above it, "Property of Daddy and Sir." Slipping the key in his pocket, Jeff moved away, gesturing for Lucas to inspect it. Lucas took in a breath. When his eyes met Jeff's again, they were glassy. There weren't words for the emotions Lucas's expression made him feel, but he knew he'd absolutely done the right thing and made his partner happy beyond words. After all of his missteps and their struggles, that meant everything to Jeff. He clasped Lucas's hand and moved them both away, making the mirror visible to Misha. "Take a look, boy." Misha was staring down at himself, but when given permission, he glanced up and moved closer to his reflection, touching his harness in awe. His audible gasp was music to Jeff's ears. Misha couldn't contain himself and jumped into his and Lucas's waiting arms, which was even better. "I love it, sir, Daddy. I'm so excited to show it off. You're both so good to me." When they set him down, Misha turned to try to see the back and kept touching the leather bands around his chest, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Jeff smiled at Misha's excitement. "Look a little closer, boy." Misha did, and Lucas squeezed Jeff's hand tightly. With another gasp, followed by a whimper, Misha turned toward them, hand over his mouth and tears in his eyes. Jeff's heart beat harder in his chest. Misha walked into their open arms and hugged them as tight as he could. Jeff gripped him harder when Misha sniffled. "Thank you, Daddy and Sir. I love you both so much. It means so much. I never want to take it off." Chuckling, Lucas nuzzled into Misha's neck, close to the collar. "It looks beautiful on you, little one. It was a surprise to me, too." Misha looked up at Jeff, leaning in for a tender kiss. When he let Jeff go, Lucas cupped his cheek and turned his face for a kiss just as tender. With all the love Jeff felt for Lucas and Misha in that moment, His heart was fit to burst, and he knew without a doubt their love would last the rest of their lives. Misha gave them each a quick peck on the cheek and then raised his hand to touch the shiny collar around his neck. Jeff shook his head. You know the rules. You can only touch your everyday collar. You're not permitted to touch any other collar. It's a symbol of our ownership of you. Is that understood? When Misha beamed up at them both, he laughed. I may need to find you a new everyday collar I can engrave like this one. I think you need to know you're owned by us both equally. Forever. Misha's smile grew even wider, if that were possible, and he frantically nodded his approval. Yes, please, sir. Lucas raised a hand to caress Misha's cheek. Good boy. Why don't you go find a pair of jeans and shoes and we'll head out? Misha practically bounced out of the bedroom and into their closet, the happiest smile on his face. Yes, Daddy? As he walked back out of the closet, Misha's hands hovered near his collar, but Jeff wouldn't have to warn Misha again. Rules like not touching his scene collars were always welcome. Jeff was possessive of Misha, but that had never been a problem because Misha loved being owned by him. Jeff gazed at Lucas, who was still grinning too, and gave him a rueful smile as he shrugged. I know collars are more my thing than yours, but he belongs to both of us, and including you in that felt right. I hope that's okay. Lucas took his mouth in a quick, searing kiss. The intense look in his eyes made Jeff's pants grow tight as his cock thickened. It's more than okay. It means a lot any time you include me, but the collar... It was a wonderful surprise, Jeff. I love it, and I love you both so much. Thank you. He pulled Lucas back in for another kiss, but they broke it when Misha approached. Jeff suggested, Why don't you kneel while we get ready, Misha slipped gracefully to his knees, and Lucas leaned down to kiss Misha's head before he headed into their closet, now holding all of their clothes. Jeff followed and put on his own chest harness and Misha's favorite black, fitted cargo pants. Shoving his feet into his black biker boots, he tugged his pant legs over them. He stopped dead when he realized Lucas was wearing his leather pants and a black t-shirt. Jesus, Lucas, are you trying to kill me? Lucas smirked. I know how much you like them, and I know Misha hasn't seen them, so I figured why not? Jeff chuckled. Why not, indeed? He's gonna love them. Heading back to Misha, he said, Come, boy, let's go get our jackets on and get out of here. Misha stood and walked toward them. Yes, sir. But when he saw Lucas, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He looked back and forth between them and swallowed. I kind of want to keep you both home so no one else can see you because you're mine. Jeff smirked at Misha's greedy glances, laughing when Misha continued, But I also want to go and show you off because you're mine. I'm so damn lucky to have the two sexiest men in the world taking care of me. Lucas pulled Misha into a passionate kiss, then laid his forehead against Misha's. We're the lucky ones, and we're just as excited to show you off. Jeff loved the wide grin that brought to Misha's face. They walked down the stairs, and Jeff helped put Misha's coat on, and then moved on to his own. Reaching up to the shelf above the coats, Jeff grabbed a couple more things. He tucked one in his coat pocket and gripped the end of the other, letting the rest slip from his palm. Misha's eyes widened, and he gasped. A leash? Jeff chuckled. 3 gasps in one night was pretty damn good, if he did say so himself. Oh yes, it will be perfect for tonight's activities. And what are tonight's activities, sir? Lucas finished pulling on his own coat and answered before Jeff got the chance. You'll have to wait and see, little one. Lucas's sexy, deep voice and the way he talked to Misha, with just that little bit of teasing, kept Jeff's dick so hard he had to adjust himself. He attached the leash to Misha's collar and led the way down the hallway to the garage, Misha trailing close behind. Jeff grabbed his keys by the door, handing the leash over to Lucas as he helped Misha into the back seat. It was definitely going to be an amazing night. Chapter 24. Lucas.
Lucas was absolutely ready to fulfill another one of Misha's fantasies. When they arrived at the club, they walked Misha to the front door. Jeff stopped him there. Pulling out the blindfold he'd tucked in his pocket, Jeff placed it over Misha's eyes and tied it snug, then moved in front of him, leash in hand. He clasped Misha's shoulders. "You will keep your blindfold on until we take it off you." Misha shuddered. "Yes, sir." Lucas held the door, ushering them inside. They went directly into the changing room, took off their jackets, and waited patiently while Misha took off his pants, shoes, and socks, practically bouncing with excitement. He couldn't take his eyes off Misha. Whether in reassurance or nervousness, Misha kept touching his blindfold but not moving it or taking it off. Lucas caressed his hand over Misha's back to lend his support, if the boy was worried. When Misha sighed and said, "Thank you, Daddy," Lucas's heart sped up in happiness. His boy, even blindfolded, knew his touch well enough to realize it was him. With Misha's beautiful body fully displayed in his harness, butt plug, cock ring, and absolutely nothing else, they made their way into the main part of the club. Club Eros impressed Lucas. He'd never seen anything so stunning. Located on private land toward the outskirts of the city, a good way back from the main highway, and completely enveloped by the forest covering the hills surrounding the valley of Powell's Point. He chuckled, remembering a boy he'd dated years ago who was obsessed with the Twilight movies and forced Lucas to watch them all. The huge, modern club in the middle of the woods, all straight lines, nearly half of which were windows, was familiar, in a Cullen Covens mansion sort of way. Lucas kept a hand at Misha's back, guiding him through the club, as Jeff held the leash, guiding him from the front. Since the club was so modern, he hadn't expected it to be so cozy, but he was glad to see it. Warmth shone in all the little details. The owner had obviously spared no expense. The bar was situated in a room on its own, with only bar tables and chairs placed strategically around. They walked through and into the adjacent room, full of comfortable chairs, couches, and love seats. Jeff led them directly to a cluster of seating arranged in a circle, where their friends waited. Several greetings were called out as they ushered Misha into the circle. They situated him between both the empty chairs. Before Jeff could issue a command, Lucas rubbed the small of his back. "Kneel for us, little one." Misha's ability to so elegantly kneel with his hands clasping his forearms behind him and a blindfold on was pretty impressive. Their boy was perfect in his submission. On a previous trip out to visit Misha and Jeff, Lucas had met everyone seated in their little group. Ronan and his sub Jamie, sitting next to Ronan rather than kneeling beside him, had invited them to a play party. He remembered that night with fondness and greeted them both. Knox was there with his sub Zach kneeling between his legs. Brad and Harrison were also in attendance, though it looked like they were alone. Jeff, more comfortable with his group of friends, lifted a hand in welcome, said hello, and then sat in the chair to Misha's left. He crossed his legs, getting comfortable and still holding on to the leash. Lucas remained standing to shake everyone's hands except Zach's, whose gaze never wavered from the floor he kneeled on, obviously adhering to Knox's particular brand of protocols. They were a gorgeous, intriguing couple, and Lucas looked forward to getting to know them better. Finally, Lucas took his own seat on Misha's other side, scooting the chair closer to him. Lucas wanted to touch and reassure him he wasn't alone, as they'd be staying put until the event upstairs was underway. Chatting with the others, he carted his hand through Misha's hair. Misha was enjoying his attention, leaning into Lucas's hand. Jeff stood. "Lucas, would you like a drink? They don't serve alcohol, but they have anything else you can possibly imagine." He smiled up at Jeff, figuring he'd test that theory. "Sure, thanks. I'll have a ginger kombucha or a citrus one if they don't have that." Jeff nodded, handed the leash to Lucas, and headed in the direction of the bar. Surprisingly, the music wasn't overpowering, but no one was dancing, and it seemed like more of a gathering place than anything.
After a few minutes of small talk, he leaned down and whispered to Misha, "Would you like to sit on Daddy's lap, little one?" Misha nodded in Lucas's direction, beaming, "Yes, Daddy." Lucas clasped the boy's forearm, helping him up and settling him on his lap. Jeff came back with kombucha and a drink of his own. Nothing for Misha, as they both tended to share with their boy. Jeff handed Lucas his glass and leaned in closer to kiss Lucas's lips, then took a slower, more sensuous kiss with Misha, making the boy squirm in his lap. Lucas's cock noticed, and he narrowed his eyes and shook his head at Jeff, knowing that was his goal. Smirking, Jeff made his way back to his own chair and raised his glass to Lucas, who did the same, chuckling. Misha shifted again, and Lucas leaned in to kiss his temple. "Would you like a drink, little one?" The sweet nod he received, and Misha's quiet, "Yes, Daddy," melted Lucas, making him want to give Misha the world. And he intended to. He now had all the time in the world to devote himself to spoiling Misha. They sat and talked with the rest of the group for a while. Misha helped him finish his drink, but other than whispering back and forth with Lucas, the boy did not participate in any discussions. The intercom system gave a low ding, and then a voice came through the speakers. "The event will begin in 10 minutes," followed by another low ding. It was time. He and Jeff stood in unison, but he kept hold of Misha, only setting Misha down after drawing a kiss from him. As Lucas was unfamiliar with the layout, he handed the leash back to Jeff and allowed him to lead. They walked up the stairs and entered the double doors at the top. The room was much like the comfortable one downstairs, only larger, with a stage at the far end. The other doms led their submissives to the stage. None of them were blindfolded, but several of them wore collars and leashes similar to Misha's. Jeff followed the other doms, Misha at his heels and Lucas bringing up the rear. His heartbeat picked up when they stepped on the stage and approached a large metal cage. Jeff unlatched the cage door, and Misha gasped, unable to keep himself from raising one of his hands to his chest, where Lucas guessed Misha's heart was beating as fast as his own. Recovering, but practically vibrating with excited energy, Misha placed his hand behind his back once again, clasping his forearms. Jeff unhooked the leash, eliciting a soft whimper from Misha. Lucas murmured close to Misha's ear, "You're all right, little one. I know you're going to love your experience tonight." Misha's shoulders rose and fell as he took a calming breath. Jeff stepped closer to them, clasped Misha's arm, and drew him gently forward. "Reach your hand out and find the cage, sweetheart." Misha followed his directions, hands shaking in anticipation. Lucas murmured, "Just below where you are gripping is the door. The number on the door to your cage is 1. It's big enough for you to crawl in and turn around. Go ahead and do so now." Misha bent down and slowly crawled into the cage, turning around so he faced the front. The cages were the size of extra-large dog crates, though taller to allow subs to kneel with their heads held high. The bars were solid and thick, running perpendicular to the floor like jail cell bars. Jeff was about to shut and lock the door, so he warned Misha, "You're about to be locked in. What are your safe words?" Misha's breathy response came after several moments. "Red for stop and yellow for slow down, Daddy." "That's my good boy." Misha preened under his praise. The soft smile on Jeff's face went a long way toward settling Lucas's own nerves for what lay ahead. They stayed by the cage and waited while the other doms got their subs situated. A tall, muscular man with jet-black, long, curly hair entered the back of the room, turned the lights on fully, and walked to the front, gazing at each one of the 10 boys in their cages. Crossing his massive arms over his chest, he raked his eyes across the row of doms standing beside their boys. Then he focused on the 3 lone submissives who had put themselves in a cage. Clearly they had no dom of their own, but wanted to participate. The man stood at least 6.5 feet tall, if not more, and had the bulk of a linebacker. He was dressed like Lucas, in black leather pants, biker boots, and a black leather harness, that only accentuated his huge, powerful physique. Lucas's eyes were drawn toward hhis long hair, partially pulled up in a knot at the crown of his head, and the rest spilling down his back. His skin was a dark, smooth tan, and his arms and chest were covered in black tattoos that trailed from his wrists over his shoulders, only cutting off at the neck, and then fully covering his pecs. His face was shaved smooth and held no trace of a smile. He didn't look mean, he just looked stern. Lucas had no doubts people took him very seriously. Something about the man niggled in the back of Lucas's mind. Lucas watched, rapt, as the man walked toward the three boys who were alone. Jeff leaned closer to Lucas and whispered, "That's the club's owner. Look familiar?" Lucas focused on the man's face. He did, in fact, look familiar, but Lucas couldn't place him. He nodded and murmured, "Yeah, but the name isn't coming to me." Jeff's smile widened. "His name is Master Zeus." "Holy shit!" Lucas stopped himself from yelling the words, but it was close. He turned quickly to meet Jeff's eyes again and got a grin and a nod in response. The owner of the club was Zeus Kahlo? 5 years retired middle linebacker for the Chargers, Zeus Kahlo? Holy fucking shit. He looked closer. Where he'd had a full beard before, he had no facial hair now, and his long hair had been shaved smooth years ago when he'd played. God damn, it was him. Lucas grinned like a fool. Likening him to a linebacker before Lucas knew the man actually was one did him in, and he couldn't hold in a chuckle. Zeus was a legend in the NFL, and even 5 years later they were comparing all the fresh-faced defensive rookies coming into the league to him. Zeus crouched down before the three boys. He opened up their cages one at a time, whispering words with each one. The last boy at the end of the stage was given a bit more attention than the first two. From what Lucas could see, the boy looked entirely too thin, and his wavy, long, nearly black hair blanketed his face. He looked down at the ground as Master Zeus spoke quietly to him. Lucas strained his ears, but he only heard the boy clearing his throat and saying, "Yes, Master." When Zeus was once again in the center of the room facing them all, he made eye contact with the dominants and glanced again at the subs. "The event will start in 2 minutes. I will be opening the doors for the gathered crowd. Are there any questions before we begin?" Nobody stepped forward or said a thing. Zeus nodded and headed toward the back of the room, where he opened the center double doors. The crowd had grown rather large. As everyone quietly walked into the room, Lucas realized it was going to fill up. Obviously, this was a popular event. Master Zeus spoke quietly, explaining the rules. "This is a silent slave auction. All proceeds will be going to charity. Each slave was given a number which is displayed on their cage. From this point forward, they will only be referred to by their number or as a slave. The bidding sheets are on top of each cage. Each sheet explains the duration of the contract for that specific slave and anything else you need to know. Be sure to read the contracts, as no two are alike. Bidders are allowed to look but not touch. The person with the highest bid when time runs out wins the slave in that cage. If anyone has an issue with this, submissives, their doms, or bidders, speak now." The room was so quiet Lucas could have heard a pin drop. It was obvious the man was well respected. Zeus continued. "At this time, I ask the doms to step down from the stage. Slaves, you are being sold for a duration of your doms or your own choosing. As these are temporary masters, should you need to safe word during the duration of your slave contract, your safe words will be red for stop, yellow for slow down, and green for go. Use them if you need, and provide a color if asked. Now present yourselves properly to your prospective masters." The slaves all perked up in their cages, sitting straighter, heads held high, but eyes cast low, palms open on their spread thighs. Master Zeus gave a nod to someone off to the side of the room. After getting the go-ahead, the other man tapped his phone, and the low ding that had sounded over the intercom system earlier rang out in the quiet room. Zeus looked around, clearly the tallest and broadest man in the room, and announced, "The slave auction has begun. You have 30 minutes to place your bids." Lucas's heartbeat sped up. Sure, being fucked and used by a stranger and playing a powerless, helpless role was one of Misha's fantasies. But Lucas still felt a little anxiety about Misha acting as slave to a stranger. But Misha wanted to feel like a number, an object, a thing for someone else's pleasure. He craved being treated as if his satisfaction was of no consequence. Lucas didn't understand, but what he did understand was his own burning desire to fulfill his boy's fantasies. So in the end, his feelings on the matter weren't important. He still hated to leave Misha alone up there. He reached into the top of the cage and brushed his fingers over Misha's hair before he followed Jeff off stage. All the doms with their subs up for auction sat in soft leather chairs toward the back of the room, and several waiters began walking through, taking drink orders. Lucas ordered another kombucha and sat back to wait. He spoke quietly with Jeff and his group of friends. Getting antsy as he watched multiple men step in and bid on Misha, he started tapping his foot. They had 25 more minutes of this waiting, and the man they'd worked a deal with wasn't going to bid until the last minute or so to ensure he placed highest. As he finished his drink, time ticked slowly past. He stood with his empty glass, but before he could find a waiter, one appeared and took it, asking if he'd like another. Lucas turned him down and gazed again at his watch. 10 minutes left. He glanced again at the stage, noticing the sub at the opposite end of the stage as Misha. The boy's slender shoulders were shaking, and his hands were in fists on his thighs. Worried, Lucas watched him until he noticed Master Zeus striding across the room, concern written all over his face. Zeus approached the boy, said a few words, and then picked up the bidding sheet, reading it through. The former NFL star's eyes popped wide, and he rubbed his hand over his face. Lucas placed a hand on Jeff's shoulder, drawing his attention away from the other men he was talking to. Jeff got up and he followed suit. Jeff looked at his watch, prompting Lucas to glance at his own, and gestured toward Misha. "Let's go watch the last couple minutes. I want to be there when Ash bids." "Me too. I haven't paid much attention. Has he gotten some bids?" Jeff chuckled and nodded. "Oh yeah, he's a popular boy. I've only ever shared him with our friends, as we've been scening with them for years. Misha is beautiful and gets a lot of glances from doms here. I think people were quite happy to see him up there. Too bad for them, we're very particular." Lucas smirked. "He deserves that much, and more." A gentle smile touched Jeff's lips. "You're right. He does." Ash McIntyre was a gorgeous man, if Lucas was honest with himself. He was wearing a pair of dark wash jeans, military-style boots, and a wide leather chest harness. He was probably around 6'2" and lean. His hair was dark brown, his eyes were gray, and he had day-old scruff on his face. His air of authority made it obvious he was a dom. From what Jeff said, he'd been Misha's not-so-secret crush at the club for the last year. Jeff teased Misha about it occasionally. Lucas knew what to expect, and Jeff assured him Misha would be safe. Lucas knew the club vetted their members carefully firsthand because he'd had to provide his personal information for a deep background check before he was permitted to join even on a temporary basis. They even required STD testing regularly for all members through Dr. Kincaid. Jeff had asked around the club to make sure Ash wasn't the type to take advantage of Misha, and they both met Ash the week prior at a local coffee shop to discuss their plans and ensure the man was on board. Lucas trusted everything would be great, but he was a daddy through and through, so he'd still worry about his boy. It felt like forever, and yet no time at all, when the low ding announced the end of the auction. Master Zeus walked to the other slaves, picked up their bid sheets, and called out the name of the master who won and the dollar amount of their final bid, skipping Misha. After Zeus announced Misha's information, Lucas stopped listening and zeroed in on Misha. He had more energy and was sitting up straighter. The new masters all led their slaves out of the room to begin their contract. All except Ash. They stood off to the side as Ash bent to open the cage and reached his hand in to clasp Misha's. With Ash's help, Misha slowly crawled out of the cage. Others filtered back in to watch and took seats all around the room, also part of the scene to come. Trying to ignore them, Lucas watched his boy and was so proud of Misha when he asked, "How can I serve you, Master?" Ash's voice was gruff when he said, "Stay where you are, slave. The cages are being cleared away, and then you'll be the only one left on stage." Shivering, Misha wrapped his arms around his waist, a defensive posture if Lucas had ever seen one. Lucas stepped forward and was about to say something when Ash spoke the words Lucas knew would ease Misha's mind. "Come with me, Tinker Bell." Misha's shoulders sagged as the stress left his body. "Master, please, don't call me Tinker Bell." Green light given with that response, Misha reached his hand out, and his temporary master clasped it, moving them away from the steps, deeper onto the stage. As they waited for the stage to be cleared, Ash kept his hand wrapped around Misha's. A man wearing the club's uniform pushed aside the sliding wall. Hidden behind was a veritable treasure trove of BDSM equipment, toys, and furniture. Ronan stepped up on the stage, approached two of the workers, and pointed to a spanking bench and a St. Andrew's cross. Both pieces were moved out onto the stage. And just like that, the fun part of their night began. The lights dimmed again, and the crowd murmured behind them, gathered to watch the show Lucas and Jeff had planned well in advance. A show he too would be watching as a spectator. He felt Jeff's hand at the small of his back and turned to face him. Jeff ushered him toward the two seats in front of the stage on the left side, close to the steps in case they needed to get to Misha for any reason. Ash cuffed Misha to the St. Andrew's cross, warmed him up, and then worked him over with a flogger. As Ash methodically increased the speed and force of his swings, Misha's back, ass, and upper thighs became a bright red. Seeing the blissful look on Misha's face, Lucas promised himself he'd learn to use a flogger to make his boy fly. Lucas looked at Jeff's lap, his straining cock obvious behind his zipper. Jeff checked him out the same way, and they grinned at each other, then latched their eyes back on their sub as he was moved over to the spanking bench for a firm spanking. Since Misha was unable to curtail his responses, Ash put a ball gag in his mouth. Then Ash walked over to one of the cabinets and retrieved a paddle. Lucas nearly groaned. Their boy's poor ass. Jeff must have sensed his reaction. "It'll hurt now, but tomorrow, just you watch. He'll be reminded all day and comment on it with a huge grin on his face, and plenty of thanks to both of us for setting it up." Lucas chuckled and nodded, returning to watch Misha get paddled. Soon enough, Ash gripped Misha's ass cheeks in his palm and squeezed, separating them and opening him wide. What a pretty little cum hole you have, all prepped and ready for me." He slowly removed Misha's plug and tossed it aside, then removed the ball gag. Ash pinched Misha's ass and growled, "Now I want to hear it all, slut. You're going to take my cock and thank your master, but you better not come. If you come without permission, you won't come for a week, I'm told. So be a good little fuck toy and control yourself." "Yes, master." After lubing them both up, Ash grabbed Misha's ass and spread his cheeks open again. With a slow thrust of his hips, his cockhead was in. "Oh, Jesus. How does a fuck toy like you still have such a tight hole, one?" Misha shuddered and did his best to push his ass back toward Ash. Misha panted. Just lucky, I guess, master." The crowd chuckled along with Jeff and Lucas. Their sassy boy was coming out to play. Ash smacked Misha's delectable ass, then reached around to pump Misha's cock. "Getting cheeky with me, slave?" Misha groaned. "No, master, just answering your question."
Ash thrust his hips flush against Misha's ass. Misha shouted out and moaned. "Yeah, you like that, slave? Like being my little fuck toy?"
"Oh, God, yes. So much, yes."
That's good. The better it feels to you, the harder I'm going to try to make you come all over my cock." Ash mastered Lucas and Jeff's boy, so soon enough, Misha was begging.
Master, please, oh God, please, I'm going to come."
Ash continued his ministrations on Misha's cock. At what seemed like the last second, he let go, leaving Misha desperate and crying out. Ash continued pounding Misha's ass, but when Lucas thought Ash would finish deep inside of Misha, the best place Lucas could ever think of, he pulled out. Jacking his dick, he walked around to where Misha's head rested on the bench. He unstrapped Misha's arms, but he didn't move. "Raise yourself up and put your weight on your elbows. That's it, slut." When Misha obeyed, his face was level with that long, fat cock, and Ash proceeded to give Misha's mouth and throat a pounding. Finally, Ash pulled all the way out of Misha's mouth, tore off Misha's blindfold, and held his chin so Misha could see who it was. At Misha's shocked gasp, Ash chuckled and asked in a rough, deep voice, "How much more do you want it now, one?" The crowd and Ash seemed to be equally surprised when Misha whimpered,
"So much more, Master Ash."
Using his strapped-down legs as leverage, Misha reached for Ash's hips and sucked the man's cock deep into his throat, refusing to let himself up for air. His throat worked around Ash's cock. Ash shouted, holding onto Misha's head as he pumped his seed deep in Misha's throat, making growling noises even Lucas was impressed with. "Oh, fuck, one. What a good cum slut you are." As Ash pumped in and out, finally allowing Misha some air, both men's chests heaved. After finishing Ash off, Misha rested his head back on the bench, his eyes closed in ecstasy. Jeff and Lucas made their way quietly up onto the stage. They each pulled out their hard cocks, dripping with pre-cum, to finish the night deep inside Misha. Lucas lubed himself up and slid his hands over Misha's hips, up his sides, and then back down, before thrusting himself to the hilt inside Misha. Without moving or seeing who was behind him, Misha recognized his touch immediately.
"Daddy, oh God, please."
Lucas melted. "I know, little one. I know. Open up now. Sir needs your mouth." Misha moaned and got back up on his elbows, facing forward. Jeff carded his fingers through Misha's hair and gripped it at the base of his neck. "Take me deep into your throat, sweetheart. Show the crowd who really owns you."
"You both do, sir. You and Daddy."
Surprising Lucas completely, Jeff leaned toward Lucas and gripped the back of his neck, drawing him near. Jeff leaned his forehead against Lucas's, his voice guttural. "You belong to us, just as we belong to you. I love you, Lucas." "Oh, fuck, Jeff." Lucas's breath hitched at the complete overload of sensations and emotions. Misha's mewling as both of his doms stretched him wide was a beautiful, distracting sound. Before Lucas could process what was happening, Jeff took his mouth in a heated kiss in front of the audience. It felt like more than a claiming of his lips. It felt like a claiming of his heart, body, and soul. Jeff's words and actions were exactly what Lucas didn't even know he needed. He kept a grip on Jeff's neck as they drew back from each other. Their "I love you" was choppy with their movements. They focused back on Misha, blissed out on both their cocks. His little moans, whimpers, and purrs were music to Lucas's ears. Still holding Jeff, Lucas gripped Misha's throat from behind. Feeling Jeff's cock slide in and out of it nearly tipped him over the edge. So much so, he wanted to make sure he wasn't the only one. He growled, "I want you both to come for me, now." Both Misha and Jeff moaned at his words and his gesture of control, of ownership. As they raced toward their orgasms, their movements became jerky. Jeff came with his head thrown back, pushing deep into Misha's throat, as their boy shuddered and cried out around Jeff's cock. Their pleasure skyrocketed his own into orbit. Letting go with a growl, he came deep inside of Misha, marking his territory, claiming what was his. When they'd collectively caught their breath, both doms pulled out of Misha and zipped themselves back up. Misha, nearly naked, lay waiting for them to help him up. One of the club's DMs brought them towels and bottles of water. They collectively ignored the crowd, even the sound of people getting off from the scene. They both worked to help Misha off the bench, Jeff holding him as Lucas wrapped one of the towels around him. Lucas had to carry him off stage, as Misha's knees nearly buckled when Jeff handed him over to Lucas. After grabbing the remaining towels and water bottles, Jeff led them out of the room and down a hall to an aftercare room. The room was quite large, with comfortable couches and love seats set in small groupings, dim lights, and soft music playing. Several couples were giving their submissives aftercare and didn't even look up when they walked in the door. They settled on one of the love seats. Misha curled up on Lucas's lap, with Jeff close behind him. Jeff held them both close, an arm wrapped around Lucas's back and one around Misha. They gave Misha water, and he continued to drift. They stayed quiet. It was one of those rare times Misha preferred silence as he came back into himself from subspace. Eventually, he started adjusting his position and moving around. "Thank you, Daddy. Sir, it was amazing. I love you both so much." Lucas replied with, "I love you too, little one." And Jeff replied at the same exact time with, "I love you too, boy." They all grinned at each other. Misha leaned back and kissed Jeff, then leaned forward and kissed Lucas. He wrapped his arms around both their necks and brought them both into a tight hug, and then a messy, uncoordinated three-way kiss that ended in their quiet chuckling. Holding them close, Lucas looked at the men, feeling immensely grateful and so full of love. He was willing to do anything for them, and they'd do the same for him. He couldn't remember a time when he'd felt so happy and at peace. Everything had been worth it if it got them where they were right then. He had no more doubts, no more fears, only excitement at what was ahead for them, together. Chapter 25. Jeff. Jeff stood in the kitchen, skewering the meat and veggies for their kebabs. The ingredients had been marinating overnight, but he still had a lot of work ahead of him. While he prepared the main dishes for their afternoon cookout, Misha made lemon sugar cookie bars and individual mini raspberry mascarpone cheesecakes, which took way more effort than Jeff ever wanted to spend preparing for a barbecue. Misha could have at it. The door leading to the garage shut, audible above Misha's music. Lucas was home, but Misha's shaking booty and off-key singing were proof Misha hadn't noticed. Lucas came walking down the hall toward the kitchen, carrying a new tank of propane. Smiling at Lucas, he turned back around to continue the kebab prep. Misha squeaked, gasped, and then giggled uncontrollably, so he turned to see what had caused it. Misha held a spatula covered with lemon bar goo, and he'd somehow gotten it all over Lucas's face and his own, not to mention everywhere around him. Jeff shook his head. "Alexa, volume 4. He ignored the affirmative response and looked toward Misha, who was bent over and clutching his stomach, obviously unable to stop giggling. Lucas turned his shocked gaze Jeff's way, and Jeff let out a bark of laughter when a large dollop of lemon bar slime fell to the floor. If the music hadn't still been on, he'd have heard a splat. Lucas raised his brows and smirked. "Think that's funny, do you?" His own eyes popped wide, and he shook his head, turning away from Lucas. But before he knew it, Lucas wrapped his strong arms around Jeff, holding him hostage as he rubbed his goo-covered face against Jeff's cheek and neck. Lucas's teasing morphed into something much more pleasant as the man licked Jeff's neck
and nibbled on the area he'd made messy. Sucking in a breath, Jeff tilted his head to give Lucas more access. He had a hard time keeping himself from holding Lucas's mouth against his skin. The man knew exactly where to lick, suck, and bite to make Jeff's skin pebble up with goosebumps and give him a full-body shudder. When Lucas finally pulled away, Jeff realized he wasn't quite done. Lucas turned him around and ravished Jeff's mouth in a passionate kiss. When Lucas broke the kiss, he was still gripping Jeff's hips, and they gazed at each other, grinning. Jeff was a mess, with lemon schmutz drying on his skin, but he had no fucks to give. Lucas didn't know, though, so Jeff put on a stern face and a frown. So now I'm covered with lemon gloop, and my hands are covered with marinated meat juice. Grab me a wet paper towel, will you? We're obviously going to have to take a shower together when we're done prepping for our guests. Lucas rolled his eyes. Such a hardship. Jeff shook his head and sighed in mock exasperation before turning to look over at Misha. He had pulled his lips between his teeth to keep from laughing at the state Jeff was in. Before Lucas could grab Jeff those wet paper towels, Misha rinsed off his hands in the sink and grabbed so many he could have dried a small lake with them. Lucas chuckled and went to help their boy. Moments later, Misha, Lucas, and Jeff, not to mention the floor and the countertops, were clean enough to continue. Lucas smacked Misha's ass on his way out of the kitchen to the backyard, where he proceeded to hook up the propane tank. Jeff and Misha went back to their own tasks. Jeff smiled to himself, thinking back to the night of his and Lucas's come-to-Jesus moment as he thought of it. They'd come a long way since then. Misha had graduated, so they'd celebrated that special occasion with a party much like they'd be having later. Since that night, there had definitely been many ups and downs, misunderstandings, squabbles, and disagreements, as they all learned how to cope as a triad. He supposed that was to be expected. Relationships weren't easy, and relationships like theirs were even harder. Sometimes emotional exhaustion had gotten the best of them, but every single bit was a step in the right direction. He hoped they'd finally found some semblance of a solid foundation so they could continue to grow together. He had never seen Misha happier, and Lucas's sadness was slowly fading, his confidence in his place in their lives starting to come back. Jeff knew the three of them were going to be okay. More than okay. If Jeff had anything to say about it, they'd continue to thrive and grow stronger every day together as a cohesive unit, a family. As he reminisced about the work they'd put into their relationship, the three of them prepped for several hours more before it was time to get ready for their guests. During their get-togethers with friends over the last month, his and Misha's extended, chosen family had accepted and embraced Lucas, and Lucas enjoyed getting to know them all. His best friend, his partner, was growing happier every day, and that meant the world to him. Lucas's consulting business was also up and running. After Lucas promised he didn't want his work overtaking his life, Jeff was able to believe it. He was surprisingly in high demand, so he could be choosy and charge well for his services. Jeff was smiling as he put the finishing touches on several appetizers. Turning, he realized Misha had padded barefoot back into the kitchen and was watching him, a happy grin on his face. "I like seeing your smile, sir." Jeff snuck his arm around Misha's lower back and tugged him close, giving him a light kiss on the lips and gazing into his eyes. "I like having it there, sweetheart. You're a big part of why it shows up so often these days." Misha leaned in to kiss him again. "And Daddy, too?" Jeff nodded. "Definitely Daddy, too." While Jeff and Misha were otherwise occupied, Lucas stepped inside from the back deck. He was leaning on the door jamb, watching them with his eyes half-lidded, a look Jeff loved and always found a turn on. Lucas headed toward them. "What about you, Daddy?" Lucas wrapped his arms around them both. Jeff and Misha still only hugged one another, unable to reach around and include Lucas with him holding them so tight. Misha replied, I told Sir I love seeing a smile on his face. He said I was a big reason it was there, and I asked if you were too, and he said definitely. Lucas looked at Jeff, a gentle smile on his face. Yeah? Jeff met his gaze head-on, growing serious as he nodded. Definitely. Misha wiggled in their arms and grinned. I love you, Daddy and Sir. Misha replied for both of them. We love you too, little one. Looking at Jeff, Lucas asked, Are we about done? I think we could all use a shower. Misha did his best to bounce in their arms. Ooh, sexy times? Misha's eyebrows waggled up and down several times, his wide, excited grin ridiculously cute as he looked between each of his doms. Chuckling, Jeff kissed Misha once more and stole one from Lucas next, who then leaned down and kissed Misha as well. Lucas, in mock seriousness, asked Jeff, Has our boy been behaving himself? Jeff gave the impression of thinking hard. When Misha scrunched up his face in a playful glare, Jeff snorted. I suppose he's been all right. Misha gasped, obviously affronted, frown pouting at Jeff dramatically for daring to even think about saying no. Jeff lowered his hand from Misha's back, squeezing his ass cheek hard, and raised a brow. Are you challenging me, sweetheart? Misha gave back as good as he got, pretending to think about Jeff's question. It was all Jeff could do to keep a straight face at Misha's cheeky behavior. He lifted his hand from Misha's ass and brought it back down hard, the spank reverberating through Misha and nudging them even closer together. Misha gasped, and his eyes dilated. You'll be punished for that later tonight. Misha hid a smile by pulling his lips between his teeth, making Jeff smirk and raise a brow. I'm so very sorry, sir. Jeff playfully rolled his eyes at Misha's sass. I'm sure. To Lucas, he asked, So what do you think we should do about our boy's insolent behavior? Lucas pulled back, and Jeff did the same, both of them scrutinizing Misha. Lucas met Jeff's gaze and shrugged. I guess he needs to be taught a lesson. We might all need to shower together. He can get us off, and we can edge him and not allow him to come. Thoughts? Jeff sighed as if put out and shook his head. I don't think we have a choice. He's forced our hand, really. Misha had been holding his response in, trying to be good, but he finally burst. Please, I didn't mean it. It was only teasing, sir. Daddy, I swear. As Jeff shook his head, Lucas bent down and tossed Misha over his shoulder, smacking the boy's ass. He carried him out of the kitchen and toward the stairs. Misha grabbed onto Lucas's belt to hold himself steady and yelped, Daddy! Lucas continued up the stairs. Believe me, it hurts us more than it does you, little one. Our hearts are breaking. Jeff's smile turned into a toothy grin when Misha snorted sarcastically, I highly doubt that. Misha tried to lift his body enough to get a good look at Jeff, so he schooled his features into a stern frown. He must not have been quick enough, because Misha rolled his eyes and let out a pfft. Jeff made a tisking sound, shaking his head. Lucas, I don't think he understands the gravity of the situation. I don't either. Perhaps he needs to go a bit longer before he's allowed to orgasm to ensure he comes to his senses. Misha began frantically shaking his head. Daddy, sir, I'll be so good. I'll be on my best behavior, I swear. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we, Lucas? Lucas nodded. Oh yeah, we'll have to reserve judgment for sure. Misha let out a soft sigh. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't soft enough. Punishment later was going to be fun. As they finally walked into their bathroom, Lucas set Misha down, careful to steady him before he let go. Lucas began to undress Misha as Jeff removed his own clothes and turned on the shower. Lucas, the last one to strip down, handed his clothes to Misha, who bent down to pick up his own and Jeff's. They all got in the shower. In the end, Jeff and Lucas were fully satisfied, leaving Misha wanting. They changed into their swim trunks and t-shirts, or rather Jeff and Lucas did. Misha pulled on the skimpiest Speedo in existence, one Jeff bought for him, his dick still hard and tucked off to the side, nearly peeking out of the top band. They were downstairs just in time to greet their first guests. It was never more obvious than when they had friends over to visit how cramped they were getting in their house. Even when it was only the three of them, it felt like the walls were closing in. It wasn't a small house by any means, but three men and all their stuff took up a lot of space. They each wanted a garage for their cars, but with only two, it left them swapping back and forth. Also, even though Lucas's biggest furniture pieces were left in his leased New York City apartment, he still had a lot of his stuff in a storage unit in town. When they started talking seriously about getting a fresh start in a new house together, it always seemed to come back to building from scratch. How the hell else were they going to find a master suite with 3 sinks? They'd bit the bullet and purchased the empty lot close to Ronan and Jamie's place, much to Misha's excitement, and contacted Harrison to draw up some plans. They were hoping to break ground the following week. It helped to be friends with the owners of the company building your house. Making sure everyone had what they needed, Jeff headed back inside to grab more napkins. He was so happy everyone had been able to make it. The day was absolutely gorgeous, and their friends were with them. Not much more Jeff could ask for. The pool was ready to be used, the deck had enough chairs, and their outdoor table was filled with an enormous amount of food. When the doorbell rang again, Jeff set down the napkins and answered the door, a grin on his face. "Harrison, I was wondering when you'd get here." He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "What have you got for me?" Laughing, Harrison handed over the tube holding the final blueprint of their new home, at least until they started building and discovered any issues. Harrison had warned him having to make some changes while construction was going on was common. Jeff was about to hide them away in the coat closet to look at later, but Misha skipped in and saw the tube, his eyes going wide as he jumped up and down. Misha nearly hopped like a rabbit over to Harrison and gave him a huge hug, thanking him and making the big guy laugh. He grabbed the tube from Jeff, and next thing he knew, Misha was bounding off to the backyard where everyone else was hanging out and started pulling the plans out of the tube. Everyone crowded around and made oohing and eyeing noises, while Misha talked a mile a minute to anyone who would listen. He gave Harrison a harassed look. "Now look what you've done." Harrison scoffed. "That's your handful to manage, not mine. Well, yours and Lucas's anyway. And thank God he joined you, because that boy of yours is a handful." Jeff chuckled, nodding. "You can say that again. But what a gorgeous handful he is." Harrison's gaze turned wistful. "That he is, my friend. You're both very lucky men." As they walked toward the back of the house, Jeff couldn't keep himself from saying, "You haven't had your own boy in quite a while. I have a feeling you're going to find your perfect handful any day now." Chuckling, Harrison shook his head. "I don't know about that, but I'd welcome it. Playing at the club with subs who are virtual strangers, and even playing with the boys in our group when we've all been scening together, is enough to keep me from feeling too restless. But I'd love a boy of my own." Jeff grabbed the napkins on their way out onto the deck. "I get it, and I can't blame you a bit. I hope you meet your match soon." "Thanks, man." When the group all shouted his name in greeting, Harrison turned to them and grinned, shaking hands and hugging their friends. Jeff wandered over toward his men. Misha was still chatting with people about their house. Misha had some reservations at first because the house they were building was large, twice the size of their current home, in fact. The lot was huge, and they'd planned their home befitting the land around it. Misha's concerns about being unable to contribute financially and his subsequent offer to keep his name off the deed met with stern discussions from his doms about their responsibility to take care of Misha. They needed him to know there were different ways to take care of people, and this was Jeff and Lucas's. Misha took care of them and gave so much of himself every single day. Even if he'd been able to contribute, neither of his doms would have put that burden on him. They saw it as their job. Once that was settled, Misha relaxed and got more and more exuberant about their plans, joining in and giving his opinions. Misha was so happy about their fresh start in a new place, and his excitement was catching. Lucas, more than likely worried about something spilling on the papers, swiftly moved in. "Hey, little one, can you help Andy find the bathroom, please?" And off Misha went, chatting with Andy. Just poof, they were in the middle of a deep conversation that hadn't even existed, and Andy went with it, bless him. Laughing to himself, Jeff grabbed the tube from Lucas, putting it away. He loved spending time with their friends. Everyone was always excited to come to their house because their pool was big and had a slide, something Misha never got enough of. So he'd been in charge of the plans for the outdoor area at the new house. Lucas and Jeff were suitably impressed with how seriously Misha took the job. Suddenly, Misha called out, "Boys, the last one into the pool has to give all the doms a blowjob." He jumped in the pool, and Lucas guffawed when some of the subs didn't know what to do. They wanted the pool, but blowjobs. All their boys loved giving their doms blowjobs, but every dom? Talk about lockjaw. All the doms were laughing as the subs slowly got in the pool, unsure if it was what they really wanted. Lucas yelled, "This isn't that kind of party, little one." Misha surfaced and flicked the water out of his hair, smirking at his Lucas. "Daddy, you're such a spoil sport." Lucas chuckled. "And you're still racking up punishment points with all your sass, I see." Misha's eyes popped wide and he shook his head. No, I was just joking." He looked frantically around at his friends, swimming and playing in the pool around him. The only one who looked back was Jamie, who smirked. "You just can't help yourself." Misha huffed good-naturedly, muttering, "You're no help." He pulled his beautiful body out of the water to race up the back steps behind the stone slide, making his way down it lightning fast. As the boys frolicked and played, Lucas and Brad manned the grill and got all of the kebabs going. Jeff fetched anything left in the fridge and brought it outside. When the food was ready, Zach was first to get out of the pool, picking up a towel to dry off. Making his way to the table, he filled a plate so high Jeff was sure it wasn't just for him, and was proven right. He handed the plate to Knox, folded the towel he'd put around his waist, tossed it on the deck, and knelt there, waiting for his sir to feed him. When all the other boys were out of the pool, Andy finally realized he was alone and moved to get out. Seeing there were no towels left for Andy, Jeff stood to get another one for the boy. He needn't have bothered, though. Brad got one from the outdoor chest and brought it to Andy. From what Jeff could see, Brad practically ached to dry Andy himself, but he refrained. Jeff, bemused by their interactions, listened in on their conversation as Brad asked, "Do you like chicken, steak, or shrimp?" Andy, still only holding the towel, looked at Brad as if he'd asked a question that had no answer. He finally shrugged. "Yes." Jeff covered his chuckle with a cough, wondering how Brad was going to solve that problem. But solve it he did. Brad grabbed one of each kebab and put half on one plate and half on another. After grabbing a few sides for each of them, he headed back to Andy, who was setting down the dry towel on a mini bistro table while he stood there dripping. Jeff could only smile affectionately at Andy, wearing one of those vacant looks he sometimes got when he wasn't tracking with the real world around him. He couldn't wait to see how Brad dealt with that sweet, spacey boy. If anyone needed a daddy, Andy did. One with infinite patience and a whole lot of love to give. Brad walked toward Andy, both plates in his hand and sodas tucked in the crook of his arm. He set down one plate, then both sodas, and then the other plate. Andy turned to face him, a sweet smile on his face. Brad picked up the discarded towel and did what Jeff knew he'd wanted to do earlier, softly rubbing Andy down to make sure he was all dry. And while it wasn't a sexual or even sensual thing, Jeff realized Andy was 100% focused on the man on one knee before him, drying Andy's swim trunks and his legs and even his feet. He also noticed the care Brad took in his every movement. Finally standing, Brad took the towel and dried Andy's hair. "Feel better?" Brad asked Andy as he set the towel down. Andy nodded and kept looking at the dominant man before him. He cleared his throat. "Yes, thank you, Brad." Andy wasn't technically a sub, but he had all the makings of one, which was what tugged at Brad's protective heart. Jeff looked forward to seeing how things played out with them. He wasn't one to matchmake, but he didn't think those two would need it. Suddenly, Jeff had a lap full of his boy, and Misha was whispering in his ear, "Aren't they the cutest? I think Andy needs a daddy even more than I did." Jeff tugged Misha closer, hugging him tight. "I think you might be right." Lucas squatted down beside their chair, resting his hand on Misha's knee. "What can I get you, little one?" Misha eyed Lucas coquettishly. "You, Daddy." Jeff chuckled, and Lucas smirked, shaking his head and booping Misha on the nose. "I'm not on the menu just yet, but there's tons of food over there that is." A teasing smile grew on Misha's face. He leaned forward, kissed Lucas, and whispered, "You know what I like. I'll take whatever you want to give me." Lucas groaned and stood. "You're dangerous." He looked at Jeff. "Can I make you a plate too?" "Yeah, thanks. I seem to have found myself with an armful of nearly naked boy." As Lucas turned to walk away to get their food, he winked at Jeff. "Lucky man." Truer words had never been spoken. This concludes Open Play by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley, narrated by Cale Williams, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Luna David and Morningstar Ashley, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
comes to his senses. Misha began frantically shaking his head.
Daddy, sir, I'll be so good. I'll be on my best behavior, I swear.
We'll just have to wait and see, won't we, Lucas? Lucas nodded. Oh yeah, we'll have to reserve judgment for sure.
Misha let out a soft sigh. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't soft enough. Punishment later was going to be fun. As they finally walked into their bathroom, Lucas set Misha down, careful to steady him before he let go. Lucas began to undress Misha as Jeff removed his own clothes and turned on the shower. Lucas, the last one to strip down, handed his clothes to Misha, who bent down to pick up his own and Jeff's. They all got in the shower. In the end, Jeff and Lucas were fully satisfied, leaving Misha wanting. They changed into their swim trunks and t-shirts, or rather Jeff and Lucas did. Misha pulled on the skimpiest Speedo in existence, one Jeff bought for him, his dick still hard and tucked off to the side, nearly peeking out of the top band. They were downstairs just in time to greet their first guests. It was never more obvious than when they had friends over to visit how cramped they were getting in their house. Even when it was only the three of them, it felt like the walls were closing in. It wasn't a small house by any means, but three men and all their stuff took up a lot of space. They each wanted a garage for their cars, but with only two, it left them swapping back and forth. Also, even though Lucas's biggest furniture pieces were left in his leased New York City apartment, he still had a lot of his stuff in a storage unit in town. When they started talking seriously about getting a fresh start in a new house together, it always seemed to come back to building from scratch. How the hell else were they going to find a master suite with 3 sinks? They'd bit the bullet and purchased the empty lot close to Ronan and Jamie's place, much to Misha's excitement, and contacted Harrison to draw up some plans. They were hoping to break ground the following week. It helped to be friends with the owners of the company building your house. Making sure everyone had what they needed, Jeff headed back inside to grab more napkins. He was so happy everyone had been able to make it. The day was absolutely gorgeous, and their friends were with them. Not much more Jeff could ask for. The pool was ready to be used, the deck had enough chairs, and their outdoor table was filled with an enormous amount of food. When the doorbell rang again, Jeff set down the napkins and answered the door, a grin on his face. "Harrison, I was wondering when you'd get here." He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "What have you got for me?" Laughing, Harrison handed over the tube holding the final blueprint of their new home, at least until they started building and discovered any issues. Harrison had warned him having to make some changes while construction was going on was common. Jeff was about to hide them away in the coat closet to look at later, but Misha skipped in and saw the tube, his eyes going wide as he jumped up and down. Misha nearly hopped like a rabbit over to Harrison and gave him a huge hug, thanking him and making the big guy laugh. He grabbed the tube from Jeff, and next thing he knew, Misha was bounding off to the backyard where everyone else was hanging out and started pulling the plans out of the tube. Everyone crowded around and made oohing and ahhing noises, while Misha talked a mile a minute to anyone who would listen. He gave Harrison a harassed look. "Now look what you've done." Harrison scoffed. "That's your handful to manage, not mine. Well, yours and Lucas's anyway. And thank God he joined you, because that boy of yours is a handful." Jeff chuckled, nodding. "You can say that again. But what a gorgeous handful he is." Harrison's gaze turned wistful. "That he is, my friend. You're both very lucky men." As they walked toward the back of the house, Jeff couldn't keep himself from saying, "You haven't had your own boy in quite a while. I have a feeling you're going to find your perfect handful any day now." Chuckling, Harrison shook his head. "I don't know about that, but I'd welcome it. Playing at the club with subs who are virtual strangers, and even playing with the boys in our group when we've all been scening together, is enough to keep me from feeling too restless. But I'd love a boy of my own." Jeff grabbed the napkins on their way out onto the deck. "I get it, and I can't blame you a bit. I hope you meet your match soon. Thanks, man." When the group all shouted his name in greeting, Harrison turned to them and grinned, shaking hands and hugging their friends. Jeff wandered over toward his men. Misha was still chatting with people about their house. Misha had some reservations at first because the house they were building was large, twice the size of their current home, in fact. The lot was huge, and they'd planned their home befitting the land around it. Misha's concerns about being unable to contribute financially and his subsequent offer to keep his name off the deed met with stern discussions from his doms about their responsibility to take care of Misha. They needed him to know there were different ways to take care of people, and this was Jeff and Lucas's. Misha took care of them and gave so much of himself every single day. Even if he'd been able to contribute, neither of his doms would have put that burden on him. They saw it as their job. Once that was settled, Misha relaxed and got more and more exuberant about their plans, joining in and giving his opinions. Misha was so happy about their fresh start in a new place, and his excitement was catching. Lucas, more than likely worried about something spilling on the papers, swiftly moved in. "Hey, little one, can you help Andy find the bathroom, please?" And off Misha went, chatting with Andy. Just poof, they were in the middle of a deep conversation that hadn't even existed, and Andy went with it, bless him. Laughing to himself, Jeff grabbed the tube from Lucas, putting it away. He loved spending time with their friends. Everyone was always excited to come to their house because their pool was big and had a slide, something Misha never got enough of. So he'd been in charge of the plans for the outdoor area at the new house. Lucas and Jeff were suitably impressed with how seriously Misha took the job. Suddenly, Misha called out, "Boys, the last one into the pool has to give all the doms a blowjob." He jumped in the pool, and Lucas guffawed when some of the subs didn't know what to do. They wanted the pool, but blowjobs. All their boys loved giving their doms blowjobs, but every dom? Talk about lockjaw. All the doms were laughing as the subs slowly got in the pool, unsure if it was what they really wanted. Lucas yelled, "This isn't that kind of party, little one." Misha surfaced and flicked the water out of his hair, smirking at his Lucas. "Daddy, you're such a spoil sport." Lucas chuckled. "And you're still racking up punishment points with all your sass, I see." Misha's eyes popped wide and he shook his head. No, I was just joking." He looked frantically around at his friends, swimming and playing in the pool around him. The only one who looked back was Jamie, who smirked. "You just can't help yourself." Misha huffed good-naturedly, muttering, "You're no help." He pulled his beautiful body out of the water to race up the back steps behind the stone slide, making his way down it lightning fast. As the boys frolicked and played, Lucas and Brad manned the grill and got all of the kebabs going. Jeff fetched anything left in the fridge and brought it outside. When the food was ready, Zach was first to get out of the pool, picking up a towel to dry off. Making his way to the table, he filled a plate so high Jeff was sure it wasn't just for him, and was proven right. He handed the plate to Knox, folded the towel he'd put around his waist, tossed it on the deck, and knelt there, waiting for his sir to feed him. When all the other boys were out of the pool, Andy finally realized he was alone and moved to get out. Seeing there were no towels left for Andy, Jeff stood to get another one for the boy. He needn't have bothered, though. Brad got one from the outdoor chest and brought it to Andy. From what Jeff could see, Brad practically ached to dry Andy himself, but he refrained. Jeff, bemused by their interactions, listened in on their conversation as Brad asked, "Do you like chicken, steak, or shrimp?" Andy, still only holding the towel, looked at Brad as if he'd asked a question that had no answer. He finally shrugged. "Yes." Jeff covered his chuckle with a cough, wondering how Brad was going to solve that problem. But solve it he did. Brad grabbed one of each kebab and put half on one plate and half on another. After grabbing a few sides for each of them, he headed back to Andy, who was setting down the dry towel on a mini bistro table while he stood there dripping. Jeff could only smile affectionately at Andy, wearing one of those vacant looks he sometimes got when he wasn't tracking with the real world around him. He couldn't wait to see how Brad dealt with that sweet, spacey boy. If anyone needed a daddy, Andy did. One with infinite patience and a whole lot of love to give. Brad walked toward Andy, both plates in his hand and sodas tucked in the crook of his arm. He set down one plate, then both sodas, and then the other plate. Andy turned to face him, a sweet smile on his face. Brad picked up the discarded towel and did what Jeff knew he'd wanted to do earlier, softly rubbing Andy down to make sure he was all dry. And while it wasn't a sexual or even sensual thing, Jeff realized Andy was 100% focused on the man on one knee before him, drying Andy's swim trunks and his legs and even his feet. He also noticed the care Brad took in his every movement. Finally standing, Brad took the towel and dried Andy's hair. "Feel better?" Brad asked Andy as he set the towel down. Andy nodded and kept looking at the dominant man before him. He cleared his throat. "Yes, thank you, Brad." Andy wasn't technically a sub, but he had all the makings of one, which was what tugged at Brad's protective heart. Jeff looked forward to seeing how things played out with them. He wasn't one to matchmake, but he didn't think those two would need it. Suddenly, Jeff had a lap full of his boy, and Misha was whispering in his ear, "Aren't they the cutest? I think Andy needs a daddy even more than I did." Jeff tugged Misha closer, hugging him tight. "I think you might be right." Lucas squatted down beside their chair, resting his hand on Misha's knee. "What can I get you, little one?" Misha eyed Lucas coquettishly. "You, Daddy." Jeff chuckled, and Lucas smirked, shaking his head and booping Misha on the nose. "I'm not on the menu just yet, but there's tons of food over there that is." A teasing smile grew on Misha's face. He leaned forward, kissed Lucas, and whispered, "You know what I like. I'll take whatever you want to give me." Lucas groaned and stood. "You're dangerous." He looked at Jeff. "Can I make you a plate too?" "Yeah, thanks. I seem to have found myself with an armful of nearly naked boy." As Lucas turned to walk away to get their food, he winked at Jeff. "Lucky man." Truer words had never been spoken. This concludes Open Play by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley, narrated by Cale Williams, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Luna David and Morningstar Ashley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Luna David and Morningstar Ashley and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.